The first session, Thursday night, 23rd Rajab, 1345 AH.
Hafiz Muhammad Rashid, Sheikh Abdus Salam, Sayyid Abdul Hai, and other scholars of that region were present.
The discussion began in the presence of a large gathering. In the magazines and newspapers, they referred to the writer as Qibla o Kaaba, but in these pages I have referred to myself as well-wisher and to Hafiz Muhammad Rashid as Hafiz. Hafiz, we are very pleased to have this opportunity to discuss the basic points on which we differ. We should first decide how we should proceed. Well-wisher, I am willing to participate in discussions on the condition that we cast aside all preconceived ideas and discuss matters reasonably, like brothers. Hafiz, I may also be permitted to make one condition, that our discussions should be based on the injunctions of the Holy Quran. Well-wisher, this condition is not acceptable since the Holy Quran is so concise that its deep significance must be interpreted through reference to other facts and hadith. Right, this is sensible, but it is also necessary that reference be made to hadith and events that are based on indisputable evidence. We should refrain from referring to doubtful sources. Well-wisher. Agreed. For a man like me, who is proud enough to claim relationship with the Prophet, it is not fair to go against the examples set forth by my ancestor, the Prophet of Islam. He has been addressed in the Holy Quran as follows. And most surely you conform yourself to sublime morality. 68-4. It is also unbecoming to act against the injunctions of the Holy Quran, which says, "Call to the way of your Lord with wisdom and goodly exhortation, and have disputations with them in the best manner." 16-125. Relationship with the Holy Prophet. Hafiz, excuse me, you refer to your relationship with the Holy Prophet. It is commonly known, but I ask that you let me know your genealogy so that I may know how your ancestral line reaches the Prophet. Well-wisher, my ancestral line reaches the Prophet through Imam Musa Kazim as follows. Muhammad, son of Ali Akbar, Ashraful Wa'adim, son of Ismail Mujtahid al-Wa'iz, son of Ibrahim, son of Saleh, son of Abi Ali Muhammad, son of Ali, known as Mardan, son of Abil Qasim Muhammad Taqi, son of Maqbuluddin Hussein, son of Abi Ali Hassan, son of Muhammad ibn Fatullah, son of Ishaq, son of Hashim, son of Abi Muhammad, son of Ibrahim, son of Abil Fityan, son of Abdullah, son of Hassan, son of Ahmad, Abu Tayyib, son of Abi Ali Hassan, son of Abu Ja'far, Muhammad al-Hayri, Nazil al-Kirman, son of Ibrahim az-Zarir, known A.S. Mujab, son of Amir Muhammad al-Abid, son of Imam Musa Kazim, son of Imam Jafar Sadiq, son of Imam Muhammad Baqir, son of Imam Ali Zainul Abidin, son of Imam Hussein, son of the Commander of the Faithful, Ali bin Abi Talib. Hafiz, this line of descent reaches the Commander of the Faithful, Ali, may Allah bless him, although you have said that it ends with the Holy Prophet. In fact, with this genealogy, you should call yourself among the relations of the Holy Prophet and not among his direct descendants. A descendant is one who is directly linked with the Prophet. Well-wisher, our ancestral line reaches the Prophet through Bibi Fatima Zahra, the mother of Imam Hussein. I don't understand why you insist so much on this point. Hafiz, I think I am misunderstood. It is my point of view that descent is recognized from the male side only. I quote an Arabic couplet. My sons, grandsons, and daughters are from me, but my daughters' sons are not from me. If you can prove otherwise, please do so. Well-wisher. There is strong evidence, both from the Holy Quran and from authentic hadith, to establish my point. Hafiz, please relate it so that we may understand. Well-wisher. While you were speaking just now, I recalled a discussion between Harun al-Rashid, the Abbasid Caliph, and our Imam Musa Kazim on this topic. The Imam gave such a convincing reply that the Caliph himself accepted it. Hafiz, I would like to hear about that discussion. Well-wisher. Abu Ja'far, Muhammad ibn Ali. Entitled Sheikh Saduq. In the 4th century AH, in his Uyun al-Akbar al-Rida, major sources for Imam Rida, and Abu Mansur ibn Ali Tabarsi, in his Ihtijaj, supports, give a detailed account of the conversation that took place between Harun al-Rashid and Imam Musa Ja'far in the Caliph's court. The Caliph asked the Imam, "How can you claim that you are a descendant of the Holy Prophet? The Prophet Muhammad had no descendant." It is acknowledged that descendants are from the male side and not from the female side. You belong to the generation of his daughter. The Imam recited verses 84 to 85 from chapter 6 of the Holy Quran. And we gave to him Isaac and Jacob. Each did we guide. And Noah did we guide before, and of his descendants David and Solomon and Job and Joseph and Aaron, and thus do we reward those who do good. And Zachariah and John and Jesus and Elias, every one was of the good. 6:84 to 85. The Imam asked the Caliph, who was Jesus' father? Harun replied that Jesus had no father. The Imam said, there was no one, and yet Allah included Jesus in the progeny of the prophets through Mary. Similarly, He has included us in the progeny of the Holy Prophet through our ancestor Bibi Fatima. Moreover, Imam Fakhruddin Razi, in his Tafsir al-Kabir, Great Commentary, BKV, p. 124, problem V, says regarding this verse that the verse proves that Hassan and Hussein are the descendants of the Prophet of Islam. Since in this verse God has verified Jesus as a descendant of Abraham, and Jesus had no father, this relationship is from the side of the mother. In the same manner, Hassan and Hussein are truly the descendants of the Prophet. Imam Musa Kazim asked Harun if he wanted further proof. The Caliph asked the Imam to continue. The Imam read verse 60 from chapter 3, Al-Imran, of the Holy Quran. But whoever disputes with you in this matter after what has come to you of knowledge, then say, Come, let us call our sons and your sons, and our women and your women, and ourselves and yourselves, then let us be earnest in prayer and pray for the curse of Allah on the liars. 3-61. He continued, saying that no one has ever claimed that on the occasion of the spiritual contest, Mubahala, against the Christians of Najran, that the Prophet took with him anyone except Ali ibn Abu Talib, Fatima, Hassan, and Hussein. It follows, therefore, that selves, anfusana, means Ali ibn Abi Talib. Women, nisa'ana, means Fatima, and sons, abna'ana, means Hassan and Hussein, whom Allah has identified as the Prophet's own sons. Upon hearing this argument, Harun exclaimed, "Bravo, O Abul Hasan! Clearly, this reasoning proves that Hassan and Hussein are the sons of the Prophet, and that the Sa'adat Fatima, descendants of Bibi Fatima, are of the progeny of the Holy Prophet. Additional evidence proving that the descendants of Bibi Fatima are of the progeny of the Holy Prophet. Ibn Abi al-Hadid Mu'tazili, one of your greatest scholars, in his Sharhi Nahjul Balagha, commentary on the Peak of Eloquence, writings of Commander of the Faithful, Ali, and Abu Bakr Razi in his commentary, have cited the same verse, arguing that Hassan and Hussein are, from the side of their mother, the sons of the Holy Prophet, in the same way that Allah in the Holy Quran has included Christ in the progeny of Abraham from the side of his mother, Mary. Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi'i, in his book Kifayatul Talib, and Ibn Hajar Makki on pages 74 and 93 of Sawa'iq Muhariqa from Tabrani and Jabir ibn Abdullah Ansari, and Khatib Khawarizmi in Manaqib from Ibn Abbas, all relate that the Prophet said, Allah created the progeny of every prophet from his own generation, but my progeny was created in the generation of Ali. Also, Khatib al-Khawarizmi in Manaqib, Mir Sayyid Ali Hamadani Shafi'in Mawaddatul Qurba, Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in Musnad, and Sulaiman Hanafi Balkhi in Yanabi ul-Muwadda relate, in more or less the same words, that the Holy Prophet said, "These, my two sons, are two flowers of this world, and both of them are imams, leaders, whether they are imams openly or silently sitting at home." And Sheikh Sulaiman Hanafi, in his Yanabiul Mawadda, devotes chapter 57 to this topic, and cites many hadith from his own learned men like Tabarani, Hafiz Abdul Aziz ibn Abi Shayba, Khatib al-Baghdadi, Hakim, Bayhaqi, Baghawi, and Tabari, all relating in slightly differing versions that Hassan and Hussein are the sons of the Prophet. Towards the end of the same chapter, Abu Saleh writes, Hafiz Abdul Aziz ibn al-Akhzar, Abu Nu'aym, Tabari, Ibn Hajar, Makion, page 112 of Sawa'iq Muhriqa, from Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi'i at the end of part 1 after 100 chapters of Kifayatul Talib, and Tabari in the narration of the life of Imam Hassan relate that the second caliph, Umar ibn Khattab, said, I heard the Prophet say that on the Day of Judgment, every ancestry will be disconnected except my generation. Every generation of a daughter is from the father's side except the generation of Fatima, which is connected with me. I am their father and ancestor. Sheikh Abdullah ibn Muhammad ibn Amir Shabrawi Shafi'i, in his book Kitab al-Ittihaf bi Hubb al-Ashraf, quoted this hadith from Bayhaqi and Darqutni from Abdullah ibn Umar and he from his father on the occasion of the wedding of Kulthum. And Jalaluddin Suyuti, quoting from Tabrani in his Awsat, has related from Caliph Omar and Sayyid Abu Bakr ibn Shahabuddin Alawi on pages 39 to 42 of chapter 3 of Rishfatus Sadi min Bahra Fazail Bani Nabiyul Hadi, printed in Maktabi A'lamiya, Egypt in the year 1303 AH, proving that the descendants of Fatima are of the progeny of the Prophet of Islam. Hence, the couplet that you quoted has no force in the face of all this contrary evidence. Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi'i, in his Kifayatul Talib, proves that the sons of the Prophet's daughter are the sons of the Holy Prophet. Our ancestral line goes back to Imam Hussein. We are, therefore, descendants of the Prophet. Hafiz, your argument is reasonable and convincing.
The people dispersed for the Isha prayer. During the recess, Nawab Abdul Qayyum Khan, who belongs to a noble family of the Sunnis, asked permission to ask well-wisher some questions. Why Shias combine their prayers? Nawab, why do the Shias combine the prayers of Zuhr and Asr and Maghrib and Isha? This is not in keeping with the practice of the Holy Prophet. Well-wisher, in the first place, among your own learned men, there is much difference of opinion concerning this issue. Secondly, you say that we go against the practice of the Prophet. Here you are mistaken, since the Holy Prophet used to offer these prayers in both ways, sometimes separately and sometimes together. Nawab Sahib, turning to his learned men, asked them if it was true that the Prophet offered the prayers in both ways. He did, but only when he was on a journey or when there was some other hindrance, like rain. Otherwise, when he was at home, he always offered his prayers separately. Well-wisher, it is recorded in your own hadith that the Prophet used to offer prayers separately as well as combined at home and without any obstruction. Many hadith confirm this fact. Muslim ibn Hajjaj in his Sahih, in the chapter Jam'a bayna as-salatayn fil hadar, says that Ibn Abbas said, the Prophet used to say Zuhr and Asr as well as Maghrib and Isha prayers jointly without being constrained to do so, or when he was at home. Again, Ibn Abbas narrated, we said 8 rak'ats of Zuhr and Asr, and later 7 rak'ats of Maghrib and Isha prayers jointly with the Holy Prophet. The same hadith has been related by Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in his Musnad, Part 1, page 221. Similarly, Imam Muslim quotes a number of ahadith concerning this issue. He quotes Abdullah ibn Shaqiqas having said that one day Abdullah ibn Abbas was reading an address after the Asr prayers until the sun set and the stars were visible. People cried, prayers, prayers, but Ibn Abbas paid no heed to them. Then one of the Bani Tamimi shouted, prayers, prayers. Ibn Abbas then said, you remind me of the Sunnah, but I myself have seen the Holy Prophet combine Zuhr and Asr as well as Maghrib and Isha prayers. Abdullah ibn Shaqiq said that he felt uncertainty about these words and went to Abu Huraira to ask him about it. He verified what Ibn Abbas had said. Through another chain of narrators, Abdullah ibn Shaqiq has narrated from Aqil that once Abdullah ibn Abbas spoke to the people from the pulpit. He remained there so long that darkness fell. When someone shouted thrice, prayer, 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 Abdullah ibn Abbas became annoyed and said, woe be to you! You dare remind me of prayer? Even though during the Holy Prophet's days, we used to combine Zuhr with Asr, as well as Maghrib with Isha prayers. Zarqani, in Sharh Muwatta of Imam Malik, Part 1, in the chapter of Jama'a Bayna as-Salatayn, p. 263, states, Nisa'i related through Amru ibn Haram from Abi Sha'atha that Ibn Abbas said his Zuhr and Asr prayers as well as Maghrib and Isha prayers jointly in Basra without any time lag or action between them. He said that the Holy Prophet offered his prayers in the same way. Also, Muslim in Sahih and Malik in Muwatta, chapter Jama'a Bayna as-Salatayn, and Imam Hanbal in Musnad quotes Ibn Abbas through Sa'id ibn Jabir that the Holy Prophet offered his Zuhr and Asr prayers together in Medina without being constrained to do so by fear or bad weather.
Abu Zubayr said he asked Abu Sa'id why the Prophet combined the two prayers.
Sa'id said that he too asked Ibn Abbas the same question. Ibn Abbas replied that he combined the two prayers so that his followers might not be put to undue hardship and suffering. Also, in many other hadith, Ibn Abbas is related to have said that the Holy Prophet of Islam combined Zuhr and Asr as well as Maghrib and Isha prayers without being constrained to do so. These hadith in your Sahih and in many other authentic books prove the permissibility of the combination of the two prayers, both at home and during travel. Hafiz, there is no such quotation of hadith in Sahih Bukhari. Well-wisher, because all the authors of Sahih, like Muslim, Nisa'i, Ahmad ibn Hanbal, and exponents of the Sahihain of Muslim, Bukhari, and other great Sunni scholars have quoted these things, this is sufficient for us to win our point. But in fact, Bukhari too has recorded these ahadith in his Sahih, but he has deceitfully put them away from their proper place, the section concerning the combination of two prayers. If you go through the chapters Bab al-Ta'khir al-Zuhr lil-Asr min Kitab Mawaqit al-Salat and Bab al-Dhikr al-Isha wal-Atma and Bab al-Waqt al-Maghrib, you will find all these hadith there. Recording these hadith under the heading Permission and Authorization to Combine Two Prayers proves that it is the common belief of learned men of the two sects. The authenticity of these hadith has already been acknowledged in the books of Sahih. Accordingly, Allama Nuri in Sharh Sahih Muslim, Asqalani, Kastalani, Zakaria ar-Razi, in the commentaries that they have written on Sahih Bukhari, Zarqani in his commentary on the Muwatta of Malik, and others related these hadith. After quoting the hadith of Ibn Abbas, they acknowledged their authenticity and admitted that these hadith are proofs of the acceptability of combining two prayers. Nawab, how is it possible that these hadith have been put into practice since the time of the Holy Prophet, but learned men have adopted a different path? This situation is not confined to this topic alone. You will see many such examples later. In this matter, Sunni scholars of jurisprudence, apparently without much serious thought, or for other reasons which I do not understand, have given unintelligible explanations contradicting these hadith. For instance, they say that perhaps these hadith refer to situations involving fear, danger, rains, or winds. Some of your older scholars, like Imam Malik, Imam Shafi'i, and some other jurists of Medina, gave the same explanation. This, despite the fact that the hadith of Ibn Abbas clearly says that the two prayers were offered without the constraint of fear or the possibility of rainfall. Others have suggested that perhaps the sky was overcast and those offering prayers did not know the time. Perhaps, when they finished their Zuhr prayers, the clouds dispersed and they saw that it was time for Asr prayers. So, they had to offer Zuhr and Asr prayers together. I don't think a more unlikely explanation could be found. Perhaps these interpreters did not care to think that the person offering prayers was the Holy Prophet of Islam, S. Clouds did not mean to him what they might to others. He understood all causes and effects. Apart from the fact that this explanation is unconvincing, the combining of Maghrib and Isha prayers rejects their explanation. At that time, clouds have no relevance to this question. As we said, the hadith of Ibn Abbas clearly states that his address continued so long that the audience repeatedly cried, "Prayers, prayers!" They reminded him that the stars had appeared and it was time for prayers. But he purposely delayed the Maghrib prayer so that he might offer both Maghrib and Isha prayers together. Abu Huraira also verified this action, saying that the Prophet also acted in the same manner. Such spurious explanations, in light of clear guidance, are regrettable. Your own learned men reject them. Shaykhul Islam Ansari, in his Tuhfatul Bari fi Sharhi Sahih al-Bukhari, in the chapter Salatul Zuhr ma'al Asr wal Maghrib ma'al Isha, page 292, part 2, and similarly. Allama Qastalani, on page 293, part 2 of Irshadus Sari fi Sharh Sahihul Bukhari, as well as other exponents of Sahih Bukhari, admit that this kind of explanation is against the obvious meaning of the hadith, and that to insist that every ritual prayer be offered separately is a groundless requirement. Nawab, then how did this controversy arise so that the two sects of Muslims are after the blood of each other and condemn each other's actions? Well-wisher, you say that the two sects of Muslims are inimical to each other, but I disagree. We Shias do not look down upon any of the learned men or common people of our brothers, the Sunnis. We regret that propaganda of the Kharijis, the Nasibis, and the Umayyads have affected the hearts of some people. Unfortunately, some Sunnis regard their Shias brothers, who are one with them as regards the Qibla, Kaaba, the Holy Book, Quran, and the Prophet, as Rafizis, dissenters, idolaters, and infidels. As for your question regarding how this difference originated, perhaps we can discuss this in later meetings. Concerning the saying of prayers separately or together, Sunni legal scholars have recorded hadith which permit the offering of Zuhr with Asr and Maghrib with Isha prayers as a matter of ease, comfort, or safety. I do not know why some do not consider it permissible to offer the two prayers together in the absence of any obstruction. Some authorities, like Abu Hanifa and his adherents, forbid it under any circumstances, whether there is any obstruction or not, or whether the prayers are said during travel or at home. The Shafi'ites, Malikites, and Hanbalites, with all of their differences in essential and non-essential tenets, have permitted the combining of the prayers during a lawful journey. But the Shia's ulama, in obedience to the holy imams and the progeny of the Holy Prophet, have unconditionally permitted the offering of prayers together. Of course, the offering of prayers at the time specified for each ritual prayer is preferable to praying in one interval, as has been clearly stated in expository books dealing with problems of religious performance written by Shia's ulama. Since people are often busy with their own affairs and have their own cares and anxieties, they fear they might miss their prayers. Hence, for their own convenience and to avoid hardship and suffering, the Shias say their two prayers in one interval, whether early or late, during the appointed time. Now, I think this much is sufficient to enlighten our Sunni brothers who look at us with indignation. Perhaps we can return to our discussions about the fundamentals, after which the questions concerning practice will be solved. How the Al-Lama's ancestors migrated from the Hijaz to Iran. Hafiz Sahib asked Allama Sultanul Wa'adim to tell him how his ancestors migrated from the Hijaz to Iran. He gave a history of his ancestors who were murdered in Shiraz on the order of the Abbasid king. Their mausoleums still attract pilgrims from distant places. Notable among them are Sayyid Amir Muhammad Abid, Sayyid Amir Ahmad Shah Charag, and Sayyid Alauddin Hussein, all sons of Imam Musa Kazim. The details concerning his family are omitted. How the grave of the commander of the faithful, Ali, was discovered. Mention was also made of the discovery of the sacred grave of the commander of the faithful, Ali.
Hafiz, but in what state was the grave of the commander of the faithful, Ali, discovered 150 years after his death? Well-wisher, because Umayyad oppression was so intense during Ali's later life, he stipulated in his will that his body should be laid in a grave secretly at night and that no trace of the grave should be left. Only a few of his close companions and his sons attended the burial. On the morning of the 2 of Ramadan, when he was to be buried, 2 conveyances were prepared. One was instructed to go to Mecca, the other to Medina. That is why for years his grave remained unknown, except to a few companions and his own sons. Hafiz, why was the grave's location kept a secret? Well-wisher, probably out of fear of the irreligious Umayyads. They were particularly inimical to the members of the progeny of the Prophet. They could have desecrated the grave. But is it possible that a Muslim, even though an enemy, might violate the grave of a brother Muslim? Well-wisher, have you studied the history of the Umayyads? From the day this wretched dynasty came to power, the door of oppression was opened among Muslims. Good heavens, what atrocities they committed! What blood they shed, and what honors they spoiled! With deep shame, your eminent scholars recorded their many crimes. Allama Maqrizi Abu al-Abbas Ahmad ibn Ali Shafi'i recorded the heart-rending atrocities of the Umayyads in his book An-Naza' wa Takhasum Fima Bayna Bani Hashim wa Ala Bani Umayyah. Desecration of graves by Bani Umayyad. As examples of what they were capable of, I will cite only 2 events. The martyrdom of Zayd ibn Ali ibn Hussein, known as Zayd Shahid, i.e. the martyr, and the martyrdom of his son Yahya. Historians of both Shias and Sunnis recorded that when Hisham ibn Abdul Malik became the caliph, he committed many atrocities. With regard to the Bani Hashim, he was particularly cruel. At last, Zayd ibn Ali, the son of Imam Zainul Abidin, and well known as a great scholar and a pious theologian, went to see the caliph to seek redress for the grievances of the Bani Hashim. But, as soon as Zayd arrived, the caliph, instead of greeting him as a direct descendant of the Holy Prophet, abused him with such abominable language that I cannot repeat it. Because of this disgraceful treatment, Zayd left Syria for Kufa, where he raised an army against the Bani Umayyad. The governor of Kufa, Yusuf ibn Umar Thaqafi, came out with a huge army to face him. Zayd recited the following war poem. Disgraceful life and honorable death, both are bitter morsels, but if one of them must be chosen, my choice is honorable death. Although he fought bravely, Zayd was killed in the battle. His son, Yahya, took his body from the field and buried him away from the city near the riverbank, causing the water to flow over it. However, the grave was discovered and, under Yusuf's orders, the body was exhumed, Zayd's head was cut off and sent to Hisham in Syria. In the month of Safar, 121 AH, Hisham had the sacred body of this descendant of the Prophet placed on the gallows entirely naked. For 4 years, the sacred body remained on the gallows. Thereafter, when Walid ibn Yazid ibn Abdul Malik ibn Marwan became caliph in 126 AH, he ordered that the skeleton be taken down from the gallows,
burnt, and the ashes scattered to the wind. This accursed man committed a similar atrocity to the body of Yahya ibn Zayd of Gurgan. This noble man also opposed the oppression of the Bani Umayyah. He too was martyred on the battlefield. His head was sent to Syria, and, as in the case of his revered father, his body was hung on the gallows for 6 years. Friend and foe alike wept at the sight. Waliuddin Abu Muslim Khorasani, who had risen against the Bani Umayyah on behalf of Bani Abbas, took his body down and buried it in Gurgan, where it is a place of pilgrimage. Misdeeds of this dynasty. In view of the misdeeds of this accursed dynasty, the body of the commander of the faithful, Ali, was buried during the night, and no trace of his grave was left. The grave remained virtually unknown until the days of Caliph Harun ar-Rashid. One day, Harun came hunting in the locality of Najaf, where deer lived in large numbers. When the hounds chased the deer, they took refuge on the mound of Najaf, a small hill which the hounds would not ascend. Several times, when the hounds retreated, the deer would come down, but when the hounds again leapt at them, the deer took refuge on the mound. Understanding that there was a reason for the hounds' behavior, Harun sent his men to inquire in Najaf. They brought an old man to him, and the caliph asked about the secret of why the hounds did not climb up on the mound. Discovery of the sacred grave of Ali. The old man replied that he knew the secret, but that he was afraid to disclose it. The caliph guaranteed him safety, and the man told him, "Once I came here with my father, who went on the mound and offered prayers there. When I asked him what was there, he said that they had come there with Imam Ja'far Sadiq for a visit, ziyarat. The Imam had said that this was the sacred grave of his revered grandfather, the commander of the faithful, Ali, and that it would shortly become known. At the caliph's behest, that place was dug up, and the signs of a grave became apparent, along with a tablet with an inscription in Syriac, meaning, 'In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful.' This grave has been prepared by the Prophet Noah for Ali, the vicegerent of Muhammad, 700 years before the deluge." Quote, Caliph Harun paid respects to the place and ordered the restoration of the earth. He then performed 2 rak'ats of prayer. He wept much and laid himself on the grave. Thereafter, on his orders, the whole matter was disclosed to Imam Musa Kazim at Medina. The Imam confirmed that the grave of his revered grandfather, commander of the faithful, Ali, was at that place. Harun then decreed that a stone building be erected over commander of the faithful's sacred grave, which came to be known as Hajar Haruni, the stone structure built by Harun. In due course, the news spread, and Muslims visited the holy place. Ibrahim Mujab, the great-great-grandfather of Sultanul Wa'adim, well-wisher, also left Shiraz for this holy visit, and after performing the ziyarat, died in Karbala. He was buried near the sacred grave of his great-grandfather, Imam Hussein. His grave is located in the northwestern corner of his sacred mausoleum and is visited regularly by his admirers. Differences about the burial place of the commander of the faithful. Hafiz, despite these conclusive remarks, I think that the grave of Ali, may Allah bless him, is not located in Najaf. Scholars differ on this point. Some say it is in the State House in Kufa. Some say it is in the Qibla of the Central Mosque of Kufa. Some say that it is in the gate known as Bab al-Qinda of the Mosque of Kufa. Some hold that it is in Rahba in Kufa.
Still others say it is beside the grave of Fatima in Baqi.
In our Afghanistan, too, there is a place near Kabul known as the Mausoleum of Ali. According to one account, the sacred body of Ali was placed in a box and laid on the back of a camel and sent toward Medina. A party of men snatched the box, believing it contained valuables. On opening it, they saw the sacred body, brought it to Kabul, and buried it at this place. That is why people revere this place. Well-wisher, these differences arose because of the details of his will, which stipulated that the arrangements for his burial obfuscate his burial place. It is related from Imam Jafar Sadiq that at the time of his death, the commander of the faithful told his son, Imam Hussein, that after burying him in Najaf, he should prepare 4 graves for him in 4 different places: in the mosque of Kufa, in Rahba, in the house of Judah Hira, and in Hira. The Shias agree that his sacred grave is in Najaf. Whatever they have learned from the Ahlul Bayt is authentic. The people of the house know best about what relates to the house. I really wonder at your scholars who have neglected the sayings of the progeny of the Holy Prophet in every matter. They did not inquire about the location of the grave of the father from his own sons in order to learn the truth. It is certain that the children know more about the grave of their father than others do. If any of these current theories had been correct, the holy imams would have informed their followers of it. But they have confirmed the location in Najaf, visited the place themselves, and have exhorted their adherents to visit it. Sibt ibn Jawzi has, in his Tadhkira, mentioned these differences. He says, "The 6th view is that it is in Najaf at the well-known place which is commonly visited. To all appearances, this is the correct view." Similarly, your other scholars, such as Khatib Khawarizmi in Manaqib, Muhammad ibn Shafi'i in Matalib al-Su'ul, Ibn Abil Hadid in Sharh Najh al-Balagha, Firuzabadi in his lexicon, Qamus, under the word Najaf, and others have held that the commander of the faithful's grave is located in Najaf. Second session, Friday night, 20th Rajab, 1345 AH. Hafiz, I was greatly impressed by your instructive conversation concerning your ancestral lineage. I admit that you are a descendant of the Holy Prophet, but I wonder how a man of your learning could be under the degrading influence of the enemies. Having left the ways of your illustrious ancestors, you have adopted the ways of the unbelievers of Iran. What I mean by the foolish ways of the enemies are those innovations which have entered Islam through the Israelites. Well-wisher, kindly explain what you mean. Misconception about origin of the Shi'as sect. Hafiz, the Israelites' whole history is stained with deceit. Abdullah ibn Sabah, Sana'i, Ka'b al-Akhbar, Wahab ibn Munabbah, and others professed Islam and pretended to accept the hadith of the Holy Prophet and thus created confusion among the Muslims. The third caliph, Uthman ibn Affan, pursued them, and they fled to Egypt, where they established a sect known as the Shi'as. They spread false reports about Caliph Uthman and fabricated hadith to the effect that the Holy Prophet had appointed Ali as Caliph and Imam. With the formation of this sect, there was widespread violence, which led to the murder of Caliph Uthman and the assumption of the caliphate by Ali. A group inimical to Uthman stood high in Ali's favor. During the caliphate of the Umayyads, when the people of the family of Ali and his adherents were being killed, this group went into hiding. Still, some people, like Salman al-Farsi, Abu Dhar Ghifari, and Ammar Yasser, supported the cause of Ali. This struggle continued until the time of Harun al-Rashid and especially his son, Ma'mun al-Rashid Abbasi, who subdued his brother with the help of the Iranians, and they then spread the idea that Ali was preferable to other caliphs. The Iranians, hostile to the Arabs who had conquered them, found an opportunity to challenge the Arabs in the name of religion. The Shi'as became powerful during the period of the Daylamites and the Safavid kings and were finally recognized. They were then formally known as the Shi'as sect. Iranian Zoroastrians still call themselves Shi'as. In short, the Shi'as sect was founded by a Jew, Abdullah ibn Saba. Otherwise, there would have been no such word as Shi'as in Islam. Your grandfather, the Holy Prophet, hated the word. In fact, the Shi'as sect is a part of the Jewish faith. I wonder why you left the just ways of your ancestors and followed the path of your predecessors, who adopted Jewish ways. You should have followed the Holy Quran and the example of your grandfather, the Prophet. Absurd to associate Abdullah ibn Saba with Shi'as. Well-wisher, it is unusual for a learned man like you to base his arguments on utterly false grounds. There is no sense in your associating the name of Abdullah ibn Saba with the Shi'as. Abdullah ibn Saba was a Jew and, according to Shi'as sources, a hypocrite and is harshly condemned. If for some time he appeared to be a friend of Ali, what connection did he have with the Shi'as? If a thief puts on the attire of a learned man, mounts the pulpit, and injures the cause of Islam, should you be averse to learning and call learned men thieves? In fact, Shi'as Muslims have never been merely a political party. They have always comprised a religious sect which was not founded, as you say, in the time of Caliph Uthman, but was propagated through the words and commands of the Prophet during his own time. While you argue on the basis of the concocted evidence of enemies, I will cite for you verses from the Holy Quran and records of your own authors to establish the true position. Meaning of Shi'as. Well-wisher. Shi'as, as you know, literally means follower. One of your greatest ulama, Firuzabadi, in his Qamusul Lughat, says, the name Shi'as commonly means every person who is a friend of Ali and his Ahlul Bayt. This name is peculiar to them. Exactly the same meaning is given by Ibn Athir in Nihayatul Lughat. According to your own commentaries, the word Shi'as means follower of Ali ibn Abu Talib and was used in this way during the time of the Prophet. In fact, it was the Prophet himself who introduced the word Shi'as as meaning follower of Ali ibn Abu Talib. And this word was used by the Holy Prophet about whom Allah says, nor does he speak out of desire. It is not but revelation that is revealed. 53-34. The Prophet called the followers of Ali the Shi'as, the delivered, and the rescued. Quote, Hafiz, where is such a thing? We have never seen it. Well-wisher, we have seen it, and we do not think it proper to conceal facts. Allah condemned concealers and called them companions of hell. Allah says, surely those who conceal the clear proofs and the guidance that we revealed after we made it clear in the book for men, those it is whom Allah shall curse, and those who curse shall curse them too. Surely those who conceal any part of the book that Allah has revealed and take for it a small price, they eat nothing but fire into their bellies, and Allah will not speak to them on the day of resurrection, nor will He purify them, and they shall have a painful chastisement.
2 to 170. Hafiz, if we know the truth and conceal it, I agree we deserve condemnation as revealed in these holy verses. Well-wisher, I hope you keep these two verses in mind so that habit or intolerance may not overpower you. Hafiz Abu Nu'aym Isfahani is one of the most distinguished of your narrators of hadith. Ibn Khalikan has praised him in his Wafayatul A'ayan as one of the great hufaz, men of wisdom, and one of the most learned narrators of hadith. He also states that the 10 volumes of his Hilyatul Awliya are among the most instructive of books. Salahuddin Khalil ibn Aibak Safti writes in his Wafi bil Wafiyat about him, the crown of narrators of hadith, Hafiz Abu Nu'aym, was the foremost in knowledge, piety, and honesty. He enjoyed a high position in the narration and understanding of hadith. His best work is Hilyatul Awliya in 10 volumes consisting of derivations from the 2 Sahihs. Muhammad ibn Abdullah al-Khatib praises him in Rijalil Mishkatil Masabih, saying that he is among the leading narrators of hadith whose narrations are wholly, utterly reliable. In short, this respected scholar and traditionist, the pride of your ulama, relates from Abdullah ibn Abbas through his own chain of narrators in his book Hilyatul Awliya relates, when the following verse of the Holy Quran was revealed, "As for those who believe and do good, surely they are the best of men. Their reward with their Lord is gardens of perpetuity beneath which rivers flow, abiding therein forever. Allah is well pleased with them, and they are well pleased with Him. That is for him who fears his Lord." 98 to 78. The Holy Prophet, addressing Ali, said, "O Ali, the best of creatures, Khayrul Bariyah, in this holy verse refers to you and your followers, Shi'as. On the day of resurrection, you and your followers, Shi'as, shall attain such a position that Allah will be pleased with you, and you will be pleased with Him." Single quote, quote. Further merits of Shi'as. Similarly, Abul Muwayyid Muwafiq ibn Ahmad Khawarizmi in the 17th chapter of his Manaqib. Hakim Abul Qasim Abdullah ibn Abdullah al-Haskani in Shawahid al-Tanzil. Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi in Kifayat al-Talib, page 119, Sibt ibn Jawzi in Tadhkira, page 31, Munzir ibn Muhammad ibn Munzir, and particularly Hakim, have related that Hakim Abu Abdullah Hafiz, one of the greatest of your ulama, said, based on the testimony of narrators reaching back to Yazid ibn Sharaf al-Ansari, the scribe of the commander of the faithful, Ali ibn Abu Talib, that Ali said that at the time of the Prophet's death, the Prophet rested on Ali's chest and said, "You have heard the holy verse. Those who believe and do good deeds, it is they who are the best of creatures." (9, 8 to 7). These are your Shi'as. My and your meeting place shall be at the fountain of Kawthar in paradise. When all created beings assemble for reckoning, your face will be bright, and you will be identified on that day as the leader of the bright-faced people. Quote, Jalaluddin Suyuti, in his Durrul Mansur, quotes Abul Qasim Ali ibn Hassan, commonly known as Ibn Asakir Damashqi, who quotes Jabir ibn Abdullah Ansari, one of the greatest companions of the Prophet, as saying that he and others were sitting with the Holy Prophet when Ali ibn Abu Talib came in. The Holy Prophet said, "I swear by him who controls my life, that this man, Ali, and his Shi'as shall secure deliverance on the day of resurrection." Quote, at that time, the verse cited above was revealed. In the same commentary, Ibn Adi quotes Ibn Abbas as saying that when the above verse was revealed, the Prophet said to the commander of the faithful, Ali, "You and your followers, Shi'as, will come on the day of resurrection in such a condition that all of you will be pleased with Allah, and Allah will be pleased with you." Quote, in the Manaqib of Khawarizmi, the following is related from Jabir ibn Abdullah Ansari. "I was in the presence of the Holy Prophet when Ali joined us, and thereupon the Holy Prophet said, 'It is my brother that has come to you.' Then, facing towards the Kaaba, the Prophet took hold of Ali's hand and said, 'By him who controls my life, this Ali and his Shi'as will be delivered on the day of judgment." Single quote. Then he said, "Ali is the foremost of you all in belief, the most regardful about Allah's pledges, the most just of you all in deciding matters of the people, the most equitable of you in distributing allowances among the people, and the highest of you all in rank before Allah." On that occasion, the verse cited above was revealed. In chapter 2 of his Sawa'iq, Ibn Hajar quotes Hafiz Jamaluddin Muhammad ibn Yusuf Zarandi Madani, a great scholar of your sect, as saying that when the above verse was revealed, the Holy Prophet said, "O Ali, you and your Shi'as are the best of created beings. You and your Shi'as will come on the day of judgment in such a condition that all of you will be pleased with Allah, and Allah will be pleased with you. Your enemies will be resentful, and their hands shall be tied round their necks." Then Ali asked who his enemy was. The Holy Prophet replied, "One who is hostile to you and who reviles you." Quote, Allama Samhudi in Jawahirul Iqdain, on the authority of Hafiz Jamaluddin Zarandi Madani and Nuruddin Ali ibn Muhammad ibn Ahmad Maliki Makki, known as Ibn Sabah, who is regarded as one of your distinguished scholars and eminent theologians, in his Fusulul Muhimma relates from Abdullah ibn Abbas that when the verse under discussion was revealed, the Prophet said to Ali, "It is you and your Shi'as. You and they will come on the day of judgment fully pleased and satisfied, while your enemies will come in grief with bound hands." Mir Sayyid Ali Hamadani Shafi'i, one of your eminent scholars, in his Mawaddatul Qurba, and the well-known anti-Shia scholar Ibn Hajar, in his Sawa'iq-e-Muharrika, narrate from Mu'mineen Salma, the wife of the Prophet, that the Holy Prophet said, "O Ali, you and your Shi'as will abide in paradise. You and your Shi'as will abide in paradise." The well-known scholar of Khawarizm, Muwaffaq ibn Ahmad, in his Manaqib, chapter 19, relates on reliable authority that the Prophet said to Ali, "In my community, you are like the Messiah, Jesus, son of Mary." This statement implies that as the followers of the Prophet Jesus were divided into three groups, the true believers, known as Hawarin, the Jews, and the exaggerators who associated him with Allah. In the same way, Muslims would become divided into three groups. One of them would be the Shi'as, the true believers. The other group would be Ali's enemies, and the third group would be the exaggerators of his position. Shia's merits proven from Sunni books. The people then dispersed in response to the call for the Isha prayer. After the prayer, Mullah Abdul Hayy returned with a commentary by Suyuti, Mawaddatul Qurba, the Musnad of Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, and the Manaqib of Khawarizmi. He read from them the hadith well-wisher had quoted in his discussions by way of verification. Since his references had been accurate, the expressions of all those in the opposite camp changed. In the meantime, in the Mawaddatul Qurba, they came across another hadith. The Prophet said, "O Ali, on the day of judgment, you and your Shi'as will come before Allah fully satisfied and pleased, while your enemy will come in grief and with hands bound." Well-wisher. These are clear arguments supported by the Book of Allah, by authentic hadith, and by history. Support for my position comes from the books of your own eminent scholars. These are in addition to the numerous narrations that exist in the books and commentaries of Shi'as. Using the books now before you, I could go on presenting arguments in support of the point under consideration until tomorrow morning, by the grace of Allah. But I think that what I have presented should be enough to dispel your doubts about Shi'as. Respected audience, we Shi'as are not Jews. We are followers of the Prophet Muhammad. The originator of the word Shi'as, as meaning the followers of Ali, was not the accursed Abdullah ibn Saba, but the Prophet himself. We never follow any individual without authoritative arguments in his favor. You said that it was after Uthman that the word Shi'as came to be used referring to the followers of Ali. In fact, even in the Prophet's day, several noted companions were called Shi'as. Hafiz Abu Hatim Razi, in his Az-Zaynat, which he compiled for clarifying the meanings of certain words and phrases current among scholars, says that the first new word that came into general acceptance is Islam in the days of the Prophet was Shi'as. The word was applied to four prominent companions: Abu Dhar Ghifari, Salman al-Farsi, Miqdad ibn Aswad Kindi, and Ammar Yasir. Many more hadith were quoted in support of the same point. Now it is for you to consider how it was possible that during the time of the Prophet, four of his chief companions were called Shi'as. If the Prophet thought it was innovation, why didn't he forbid the people to use it? The fact is that people had heard from the Prophet himself that the followers, Shi'as, of Ali were the inhabitants of heaven. They were proud of it and openly called themselves Shi'as. Rank of Salman, Abu Dhar, Miqdad, and Ammar. You related a hadith from the Prophet saying, "Verily, my companions are like stars. Whomever of them you follow, you will be properly guided." Abul Fida writes in his history that these four men, who were companions of the Prophet, abstained, along with Ali, from paying allegiance to Abu Bakr on the Saqifa day. Why don't you consider their refusal to pay allegiance to be worthy of emulation? Your own ulama have written that they were loved by Allah and His Prophet. We follow them as they followed Ali. Hence, according to your own hadith, we are on the path of guidance. With your permission, and keeping in view the shortness of time, I present to you a few narrations in support of my contention that these men were loved by Allah and the Prophet. Both Abu Nu'aym Isfahani in Hilyatul Awliya, volume I, page 172, and Ibn Hajar Makki in the 5th hadith of the 40 hadith, narrated in Sawa'iq-e-Muharriqa, in praise of Ali, narrated from Tirmidhi and Hakim from Buraida, that the Prophet said, "Verily, Allah has commanded me to love four persons, and has told me that He loves them." When the people asked who these four persons were, he said, "Ali ibn Abu Talib, Abu Dhar, Miqdad, and Salman." Again, Ibn Hajar in Hadith number 39 has narrated from Tirmidhi and Hakim from Anas ibn Malik that the Prophet said, "Paradise is eager for three individuals, Ali, Ammar, and Salman." Isn't the action of these eminent companions of the Holy Prophet a model for other Muslims? Isn't it shameful that, in your view, the companions are restricted to those persons who played the game of Saqifa or who acquiesced in it, while the others who opposed the strategy behind Saqifa are seen as being unreliable? And, if that be so, then the hadith you have quoted should have been, "Verily, a few of my companions are like stars," etc. Causes of Iranians' receptivity to Shi'ism. You have been unkind in saying that Shi'ism is a political religion and that Iranian Zoroastrians accepted it in order to save themselves from Arab domination. You have said so in blind conformity to your predecessors. I have already proved that it is an Islamic religion, one which was commended by the Prophet to his followers. In fact, those who, without any sanction from the Prophet, laid the foundation of a Saqifa were themselves politicians, and not the followers of the Holy Family of the Prophet. It is characteristic of Iranians that they look into things. When they are convinced of their truth, they accept them, as they accepted Islam when Iran was conquered by the Arabs. They were not forced to do it. They gave up Zoroastrianism and sincerely embraced Islam. Similarly, when they were convinced by logic and by Ali's invaluable services, they accepted Shi'ism. Contrary to the assertion of many of your writers, the Iranians did not accept Ali during the caliphate of Harun al-Rashid or Ma'mun al-Rashid. They accepted Ali during the time of the Holy Prophet. Salman al-Farsi was one of the most sincere followers of Ali. He reached the highest rank of faith. The ulama of both sects have unanimously written that the Prophet said, "Salman is from our Ahlul Bayt," i.e., he is one of the people of my house. For this reason, he was called Salman Muhammadi, and he was admittedly the staunchest supporter of Ali and a bitter opponent of Saqifa. If, according to your own books, we follow him, we are on the straight way. He heard the verses of the Quran and the sayings of the Prophet about Ali, and clearly understood that obedience to Ali was obedience to the Prophet and to Allah. He repeatedly heard the Prophet say, "One who obeys Ali obeys me, and one who obeys me obeys Allah. One who is hostile to Ali is hostile to me, and one who is hostile to me is hostile to Allah." Every Iranian, however, who went to Medina and embraced Islam, whether during the time of the Holy Prophet or afterward, obeyed the orders of the Prophet. For this reason, the second caliph became intolerant and imposed several restrictions on Iranians. These hardships and sufferings bred enmity in their hearts. They questioned why the caliph denied them Islamic rights against the injunctions laid down by the Prophet. Iranians grateful for Ali's compassion. Apart from these conditions, Iranians were grateful to Ali for his compassion regarding the treatment of Iranian princesses taken prisoner by the Arabs. When the prisoners of Madain, Taisfun, were brought to Medina, the second caliph ordered that all the female prisoners be made slaves of the Muslims. Ali forbade this and said that the princesses were exceptions and were to be honored. 2 of the prisoners were the daughters of King Yazdegerd of Iran and could not be made slaves. The caliph asked what should be done. Ali said that each of them should be allowed to select a husband from the Muslims. Accordingly, Shah Zenan selected Muhammad ibn Abu Bakr, who had been brought up by Ali, while the other princess, Shah Banu, selected Imam Hussein, the Prophet's grandson. Both went to the homes of these men after a lawful wedding. Shah Zenan gave birth to a son, Qasim Faqih, father of Farwa, who was the mother of our 6th Imam, Ja'far as-Sadiq. Imam Zainul Abidin, our 4th Imam, was born of Shah Banu. So, the establishment of Shi'ism had no connection with the time of Harun and Ma'mun, or with the rule of the Safavid dynasty in Iran, as you said earlier. It was openly propagated 7 centuries before the Safavid kingdom, i.e., in the 4th century Hijri, when the Daylamites, the Buwayhids, were rulers. In 694 AH, the Iranian kingdom was ruled by Ghazan Khan Mughal, whose Islamic name was Mahmud. Since at that time, belief in the Prophet's Ahlul Bayt was commonly expressed, Shi'ism grew steadily. After the death of Ghazan Khan Mughal in 707 AH, his brother, Muhammad Shah Khudabandeh, became the ruler of Iran. He arranged a religious debate between Allama Hilli, a learned Shia scholar, and Khwaja Nizamuddin Abdul Malik Maraghai, the chief justice of the Shafi'ites and the greatest Sunni scholar of that time. Debates between Allama Hilli and the chief justice concerning the imamate. The subject of this debate was the imamate. The Allama put forward such cogent arguments to prove that Ali was the immediate successor of the Prophet, and so convincingly refuted the claims of the other side, that all those present were completely satisfied with the reasoning of the Allama. Khwaja Nizamuddin acknowledged that the Allama's arguments could not be refuted. But, he said, that since he was following the path of his predecessors, it was not proper to leave it. He felt that it was important to maintain solidarity among the Muslims. Iranian king accepted Shia's belief. The king listened to the arguments with keen interest, accepted the Shia's position himself, and announced the legitimacy of Shi'ism in Iran. He subsequently proclaimed to the governors of the regions that the weekly khutbahs, sermons given in the mosques, should proclaim Ali's right as the successor of the Prophet. He also ordered that the kalima be inscribed on the dinars, gold coins, in this way: La ilaha illallah, Muhammadan Rasulullah, Aliyan Waliyullah, meaning, there is no God except Allah, Muhammad is the Prophet of Allah, and Ali is Allah's wali, vicegerent or divinely appointed guardian of the people. In this way, the roots of Shi'ism were firmly established. 7 centuries later, when the Safavid kings came to power, the clouds of ignorance and fanaticism were further removed. Shi'ism flourished everywhere in Iran. Yes, there are Zoroastrians in Iran, and those who exaggerate the position of Ali and consider him Allah. But they should not be associated with the common Iranian people, who believe in Allah and the Prophet Muhammad as the last of the prophets. These follow Ali and his 11 descendants as commanded by the Prophet. Hafiz, it is strange that, although you originally came from the Hijaz, Arabia, and have been living in Iran for a short time, still you support the Iranians and call them the followers of Ali, who was himself obedient to Allah. But Iranian Shias, to a man, regard Ali as Allah. Here are some couplets from the works of Iranian poets indicating this view, while Ali himself condemned such beliefs. The last of these couplets shows Ali saying, "Who helps at the time of difficulties? It is I who am Allah. It is I." A couplet of another poet says, "According to the belief of those who are intelligent and recognize Allah, Allah is Ali, and Ali is Allah." Well-wisher, I wonder why, without making inquiries, you should accuse all Iranians of regarding Ali as Allah. Your own ulama have made fanatical claims of this sort. They have said that the Shias are the worshippers of Ali, and as such they are infidels. Therefore, murdering them is obligatory. As a result, Muslims of Uzbekistan and Turkestan have recklessly shed the blood of Iranian Muslims. The common people among the Sunnis are often misguided by some of your ulama, and your people consider the Iranians infidels. In the past, your people, the Turkomans, have attacked Iranian caravans near Khorasan, plundered and murdered the people, and said that whoever killed 7 Rafizis, Shias, would certainly go to paradise. You should bear in mind that the responsibility of such murders rests squarely on your leaders, who tell ignorant Sunnis that Shias worship Ali. Islam forbids boasting about ancestors. Referring to your first point that, since I was originally connected with Arabia, Mecca, and Medina, why should I support the Iranians? I tell you that I have no partisan spirit. Our Prophet said, "The Arabs should not boast that they are superior to non-Arabs and vice versa, and the whites should not boast of their superiority to the blacks and vice versa." Superiority lies only in knowledge and piety. In the Holy Quran, Allah says, "O men, surely we have created you of a male and a female, and made you tribes and families that you may know each other. Surely the most honorable of you with Allah is the one among you most careful of his duty." 49-13. Also, in the same chapter in the Quran, he says, "The believers are brethren. Therefore, make peace between your brethren, and be careful of your duty to Allah, that mercy may be had on you." 49-10. Accordingly, all Asians, Africans, Europeans, Americans of white, black, red, or yellow races who are Muslims are brothers, and no one can claim superiority to another. The greatest leader of Islam, the last of the prophets, acted on this principle. He showed his special affection for Salman al-Farsi of Iran, Suhaib of Asia Minor, and Bilal of Abyssinia. On the other hand, he rejected Abu Lahab, whose name means father of flame, his own uncle, who was condemned by a chapter of the Holy Quran which said, "Perish the hands of the father of flame, perish he." Islam also forbids racism. The world has witnessed disturbances of the worst order in Western countries, which were the result of racial discrimination. In those countries, black people are not allowed in hotels, restaurants, churches, and other congregations meant for white people. Islam banned such cruel practices 1,300 years ago and proclaimed that all Muslims, regardless of race, color, or nationality, are brothers. So, if the Arabs go astray, I will condemn them, and I will be the friend of the Iranian Shias. Second, you have associated Iranian extremists with the Shias, who are steadfast monotheists and follow Ali according to the commands of the Prophet. We regard Ali as a pious servant of Allah and the divinely appointed successor of the Holy Prophet. Condemnation of the extremists. Moreover, we reject those whose beliefs are contrary to ours, like the Saba'iyya, the Khitabiyya, the Gharabiyya, the Alawiyya, the Muhammasa, the Baziriyya, the Nusayriyya, who are scattered throughout Iran, Mosul, and Syria. We Shias are distinct from them and consider them infidels. In all the books written by Shia's ulama and legal scholars, the Ghalis, extremists, are included among the disbelievers, since their belief is against the tenets of Shi'ism. For instance, they argue that, since the infusion of the soul into a material body is possible, as Gabriel could appear before the Holy Prophet in the form of Dahiyya al-Kalbi, it was Allah's will that his holy self appear in human form in Ali's body. For this reason, they consider the position of Ali higher than that of the Prophet. Such a faction emerged during Ali's own time. Some people of India and the Sudan came to him and professed that he was Allah. Ali repeatedly forbade them to hold this view, but to no effect. Finally, as is recorded in many histories, Ali ordered them to be killed in wells of smoke. The details of this case have been given in Baharu al-Anwar, Volume 7, by the great alim Aga Muhammad Baqir Majlisi. The commander of the faithful and other imams bitterly condemned such people. Ali said, "O Allah, I scorned the group of ghullat, extremists, just as Jesus scorned the Christians. May you forsake them forever." On another occasion, he said, "There are two groups who will suffer humiliating death, and I am not responsible for them, since I disdain their deeds. Those who exceed the lawful limits of love for me, and are gullat, extremists, and those who, for no reason whatsoever, are hostile to me. I hate those who extol my position beyond its proper limit, just as Christ hated the Christians." He also said, "There are two groups associated with me who will suffer ignoble death. One is composed of those people who say they are friends and praise me beyond lawful limit. The other is composed of the enemies who degrade my rank." The Shi'as condemned those who praised Ali and his Ahlul Bayt beyond the limit ordained by Allah and the Prophet. Our ulama have unanimously held that they are all disbelievers. It is not permitted to attend their funerals or to marry them. They are also deprived of inheriting Muslim property. Charity and religious taxes may not be given to them. The Holy Quran condemns them in these words. Say, "O followers of the book, be not immoderate in your religion, and do not follow the low desires of people who went astray before, and led many astray and went astray from the right path." Allama Majlisi, in his Baharul Anwar, Volume 3, which is the encyclopedia of the Shia's faith, has recorded many hadith condemning the ghullat, extremists. Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq is quoted as saying, "We are servants of Allah who created us and made us superior to the others of His creation. Certainly we shall die and shall stand before Allah for reckoning. He who is a friend of the Ghalis is our enemy, and he who is their enemy is our friend. The Ghalis are infidels and polytheists. Curse be upon them." A great religious head of the Shias has also quoted the same Imam as saying, "Allah's curse be upon those who claim divinity and godhood for Ali. By Allah, Ali was an obedient servant of Allah. Curse be upon those who have slandered us. Some people say things about us that we do not say ourselves. We declare that we have no connection with them." Quote, Sheikh Saduq Abu Ja'far Muhammad ibn Ali, a highly respected faqih, legal scholar of the Shias, quotes Zarara ibn Ayun, a reliable Shias writer, who was a hafiz and companion of Imam Muhammad Baqir and Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq, as saying, "I told Imam Ja'far Sadiq that one of the persons known to him believes in tufwiz, delegation of divine authority." The Imam said, "What is meant by tufwiz?" I replied, "The man says that Allah created Muhammad and Ali, and then delegated to them His authority over the affairs of the people. So they are the creators, the givers of food. They are the animators, and they are the killers." The holy Imam said, "The enemy of Allah lies. When you go back to him, read him this verse from the Holy Quran. Or have they set up with Allah associates who have created creation like His, so that what is created became confused to them? Say, Allah is the creator of all things, and He is the One, the Supreme." 13:16. Shias separate from Ghalis. We Shias are separate from the Ghalis, extremists. Let them claim that they are Shias. Allah, The Holy Prophet, Ali, and their descendants hate them. Ali kept the chief of the Ghulat in prison for 3 days and ordered him to repent for his wickedness. When he refused, Ali had him burned to death. If you cannot produce a single book in which the Ghalis have been praised, you should at least condemn the intolerant ulama who misguide the Sunnis about the Shi'as. Clarification about reverence towards imams. Your brotherly advice is worth the consideration. But would you please clarify some other points? You have all along said that you do not unduly praise your imams. You regard the ghullat as contemptible and fit for hell, but you use inappropriate expressions regarding your imams. You have said, blessings of Allah be upon them, although you know that, according to the Holy Quran, this expression is reserved only for the Holy Prophet. The Quran says, "Surely Allah and His angels bless the Prophet. O you who believe, call for divine blessings on him, and salute him with a becoming salutation." Your practice clearly violates the injunction of the Holy Quran. Your expression is an innovation. This verse does not forbid us to bless any other person. We are enjoined to bless the Prophet. In another verse of the Holy Quran, Allah says, "Peace be on the people of Yasin, Ahlul Yasin," a reference to the descendants of the Prophet. As for the other prophets of Allah, blessings have not been given to their descendants anywhere in the Holy Quran. Blessings have been given only to the prophets of Allah. Peace and salutation to Noah among the nations. 37 to 79. Peace and salutation to Abraham. 37 to 109. Peace and salutation to Moses and Aaron. 37 to 120. The people of Yasin refers to the people of Muhammad. All commentators and scholars of your own sect admit that Allah has addressed the Prophet as Yasin. Hence, Ahlu Yasin means the people of Muhammad. Among others, Ibn Hajar Makki, a very intolerant Sunni scholar, says in Sawa'iq Muhriqa, under the verses quoted in commendation of the Ahlul Bayt, that a group of commentators quoted Ibn Abbas, commentator, and the chief of the believers, as saying that Ahlu Yasin means Ahle Muhammad. Therefore, salam, the greeting of peace, for Ahlul Yasin means salam for Ahle Muhammad. Imam Fakhruddin Razi writes, "The Ahlul Bayt of the Prophet are equal to him in 5 matters. 1. The salam for the Prophet, and salam for Ahlul Yasin, Ahle Muhammad, are the same thing. 2. The salawat, blessings in ritual prayers for the Prophet and his Ahlul Bayt, which is compulsory. 3. Purity. Allah says in the Surah of Taha, 20-1, "O Prophet, clean and pure." The verse of purity was revealed in praise of the Ahlul Bayt. 4. Unlawfulness of charity. Charity may not be accepted either by the Prophet or by his Ahlul Bayt. 5. Love. Love for the Prophet means love for his Ahlul Bayt. Allah Almighty says, "Say, if you love Allah, then follow me. Allah will love you." 3:31. And about the Ahlul Bayt, Allah says, "Say, I do not ask of you any reward for it, but love for my near relatives." 42-23. Salawat, blessings on Muhammad and Ahle Muhammad, is the Sunnah, commendable, and in ritual prayer it is compulsory. Many of those relating hadith, particularly Bukhari in his Sahih, Volume 3, and Muslim in his Sahih, Volume 1, Sulaiman Balkhi in his Yanabiyul Mawadda, and even Hajar in his Sawa'iq, quotes Ka'ab ibn Ajza as saying, when the verse, Verily, Allah and His angels bless the Prophet. 33-56 was revealed. We asked the Holy Prophet, "How should we pray for our blessings for you, Apostle of Allah?" The Prophet replied, "Pray for your blessings in this way. O Allah, bless the Prophet Muhammad and Ahlul Muhammad." Quote, Imam Fakhruddin Razi, in Volume 6 of his Tafsir al-Kabir, also narrates a similar hadith. Ibn Hajar, commenting on the tradition, indicates that it is clear from the hadith that praying for blessings for the Holy Prophet is equal to praying for blessings on his descendants as well. He also quotes the Holy Prophet as saying, "Don't be incomplete in praying for blessings for me." When asked what he meant by incomplete blessings, he said, "Do not say, 'O Allah bless Muhammad,' but say, 'O Allah bless Muhammad and his descendants.'" Dailami writes that the Prophet said, "Our prayer remains obstructed unless we pray for blessings upon the Prophet and his people." Shafi'i says, "O Ahlul Bayt, in the Holy Quran, Allah has made love for you compulsory for us. Regarding the loftiness of your rank and position, it is sufficient to know that if a man does not pray for divine blessings for you, his prayer is not accepted. If the prayer for blessings for the Prophet and his descendants is deliberately omitted, the ritual prayer is rejected." And the Prophet said, "The ritual prayer is the pillar of faith. If the prayer is accepted, all other deeds are accepted. If it is rejected, all other deeds are rejected." To pray for divine blessings for the Ahlul Bayt is the Sunnah, commendable practice, and a mode of worship which was performed by the Holy Prophet himself. We are proud to do what the Holy Quran and the Holy Prophet have enjoined us to do. Third session, Saturday night, 25th of Rajab, 1345 AH. Hafiz, based on your talk last night, I conclude that the Shi'as are divided into a number of factions. Will you kindly let us know which of them you accept so that we may restrict our discussion to that faction? Shi'as not divided into factions. I didn't say that the Shi'as are divided into factions. Shi'as are devoted to Allah and followers of the Prophet and his descendants. Of course, some factions have assumed the name of Shi'as to mislead people. They took advantage of the name of the Shi'as, preached false beliefs, and spread confusion. Uninformed people have included their names among the Shi'as. There are 4 such factions, 2 of which have survived: the Zaydiyah, the Qaisaniya, the Qadahiyya, and the Khulat. The Zaydiyas. The Zaydiyas follow Zayd ibn Ali ibn Hussein. They consider Imam Zainul Abidin's son, Zayd, to be his successor. At present, these people are found in large numbers in Yemen and its surroundings. They believe that of the descendants of Ali and Fatima, he is the Imam who is learned, pious, and brave. He draws the sword and rises against the enemy. During the time of the oppressive Umayyad Caliph Hisham ibn Abdul Malik, Hazrat Zayd rose against those in authority and courted martyrdom, and was therefore acknowledged as Imam by the Zaydiyas. The fact is that Zayd possessed a far higher position than that which the Zaydin claimed for him. He was a great Sayyid of the Hashemite dynasty and was known for his piety, wisdom, prayers, and bravery. He passed many sleepless nights in prayer and fasted frequently. The Prophet prophesied his martyrdom, as narrated by Imam Hussein. The Holy Prophet put his sacred hand on my back and said, "O Hussein, it will not be long until a man will be born among your descendants. He will be called Zayd. He will be killed as a martyr. On the day of resurrection, he and his companions will enter heaven, setting their feet on the necks of the people." Single quote. Quote, But Zayd himself never claimed to be an imam. It is sheer slander for people to say that he did. In fact, he recognized Muhammad Baqir as the imam and pledged his full obedience to him. It was only after Muhammad Baqir's demise that unknowing people adopted the doctrine that he is not the imam who remains sitting at home and hides himself from the people. The imam is one who is a descendant of Hazrat Fatima, an alim, and who draws the sword and rises against the enemy and invites people to his side. The Zaydiyas are divided into 5 factions. 1. Mughayriyya, 2. Jarudiyya, 3. Zakariya, 4. Khashbiyya, and 5. Khaliqiyya. The Kassaniyas and their belief. The second faction is the Kaysaniyas. These are the companions of Kaysan, a slave of Ali ibn Abu Talib, who had freed him. These people believe that after Imam Hassan and Imam Hussein, Muhammad Hanafiya, the next eldest son of Commander of the Faithful, Ali, was the Imam. But Muhammad Hanafiya himself never claimed this. He was called the sincerest of devotees. He was known for his knowledge, piety, devotion, and obedience to divine commandments. Some ignorant men produced evidence of what they called his opposition to Imam Zainul Abidin. They claimed that Muhammad Hanafiya claimed to be the Imam. The fact was otherwise. He never claimed to be the Imam. He wanted to show his ignorant followers the rank and position of the 4th Imam Zainul Abidin. The result was that, in the same holy mosque when Hajarul Aswad, the black holy stone, affirmed the imamat of Imam Zainul Abidin, Abu Khalid Kabuli, chief of the followers of Muhammad Hanafiya, along with all other followers, acknowledged Imam Zainul Abidin as the Imam. But a group of cunning people misled the simple and ignorant people by saying that Muhammad ibn Hanafiya had only shown modesty, that in the face of the Umayyads it was most desirable for Muhammad Hanafiya to do as he did. After the death of Muhammad Hanafiya, these people said that he was not dead, that he had hidden himself in a cave of Mount Rizwi, and that he would reappear in the future to fill the world with justice and peace. This group contained 4 sub-factions. 1. Mukhtariya, 2. Karbiya, 3. Ishaqiya, and 4. Kharabiya. But none of them exists today. The Qaddaiyas and their belief. The third faction, Qaddaiyya, calls itself Shi'as, but it is a group of infidels. This sect originated in Egypt by Mamun ibn Salim, or Disan, known as Qadda and Isa, Chahar Laktan, Jesus of 4 parts. They took it upon themselves to interpret the Holy Quran and the records of history according to their own wishes. They hold that there are 2 codes of religion, one secret and the other manifest. The secret code was given by Allah to the Holy Prophet Muhammad. The Prophet gave it to Ali, and he gave it to his descendants and to the pure Shi'as. They believe that those who know the secret code are exempt from prayers and the worship of Allah. They have founded their religion on 7 pillars. They believe in 7 prophets and in 7 imams, the 7th imam being in occultation. They are awaiting his appearance. They are divided into 2 factions. 1. The Nasiriyya were the companions of Nasir Khusru Alawi, who through his poems, speeches, and books attracted a large number of people to infidelity. They were spread over Tabaristan in large numbers. 2. The Sabayya, known in the West as the Assassins. They were the companions of Hassan Sabah, a native of Egypt who came to Iran and caused the tragic events of Alamut, which resulted in the slaughter of large numbers of people. These facts are preserved in the records of history. The Ghulat and their belief. The fourth faction is that of the Ghalis, which is the most debased of all sects. They are incorrectly known as Shi'as. In fact, they are all unbelievers. They are divided into 7 factions. 1. Sabayiya, 2. Mansuriya, 3. Garabiya, 4. Baziyiya, 5. Yakubiya, 6. Ismailiya, and 7. Azduriya. Not only we Shi'as Ifna Asharis, who believe in the 12 Imams, but all Muslims of the world reject their faith. Shi'as Imamiyya, Ithna Ashari, and their belief. This is the real Shi'as group, which believes in the 12 Imams after the Holy Prophet.
The other factions have nothing in common with our group. They have only assumed the name Shi'as.
Belief in Allah and the Prophets. The Shi'as Imamiyya group believes in the ever-existing Almighty Allah. He is one in the sense of the absolute oneness of His essential existence. He is one, with none comparable to Him. He is the creator of everything in existence. There is no match or equal to Him in any respect. The holy prophets and messengers were sent to tell the people about Allah, how to worship Him, and how to know Him. All of the prophets preached and guided the people according to the tenets set forth by the 5 major prophets: Noah, Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and last of all, the holy prophet Muhammad, whose religion shall last until the day of judgment. Belief in chastisement, reward, hell, paradise, and day of judgment. Allah Almighty has fixed recompense for our deeds to be given to us in paradise or hell. The day fixed for the recompense of our deeds is called the Day of Judgment. When the world's life ends, Allah Almighty will reanimate the beings of the world from the beginning to the end. He will let them gather in the Mashar, the place of the gathering of the souls. After a just reckoning, everyone will be given reward or punishment according to his deeds. These things have been foretold in all divine books, the Torah, Bible, and the Holy Quran. For us, the most authentic source of guidance is the Holy Quran, which has reached us from the time of the Holy Prophet without any change. We act upon the injunctions contained in the Holy Quran, and we hope to be recompensed by Allah. We believe in all those obligatory commandments which are contained in the Holy Quran, like namaz, prayers, ruza, fasting, zakat and khums, yearly religious taxes, hajj, pilgrimage to the Kaaba, and jihad, holy war. Belief in the articles of practice. Similarly, we believe in the articles of practice of the faith, including the obligatory and optional practices, and all other injunctions that have reached us through the Holy Prophet. We are determined to abide by them and to perform them to the best of our capacity. And we refrain from all sins, large or small, like drinking, gambling, fornication, sodomy, usury, murder, tyranny, which have been forbidden in the Holy Quran and Hadith. Belief in Imams. We Shi'as also believe that, just as there is a messenger from Allah who conveys to us orders and injunctions, and who is elected and introduced to us by Allah, there is also a successor, caliph or protector of religion, who is appointed by Allah and is introduced to us through the Prophet of Allah. Accordingly, all prophets of Allah introduced their successors to their ummah, followers. the last of the holy prophets, who was the most perfect and most exalted of all prophets of Allah, left for his followers guides to help the people avoid confusion. According to the established hadith, he introduced to the people his 12 successors. The first, Ali ibn Abi Talib. The last Imam, the Mahdi, who is present in the world but is in occultation, will appear at an unknown time in the future, when he will fill the seething world with justice and peace. The Shia's Imamiyas also believe that these 12 Imams have been ordained by Allah and have been introduced to us through the last Holy Prophet. The last of the holy Imams has vanished from sight by divine command, just as other Imams disappeared during the time of previous prophets, as stated in many books written by your ulama. This sacred being has been preserved by Allah Almighty so that he may one day fill the world with justice. In short, the Shias believe in all that is contained in the Holy Quran and in authentic hadith. I am grateful to Allah that I have adopted these beliefs, not merely in blind imitation of my parents, but through logical reasoning and study. Hafiz, respected sir, I am indeed obliged to you for having explained the Shia's beliefs, but there are hadith and supplications in your books which run counter to your statements and establish the heresy of the Shias. Well-wisher, please be specific. Objection on hadith of Marifah, tradition of knowledge of Allah. In Tafsir al-Safi, written by one of your high-ranking ulama, Faiz Kashi, there is a hadith that one day Imam Hussein, the martyr of Karbala, addressing his companions, said, "O people, Allah Almighty has not created His servants but to know Him. When they knew Him, they worshipped Him. When they worshipped Him, they became adverse to worship of any other thing." One of the companions said, "May the lives of my father and mother be sacrificed to you. O son of the Holy Prophet, what is the real meaning of knowing Allah?" The Holy Imam replied, "For every man to know Allah means to know the Imam of his time, who must be obeyed." Well-wisher, first, we must examine the chain of narrators of the hadith in order to establish whether it is authentic. Even if it is correct with regard to the chain of narrators, yet the verses of the Holy Quran and the unquestionable hadith of the Holy Prophet in regard to the oneness of Allah cannot be misconstrued because of the assertion of one man. Why don't you examine the hadith and sayings of our holy imams, and the religious dialogues between our religious heads and the atheists, which already prove the unity of Allah? Why don't you consult the chief books and commentaries of the Shias, such as Tawheed al-Mufaddal, Tawheed al-Saduq, Bihar al-Anwar, Book of Tawheed, of Allama Majlisi, and other books written by Shias ulama, which are full of continuous hadith on Tawheed by our holy Imams? Why don't you consult An-Naqtul I'tiqadiyya by Sheikh Mufid, Dad 413 AH, one of the Shi'a's ulama, and also his book, Awailul Maqalat fil Madhahib wal Mukhtara'a, or Ihtijaj by our famous alim, Abu Mansur Ahmad ibn Ali ibn Abu Talib Tabrasi. If you had, you would know how our holy Imam Ar-Ridha proved the unity of Allah. It is not fair to pick out some dubious report simply to malign the Shias. Your own books contain absurdities and whimsical ideas. In fact, ridiculous hadith exist in your most authentic books like the Siha al-Sitta, i.e., the 6 books of accepted traditions. In fact, your words are ridiculous, since you find fault with books whose greatness and authenticity are unquestionable, particularly the Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim. Our ulama agree that all the hadith contained in them are true. If someone rejects these two books, he rejects the real Sunni sect. After the Holy Quran, Sunnis rely upon the authenticity of these two books. Perhaps you have seen Ibn Hajar Makki's point in the beginning of his Sawa'iq Muharriqa chapter of the affairs of the Caliphate of Abu Bakr, as recorded by Bukhari and Muslim in their Sahihain, which are the most authentic and reliable books after the Holy Quran, according to the unanimity of the followers, i.e., the Ummah or community. He says that since the whole community is unanimous in accepting the hadith of these books, whatever the community holds with one accord is unquestionable. On the basis of this agreement, all the ahadith contained in these books are undoubtedly acceptable. Hence, no one can have the courage to assert that these books contain absurdities or ridiculous matter. Absurd reports in Sahihain, the two collections, of Bukhari and Muslim. First, that these books are acceptable to the whole community is open to objection. Your claim with reference to Ibn Hajar is itself absurd, since 100 million Muslims do not accept his point. Hence, the unanimity of the community in the matter is just like the unanimity claimed by your people in the matter of the caliphate. Secondly, what I say is based on valid reasons. If you study those books with an unprejudiced mind, you will be astonished. Many of your great ulama, such as Darqutni, Ibn Hazm, Allama Abu al-Fadl, Ja'far ibn Tha'labi, in Kitab al-Imta' fi Ahkam al-Sama', Sheikh Abdul Qadir ibn Muhammad Qarshi in Jawahir al-Mazaya fi Tabaqat al-Hanafiyya, and others, including all the Hanafi ulama, have criticized the Sahihain and have acknowledged that they contain a number of weak and unconfirmed hadith. The objective of Bukhari and Muslim was to collect hadith, not to consider their authenticity. Some of your research scholars, like Kamaluddin Jafar ibn Salih, have taken great pains in pointing out the defects and faults of the hadith and have set forth valid grounds in support of their findings. I would welcome it if you would put forward the arguments so that the audience may know the truth. Well-wisher, I will cite only a few examples. References about visibility of Allah. If you wish to study misleading hadith regarding the incarnation of Allah, which contend that He, as a physical being, can be seen in this world or will be seen in the hereafter, as believed by a faction of the Sunnis, i.e., the Hanbalites and Ash'arites, you may refer to your own books, particularly Sahih Bukhari, Volume I, in the chapter Fazla's Sujud min Kitabul Adhan, page 100, Volume IV, page .92 of Sahih Muslim, Babu Sirah min Kitab al-Rikak, and Sahih Muslim, Volume 1, in the chapter Isbatur Ru'yatul Mu'minin Rabbahum fil Akhirah, page 86, and Musnad of Imam Hanbal, Volume 2, page 275. You will find sufficient information of this type in those books. For example, Abu Huraira says, "The clamor and violent rage of hell will intensify. It will not calm down until Allah puts His leg in it. Then hell will say, 'Stop! Stop! It is enough for me. It is enough for me.'" Abu Huraira also narrates that a group of people asked the Holy Prophet, "Shall we see our Creator on the Day of Judgment?" He replied, "Of course. At midday, when the sky is free of clouds, does the sun hurt you if you look at it?" Quote, they said, "No." Again he said, "During the nights when you see the full moon, when the sky is clear, does it hurt you?" They said, "No." He continued, "So when you see Allah Almighty on the Day of Judgment, you will not be hurt, just as you are not hurt by seeing these, the sun and the moon." When the day of judgment comes, it will be announced by Allah that every community should follow its God. So, everyone who has worshipped idols, or anything other than Allah, the One, shall be thrust into hell fire. So shall every one of the good and bad persons be thrown into it, except those who worshipped Allah SWT, the Absolute One. They shall lie in hellfire. At that time, Allah will appear in a particular form before the people, so that they can see Him. Then Allah will tell them that He is their Allah. The believers will then say, "We take refuge in your Godhead. We are not among those who have worshipped anything except Allah the Absolute." Allah will say in reply, "Have you any sign between you and Allah so that you may see Him and identify Him?" They will say, "Yes." Then Allah will show them His bare leg. Thereupon the believers will raise their heads upwards and will see Him in the same condition as they saw Him for the first time. Then Allah will say that He is their Creator. All of them will acknowledge that He is their Allah. Quote, "Now, it is for you to judge whether this kind of statement is tantamount to infidelity or not, that Allah would physically appear before the people and would uncover His leg. And the strongest point in support of my argument is that Muslim ibn Hajjaj begins a chapter in his Sahih about the proof of the visibility of Almighty Allah, and has quoted the fabricated reports from Abu Huraira, Zayd ibn Aslam, Suwaid ibn Sa'id, and others. And some of the leading ulama of your own sect, like Dhahabi in Mizanul I'tidal and Suyuti in his Kitabul Lu'aliya lil Masnu'a fi Hadithul Muzu'a, and Sibt ibn Jawzi in al-Muzawi, have proved on reasonable grounds that these narrations are fabricated. Holy Quran rejects doctrine of visibility of Allah. Even if there had been no proof against the above assertions, the verse of the Holy Quran explicitly rejects the doctrine of the visibility of Allah. Allah says, "Vision comprehends Him not, and He comprehends all vision." 6-103. Again, when the prophet Moses was compelled by the Israelites to go to his place of prayer and beseech Allah to show Himself to him, the Holy Quran records the event as follows. He said, "My Lord, show me Thyself, so that I may look upon Thee." He said, "You cannot bear to see me." 7-143. Sayyid Abdul Hayy, Imam of the Jama'at Ahlus Sunnah, "It not a fact that Ali said, 'I do not worship a God whom I do not see'? When Ali says such a thing, it means that Allah can be seen." Arguments and hadith about the invisibility of Allah. Well-wisher. Respected friend, you have taken one sentence out of context. I will recite the whole text to you. This hadith has been recorded by the great Sheikh Muhammad ibn Yaqub Kulaini in his Usul al-Kafi, volume on Tawheed, as well as Sheikh Saduq in his book on Tawheed, chapter Ibtal Aqida Ruyatullah. Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq is quoted as saying, a Jewish scholar asked the commander of the faithful, Ali, whether he had seen Allah at the time of prayers. The Imam replied, "He cannot be seen by these physical eyes. It is the heart which sees Him through the light of the realities of conviction." It follows from Ali's reply that what he means by seeing Allah is not seeing Him with the eyes, but through the light of sincere faith. There are many other proofs based on reason and recorded facts to substantiate our point of view. Moreover, apart from Shia's scholars, your own ulama, like Qazi Baydawi and Jarullah Zamakhshari, have proved in their commentaries that it is impossible to see Allah. One who believes in the visibility of Allah, in this world or in the hereafter, believes that He is a physical being. To believe this is infidelity. Further references to absurdities in 2 collections of traditions. You consider that your 6 traditional books, particularly those of Bukhari and Muslim, are like revealed books. I wish that you could look at them objectively and not exceed limits in your praise for them. Bukhari in the chapter Kitab al-Ghusl, and Muslim in part 2 of his Sahih, in the chapter on virtues of the Prophet Moses, and Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in his Musnad, part 2, page 315, and others of your ulama have quoted Abu Huraira as saying, "Among the Bani Israel, it was customary to bathe together without clothes, so that they glanced at the genitals of one another. They did not consider it objectionable. Only the prophet Moses went into the water alone, so that no one could see his private parts." The Bani Israel used to say that the prophet Moses had defective genitals, so he avoided bathing with them. One day, the prophet Moses went to the river to bathe. He took off his clothes, put them over a stone, and went into the water. The stone fled with his clothes. Moses ran after the stone, naked, shouting, "My clothes! O stone, my clothes!" The Bani Israel saw the naked Moses and said, "By Allah, Moses has no defect in his genitals." The stone then stopped, and Moses retrieved his clothes.
Then Moses beat the stone so severely that 6 or 7 times the stone shrieked in pain.
Do you actually believe such a thing is possible for the holy prophet Moses? Or that a stone, an inanimate object, could take away his clothes? Surely it would be impossible for a prophet to run naked before the people. I will relate another hadith recorded in the Sahih, which is even more ridiculous. Bukhari quotes Abu Huraira in his Sahih, Volume 1, page 158, and Volume 2, page 163, and again in the chapter Death of the Prophet Moses, and Muslim also quotes the same authority, Abu Huraira, in his Sahih, Volume 2, page 309, in the chapter On the Merits of Moses, as saying, "The angel of death came to the prophet Moses and asked him to accept the invitation of his creator. Upon hearing this, Moses gave him such a slap in his face that he lost one of his eyes. So he went back to Allah and complained that he had sent him to a man who did not want to die, and who had knocked out one of his eyes. Allah cured his eye and ordered him to go again to Moses and to tell him that if he wanted longer life, he should lay his hand on the back of a bull. He would live for as many years as the number of hairs that would be covered by his hand." Quote, Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in his Musnad, Volume 2, page 315, and Muhammad ibn Jarir Tabari in his History, Volume 1, under the heading Death of the Prophet Moses, gave the same account from Abu Huraira, with the addition that up to the time of Moses, the angel of death used to physically separate the soul from the body. But after Moses gave him a slap in the face, he came unseen. Now, it is for you to judge what sort of nonsense this is, which is included in the 2 collections of traditions, which you call the most correct of all books after the Holy Quran. The reports I have cited certainly insult the honor of the prophets of Allah. As for Abu Huraira, I am not surprised at his narrations. Your own ulama admit that in order to fill his belly from the dainty dishes provided by Muawiyah, he fabricated reports. Because of his fabrications, Caliph Umar had him lashed. It is surprising that sensible people believe in such ridiculous stories. Now, let's return to our discussion regarding the hadith you quoted. Obviously, a just man who sees a lone narration, narrated by only one person, would compare it with other authentic hadith. He would correct it or reject it outright rather than use it as a basis for attacking his brothers of another sect and calling them infidels. Since the Tafsir al-Safi is not here with us, we cannot say anything about the authenticity of this hadith. Even if it is true, we should rely on the principle that if we know the effect, we can know the cause. That is, if we know the Imam as Imam, we certainly know the identity of Allah, in the same way that if one knows the Prime Minister, he knows the King. It is in reference to this principle that the chapter Tawheed and other verses of the Holy Quran were revealed. Moreover, there are many hadith about the unity of Allah narrated by Imam Hussein himself and other Imams. To know our Imam is a great form of worship of Allah. The same meaning has been given in Ziyarat al-Jamia, which has come down to us from our holy Imam. We may also interpret it in another way, as scholars have done in similar matters. Every performer of an action may be understood by the nature of his action. Since the Prophet and his descendants attain the highest level of human possibility, no others are as meritorious or virtuous as they. Since they are the most evident means of knowing Allah, anyone who knows them knows Allah. As they have themselves said, "It is through us that Allah can be known, and it is through us that Allah can be served." We believe that the Prophet's family taught us knowledge about Allah and the proper way to worship Him. Those who have not followed them have lost the way. Hadith al-Thaqalain. To stress the same point, the Prophet said in a hadith acknowledged by both sects, "O my people, I leave behind me for you two great objects of authority, the Book of Allah and my Ahlul Bayt. Should you remain attached to these two, never, never shall you be misled after me, for verily these two shall never, never be separated from each other until they meet me at the fountain of Kauthar." Quote, "We do not rely on this tradition, which you try to revise. There are many innovations in your books and examples of polytheism, like seeking fulfillment of our desires from the Imams rather than from Allah." What is polytheism? Polytheism means to turn to any other person or thing rather than to Allah for the satisfaction of our needs. It has been observed that Shi'as never invoke Allah. They invoke the Imams. It is nothing but polytheism. Well-wisher, I am afraid you distort facts. Perhaps I may be allowed to tell you what polytheism is according to the great ulama of Islam and according to the verses of the Holy Quran. Polytheism and its kinds. Polytheism is of two kinds: open polytheism and hidden polytheism. Open polytheism means to associate someone or something with Allah's all-perfect self or with His attributes. Making partners with Allah means associating something with His oneness and acknowledging this association with the tongue, like the Sanamiyas or the Zoroastrians, who believe in two principles, light and darkness. Christians also do this. They believe in the Trinity and divide divinity into three parts: Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. They believe in separate characteristics for each, and unless the three are united, the divine self is not complete. The Holy Quran rejects this belief, and Allah Almighty declares His oneness in these words. Certainly they disbelieve who say, "Surely Allah is the third person of three. There is no God but the one Allah." 5-73. Associating things with divine attributes means believing that His attributes, like His knowledge or might, are separate from, or in addition to, his all-perfect self. The Ash'aris of Abul Hasan Ali ibn Ismail Ash'ari Basari are reported by your own leading ulama, like Ali ibn Ahmad in his book Al-Kashf and Minhajul Adillah fi Aqa'id al-Millah, The Open Just Revelation of the Beliefs of Nations, page 57, to believe that the attributes of Allah are in addition to His all-perfect self and are eternal. So, anyone who believes that any quality or attribute of His is in any way an addition to His all-perfect self is a polytheist. Every attribute of His is essential to Him. Polytheism in one's actions means to associate someone with His ever-independent will. The Jews believe that Allah created creatures and then kept Himself aloof from His creatures. In condemnation of these people, the following verse was revealed. And the Jews say, "The hand of Allah is tied. Their hands shall be shackled, and they shall be cursed for what they say. Nay, both His hands are spread out. He expends as He pleases." The Galis, or Galat, extremists form another group of polytheists. They are also called Mufawiza. They believe that Allah has delegated His powers, or entrusted all affairs to the holy imams. According to them, the imams are the creators, and they also give us sustenance. Obviously, those who consider someone a partner in divine authority are polytheists. Polytheism in prayer. Polytheism in prayer means deliberately turning one's attention during prayers toward a created being rather than toward Allah. If one intends to pray to a created being, he is a polytheist. The Holy Quran forbids it in these words: "Whoever hopes to meet his Lord, he should do good deeds and not join anyone in the service of his Lord." 18 to 110. This verse shows that the fundamental article of faith is that man should do whatever is good and should not associate anyone with Allah in offering obedience and worship to Him. In other words, he who offers prayers, or performs the Hajj, or does any good act merely to show to the public his righteousness, he is a polytheist. He has associated others with Allah in the matter of performing his deeds. The vain display of good deeds is minor polytheism, which negates our good actions. It has been reported that the Holy Prophet said, "Abstain from minor polytheism." People asked him, "O Prophet of Allah, what is minor polytheism?" He replied, "Al-Riya was-Sama', i.e., to show people or to let them hear of your worship of Allah. Also, the Holy Prophet said, "The worst thing which I fear for you is your hidden polytheism. So rise above it, since among my followers, polytheism is more secret than the creeping of the ant on a hard stone in the dark night." Again he said, "One who offers the ritual prayer in an ostentatious way is a polytheist. One who keeps the fast, or gives alms, or performs the Hajj, or frees a slave to show to the public his righteousness, or to earn a good name, is a polytheist." And, since this last line refers to matters of the heart, it has been included in hidden polytheism. We note of your own statement that if someone makes an offering to any created being, he is a polytheist. So, the Shi'as are also polytheists, since they make offerings to the holy imams and their sons. Concerning offerings or pledges, if we wish to determine the faith of a community, we should not rely on the uninformed people of that community. We should study their reliable books. If you wish to study Shi'ism, don't start with Shi'as beggars on roads crying, "O Ali, O Imam Arida," and on that ground declare that Shi'as are polytheists. Similarly, if ignorant people make pledges or offerings in the name of the imams or their sons, you should not slander all of Shi'ism. If you study Shia's books of jurisprudence, you will find that there is not a single trace of polytheism or absurdity. The insistence on the oneness of Allah is manifest everywhere. The most famous books, Sharh Luma and Shara'i, are widely available, and you may study them. In the chapter Offerings, the legal pronouncements of Shia's jurists are cited, both in the two works cited above and in many other publications. Since Nazr is a kind of prayer, it is essential that there should be an intention that it be for the sake of seeking nearness to Allah. There are two conditions for a valid Nazr: intention of the heart and utterance, or expression in prescribed words in whatever language it may be. Regarding the first condition, the intention of the heart must be for the sake of Allah. The second condition completes the first condition. The person who makes the offering, Nazr, must say in words that it is for Allah. For instance, if he pledges to keep a fast or to give up drinking, he must make the intention using the prescribed words, which contain the word lillah, for the sake of Allah, without which the offering is invalid. Offerings in the name of Allah. If we make an offering not in the name of Allah, but for someone else, whether he be dead or alive, or if we include him with the name of Allah, even if he is an imam or his son, the offering is not valid. If this is done deliberately and knowingly, then it is evident polytheism, as is clear from the verse. And not join anyone in the service of his Lord. 18 to 110. Shia's jurists agree that to make an offering in the name of any person, including prophets or imams, is wrong. If it is done intentionally, it is polytheism. An offering must be made in the name of Allah, although we are authorized to do it whenever we like. For instance, if someone in the name of Allah takes a goat to a particular house or place of worship, or to the tomb of an imam or son of an imam and sacrifices it, there is no harm in it. Also, if he pledges and gives money or clothes in the name of Allah to a certain Sayyid, a descendant of the Prophet, or gives alms to an orphan or beggar, there is no harm in it. Of course, if he pledges to make an offering simply for the sake of the Prophet or an imam, a son of an imam, or for some other person, it is forbidden. If done intentionally, it is polytheism. It is the duty of every prophet or religious authority to admonish people, as the Holy Quran says, "Say, obey Allah and obey the Apostle. But if you turn back, then on him rests that which is imposed on him, and on you rests that which is imposed on you." It is people's duty to hear what the Prophet of Allah says and to act upon it. If, however, someone does not care to follow divine precepts and does not act on them, it does not harm the faith or the principles in which the faith is founded. Hidden polytheism. Making a display of prayers. The second kind of polytheism is hidden polytheism, such as making a display of our prayers or other forms of obedience to Allah. The difference between this polytheism and polytheism in prayers is that in the case of polytheism in prayers, we associate some other thing or being with Allah. If someone directs his attention towards anything other than Allah in the ritual prayer, or if by the suggestion of shaitan, he has a picture of a false deity in his mind, or if his guide is the center of his attention, then he is a polytheist. Nothing except Allah should be the object of attention in our worship. The Prophet said that if someone does a good deed and makes someone else a partner with Allah in it, then his whole deed is for the partner. Allah hates that action as well as its doer. It has also been reported that the Holy Prophet said that if someone offers the ritual prayer, observes a fast, or performs the pilgrimage and has the idea that by his doing so the people will praise him, then verily he has made a partner with Allah in his action. It has also been reported from Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq that if someone performs an action for fear of Allah or for the recompense in the hereafter and includes in it the pleasure of a human being, then the doer of that action is a polytheist. Polytheism regarding causation. One kind of polytheism is that which relates to causation, since most people base their hopes and fears on secondary causes. This is also polytheism, but it is pardonable. Polytheism means to think that power lies intrinsically in secondary causes. For instance, the sun nourishes many things in the world. But if one considers this power to be inherent in the sun, then this is polytheism. However, if we believe that the power of the sun is given to it by Allah, and that the sun is only a secondary means of His munificence, then this is never polytheism. It is rather a form of worship, since to pay attention to the signs of Allah is a prelude to attending to Allah. A reference has been made in the verses of the Holy Quran to the fact that we should ponder the signs of Allah, since this leads the attention toward Allah. In the same way, reliance on secondary causes, a tradesman's attention to trade, or a farmer's attention to his farm, make one a polytheist if he thereby diverts his attention from Allah. Based on the above explanation of polytheism, which of the examples cited do you consider to be applicable to Shi'as? In what way, from the point of view of prayer, faith, or the Shi'as' traditions that you have seen, can they be charged with polytheism? Hafiz, I admit that all you have said is correct, but if you would just take the trouble to think for a moment, you will agree that to rely on the Imams is polytheism. Since we should not seek any human means of approach to Allah, we should invoke Allah directly for help. Why prophets sought help from people? It is strange that you ignore what I have been saying here all along. Is it polytheism to make requests of other people for the fulfillment of our desires? If this were true, the whole of humanity is polytheistic. If to seek help from others is polytheism, why did the prophets seek help from people? You should study the verses of the Holy Quran so that you may know what is true and correct. The following verses are worth attention. He said, O chiefs, which of you can bring to me her throne before they come to me in submission? One audacious among the jinn said, I will bring it to you before you rise up from your place, and most surely I am strong and trusty for it. One who had the knowledge of the book said, I will bring it to you in the twinkling of an eye. Then, when he saw it settled beside him, he said, This is of the grace of my Lord. 27:38-40. The bringing of the throne of Bilqis, Queen of Sheba, to Solomon was impossible for every creature. Admittedly, it was unusual, and the prophet Solomon, despite his knowing that it required divine power, did not ask Almighty Allah to bring the throne, but asked mere creatures to help him. This fact shows that seeking others' help is not polytheism. Allah, the first cause, is the creator of the causes of this world. Polytheism is a matter of the heart. If a man asks for someone's help and does not consider him Allah or his partner, it is not forbidden. This situation is common everywhere. People go to the houses of others and ask them for help without taking the name of Allah. If I go to a physician and ask him to cure me, am I a polytheist? Again, if a man is drowning and he cries for help, is he a polytheist? So, please be fair and do not misconstrue facts. The whole Shi'as community believes that if anyone considers the descendants of the Prophet as being Allah or partners in his self, he is surely a polytheist. You might have heard Shi'as in trouble crying, "O Ali, help me." "O Hussein, help me." This does not mean that they are saying, "O Allah Ali, help me." "O Allah Hussein, help me." But the fact is that since the world is a house of secondary causes, we consider them the means of deliverance from troubles. We seek the help of Allah through them. Instead of invoking Allah directly, why do you invoke the means? Well-wisher. Our permanent attention regarding our desires, distresses, and anguish is fixed upon Allah, the Absolute. But the Holy Quran says that we should reach Almighty Allah through some means of approach. O you who believe, do your duty to Allah and seek the means of approach to Him. 535. The holy al-Muhammad, descendants of the Prophet, are means of divine bounty. We Shias do not regard the descendants of the Prophet as the solution to all our problems. We regard them as the most pious of the servants of Allah and as a means of divine bounty. We attach ourselves to that exalted family according to the injunction of the Prophet. Hafiz, why do you say that the words means of approach in the above verse refer to the descendants of the Holy Prophet? Well-wisher. In many hadith, the Prophet recommended to us that in our troubles we invoke his descendants as a means of approach to Allah. Many of your ulama, like Hafiz Abu Nu'aym Isfahani, in his Nuzul al-Quran fi Ali, revelations in the Quran about Ali. Hafiz Abu Bakr Shirazi, in his Ma Nazala min al-Quran fi Ali, and Imam Ahmad Thalabi in his Tafsir, commentary, say that wasilat, means of approach, in the above verse means the descendants of the Prophet. This reference has been apparent from many ahadith of the Prophet. Ibn Abil Hadid Mu'tazili, one of your respected ulama, says in his Sharh Nahjul Balagha, Volume 4, page 79, that Bibi Fatima Zahra referred to the meaning of this verse in the presence of the Muhajirs and Ansars, while delivering her address in connection with the usurpation of her estate of Fadak in these words, "I praise Allah, for whose dignity and light the residents of the skies and the earth seek means of approach towards Him. Among His creation, we are the means of approach." Hadith al-Thaqalain, Hadith of two great things. Among the many accepted arguments about the lawfulness of our following the descendants of the Prophet is the Hadith Thaqalain, whose authenticity has been acknowledged by both the sects. The Prophet said, "If you keep yourselves attached to these two, never, never will you go astray after me." I think you are mistaken when you say that this hadith is authentic and that it has been accepted by all, since it is unknown by our great ulama. To prove this, I may say that the greatest narrator of hadith of our sect, Muhammad ibn Ismail Bukhari, does not record it in his Sahih, which is the most authentic book after the Holy Quran. I am not mistaken about it. The authenticity of this holy hadith has been acknowledged by your own ulama. Even Ibn Hajar Makki, for all his intolerance and prejudice, accepts it as true. You should consult Sawa'iq Muhriqa, Part 2, Chapter 2, pages 89 to 90, under verse 4, in which, after quoting the statements of Tirmidhi, Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, Tibrani, and Muslim, he says, "Know that the hadith concerning attachment to the Thaqalain, the holy descendants of the Prophet, and the Holy Quran has been narrated in many ways. The narrators of this hadith number more than 20 companions of the Prophet." Quote, then he says that there is some difference in the manner in which this tradition has been narrated. Some say that it was narrated when the Prophet was on his last Hajj at Arafah. Some say it was related in Medina, when the Holy Prophet was on his deathbed, and his room was full of his companions. Others say that it was narrated at Ghadir al-Khum, and some say it was narrated after his return from Ta'if. After saying all this, he, Hajar Maki, himself comments that there is no significant difference in the hadith itself. As for all the different occasions, it is probable that the Prophet recounted this tradition time and again in order to emphasize the greatness of the Holy Quran and his holy descendants. You said that since Bukhari has not recorded this hadith in his Sahih, its authenticity is questionable. But this hadith, although not recorded by Bukhari, has been generally quoted by the major ulama of your sect, including Muslim ibn Hujjaj and other authors of the 6 collections of traditions, who have exhaustively dealt with it in their books and do not rely solely on the collection of Bukhari. If you acknowledge the justice of all your own ulama, all of whom were recognized by the Sunnis of the past, you should accept as true the hadith, which for some reason has not been recorded by Bukhari. There was no motive behind that. Bukhari was very cautious in the matter of recording reports. He was a careful scholar, and if he found the hadith, from the point of view of its text or source, to be harmful or unacceptable to common sense, he did not record it. Well-wisher. As the proverb goes, love for something makes a man blind and deaf. The respected Sunnis are mistaken here. You are too enthusiastic in your love for Imam Bukhari. You say that he was a very minute scrutinizer of facts and that the reports of his Sahih are reliable and deserve the rank of revelation. But the fact is otherwise. The chain of reports mentioned by Bukhari consists of persons who are often condemned as liars. Your assertion is false. You denigrate Bukhari's learning and ability, which is an insult to the whole Sunni sect. If criticism based on knowledge is an insult, then many of your own most distinguished ulama are men who have insulted the high position of learning and erudition. I would advise you to study for yourself the books written by great authors and ulama of your sect who have made comments on Bukhari's Sahih, e.g., al-Lu'al al-Masnu'a fi Hadith al-Muzawi by Suyuti, Mizan al-Ibtidal, and Talkhis al-Mustadrak of Dhahabi, Tadhkirat al-Muzawi by Ibn Jawzi, The History of Baghdad, compiled by Abu Bakr Ahmad ibn Ali Khatib Baghdadi, and other books of Rijal, namely, treatises on the character of narrators of traditions by many of your great ulama. If you read these books, you will not dare say that I have insulted Imam Bukhari. Bukhari and Muslim have recorded many traditions reported by fabricators. What I have said is this: the 2 books, Sahih Muslim and Sahih Bukhari, contain hadith narrated by liars. If you study Sahih Muslim and Sahih Bukhari in the light of the books of Rijal, you will find that they have recorded many hadith reported from men who were great liars, e.g., Abu Huraira, the notorious liar, Ikrimah Kharji, Sulaiman ibn Amr, and others of the same category. Bukhari was not so cautious in recording hadith as you think. He did not record the hadith al-Thaqalain, which others have done, but he had no hesitation in recording ludicrous and insulting stories about the Prophet Moses slapping the face of the angel of death, the Prophet Moses running away naked after a stone, and Allah's visibility. Consider another ridiculous and insulting story recorded by Bukhari in his Sahih, Volume 2, Chapter Al-Lahr bil-Harb, page 120, and by Muslim in his Sahih, Volume 1, quoting Abu Huraira as saying that on the Eid, a holiday, some Sudanese nomads gathered in the mosque of the Prophet. They entertained spectators with their sport and performances. The Prophet asked Aisha if she would like to witness the performances. She said she would. The Prophet let her mount on his back in such a way that she had her head over his shoulders and her face on the head of the Prophet. In order to amuse Aisha, the Holy Prophet was asking the entertainers to stage a better dance. At last, Aisha became tired, and the Holy Prophet let her get down on the ground. Judge for yourself whether such a story is not insulting. If Bukhari was so cautious about recording facts, was it fair on his part to record such foolish stories in his Sahih? But even now, you characterize these books as the most authentic ones after the Holy Quran. Of course, Bukhari took special care to omit the matter of the imamate and the vicegerency of Ali, as well as the matter of the Ahlul Bayt. Probably, he feared such information might someday be used as a weapon against the opponents of the Ahlul Bayt. Many authentic hadith regarding Ahlul Bayt scrupulously avoided. So when we compare the Sahih Bukhari with other Sihah, we come to the conclusion that on this topic, the Ahlul Bayt, a hadith, however authentic and fully supported by writers in the light of the Holy Quran it may be, Bukhari has purposely failed to record it. For instance, there are many verses of the Holy Quran, revelations which have a direct bearing on the Hadith al-Wilaya, on the day of Ghadir, Hadith al-Inzar al-Yawm ad-Dar, Hadith al-Muwakhat, Hadith al-Safina, Hadith al-Babul Hitta, etc., which concern the respect for and viceverency of the descendants of the Holy Prophet. These have been avoided scrupulously by Bukhari. And on the other hand, those so-called ahadith, which humiliate the prophets, particularly our prophet and his chaste descendants, are recorded in his book without the least consideration that they have been reported by liars. Sources of Hadith al-Thaqalain. As for the Hadith of Thaqalain, two weighty things, which Bukhari has not included in his collection, the other authentic books of your sect have related it. In fact, even the great traditionist, Muslim, who is regarded as being equal to Bukhari, has also related it. The other scholars who have related this tradition are the following: Muslim ibn Hajjaj in his Sahih, volume 7, page 122, Abu Dawood in his Sahih, Tirmidhi in his Sunan, part 2, page 307, Nisa'i in his Khasa'is, page 30. Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in his Musnad, volume 3, page 14 to 17, volume 4, page 26 and 59, and volume 5, page 182 and 189, Hakim in Mustadrak, volume 3, page 109 and 148. Hafiz Abu Nu'aym Isfahani in his Hilyatul Awliya, volume 1, page 355. Sibt ibn Jawzi in his Tadhkira, page 182. Ibn Athir Jazari in his Usudul Ghaiba, volume 2, page 12, and volume 3, page 147. Hamidi in Jama'a Bayna Sahihain. Razin in his Jama'a Bayna Sihah as-Sitta. Tibrani in his Ta'rikh al-Kabir. Dhahabi in his Talkhis al-Mustadrak, Ibn Abd Rabbih in his Iqdul Farid, Muhammad ibn Talha Shafi'i in is Matalib al-Su'ul, Khatib Khawarizmi in Manaqib, Sulaiman Balki Hanafi in Yanabi'ul Mawadda, chapter, page 18, 25, 29, 30, 31, 32, 32, 34, 95, 115, 126, 199, and 230, with slight narrations in words. Sir Sayyid Ali Hamadani in the second Mawadda of his Mawaddatul Qurba, Ibn Abil Hadid in Sharh Nahjul Balagha, Shablanji in Nurul Absar, page 99, Nuruddin ibn Sabbagh Malaki in Fusul al-Muhimma, page 25. Hamwaini in Fara'idus Simtain.
Imam Tha'labi in Tafsir Kashful Bayan. Sa'ani and Ibn Maghadhili Shafi'i in Manaqib.
Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi'i in Kifayatul Talib, chapter 1, in the account of the authenticity of the sermon of Ghadir Khum, and also in chapter 62, page 130.
Muhammad ibn Sa'd Katib in Tabaka, volume 4, page 8.
Fakhruddin Razi in Tafsir Kabir, volume 3, under the verse of Etisam, page 18.
Ibn Kathir Damishki in Tafsir, volume 4, under the verse of Mawadda, page 113. Ibn Hajar Makki in Sawa'i' al-Muhriqa, pages 75, 87, 90, 99, and 136, with variations of words. There are several other scholars of your sect whose names I cannot relate in this meeting because of the lack of time. Many of your scholars have related this important hadith from the Holy Prophet so commonly and with unbroken continuity of narration from one to the other that it has attained the status of a regularly narrated hadith. According to this hadith, the Prophet said the following: I leave among you two weighty things, the Book of Allah and my progeny. If you keep yourselves attached to these two, never will you go astray. These two will never be separated from each other until they meet me at the fountain of Kawthar. Quote, myth bust. Based on this genuine hadith, we hold that we should seek adherence to the Holy Quran and the Ahlul Bayt of Muhammad. Shaykh, this hadith of the Prophet has been related by Salih ibn Musa ibn Abdullah ibn Ishaq through his accredited chain of narrators, saying that Abu Huraira reported it in this way: I leave behind me two great things, the Book of Allah, the Holy Quran, and my Sunnah, tradition. Well-wisher, you again quote the hadith from the same wicked person who has been rejected by critics of the Shi'as like Dhahabi, Yahya, Imam Nasa'i, Bukhari, and Ibn Adi, etc. Aren't you satisfied with the reliable references that I have made from your own great ulama regarding this hadith? You quote an unacceptable version of the hadith, even though both Shias and Sunnis have accepted that the Holy Prophet used the words, the Book of Allah and my progeny, and not my Sunnah. In fact, book, Quran, and Sunnah, tradition, both require interpretation. Traditions, therefore, cannot explain the Holy Quran. So the progeny of the Prophet, who are the equals of the Holy Quran, are the real interpreters of the Quran, as well as the traditions, Sunnah, of the Prophet. Hadithus Safina. Another reason we seek attachment to the descendants of the Prophet is the authentic Hadith al-Safina, which has been narrated by all of your great ulama, almost without exception, and with unbroken continuity. More than 100 of your own scholars have related this hadith. Muslim ibn Hajjaj in Sahih, Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in Musnad, Hafiz Abu Nu'aym in Hilyatul Awliya, Ibn Abdil Bir in Isti'ab, Abu Bakr Khatib Baghdadi in Tarikh al-Baghdad, Muhammad ibn Talha Shafi'i in Matalib al-Su'uli, Ibn Athir in Nihaya, Sibt ibn Jawzi in Tadhkira, Ibn Sabbagh al-Makki in Fusul al-Muhimma, Allama Nuruddin Samhudi in Tarikh al-Madina, Sayyid Mu'min Shablanji in Nur al-Absar, Imam Fakhruddin Razi in Tafsir al-Mafatih al-Ghaib, Jalaluddin Suyuti in Durul Mansur, Imam Tha'labi in Tafsir al-Kashf al-Bayan, Tabrani in Awsat, Hakim in Mustadrak, Volume 3, page 151.
Sulaiman Balki Hanafi in Yanabi wal-Mawadda, Chapter 4. Mir Sayyid Ali Hamadani in Mawaddatul Qurba, Mawadda 2. Ibn Hajar Makki in Sawa'iqul Muhriqa under verse 8. Tabari in his tafsir as well as his history. Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi'i in Kifayatut Talib, chapter 100, page 233. Many other great scholars of your sect have related that the Holy Prophet said, "The likeness of my Ahlul Bayt is that of the Ark of Noah. He who gets into it is saved. He who turns away from it will be drowned and lost." Imam Muhammad ibn Idris Shafi'i has referred to the authenticity of this hadith in his couplets, which Allama Fazil Ajib recorded in his Zakhiratul Ma'al. Imam Shafi'i, who is recognized as one of the distinguished religious scholars of the Sunni sect, admits that our attachment to the purified family of the Prophet is the means of our deliverance because, of the 70 sects of Islam, the sect which follows the descendants of the Prophet is the only one to secure deliverance. Seeking means to approach Allah, not polytheism. You said that seeking means to reach Allah is polytheism. If this were true, why did Caliph Omar ibn Khattab seek Allah's help through the descendants of the Prophet? Hafiz. Caliph Omar never did so. Well-wisher. In times of need, Umar sought the help of the descendants of the Prophet, invoked Allah through them, and his wishes were fulfilled. I refer to only 2 such occasions. Ibn Hajar Makki writes in his Sawa'iq al-Muhriqa, after verse 14 from the History of Damascus, that in the 17th year of the Hijrah, people prayed for rain, but to no effect. Caliph Umar said that he would pray for rain the next day through the means of approach to Allah. Next morning, he went to Abbas, the uncle of the Prophet, and said, "Come out so that we may invoke Allah through you for rain." Abbas asked Omar to sit for some time so that the means of approach to Allah could be provided. The Bani Hashim, Ahlul Bayt, were then informed. Abbas then came out with Ali, Imam Hassan, and Imam Hussein. Other Bani Hashim were behind them. Abbas asked Omar that no one else be added to their group. Then they went to the place of prayers, where Abbas raised his hands for prayers and said, "O Allah, you created us, and you know about our actions. O Allah, as you were kind to us in the beginning, so be kind to us in the end." Jabir says that their prayers had not ended when clouds appeared and it began to rain. Before they could reach their homes, they were drenched. Bukhari also reports that once during the time of famine, Omar ibn Khattab invoked Allah through Abbas ibn Abdul Muttalib and said, "We betake ourselves to our Prophet's uncle with you, so Allah send down rain." Then it began to rain. Ibn Abil Hadid Mu'tazili in his Sharh Nahful Balagha, Egyptian edition, page 256, writes that Caliph Omar went along with Abbas, the uncle of the Prophet, to invoke Allah for rain. In his prayers for rain, Caliph Umar said, "O Allah, we betake ourselves to your Prophet's uncle and of his ancestors and of their remaining respectable men. So guard the position of your Prophet through his uncle. We were guided toward you through his uncle, so that we may seek their help and do repentance. If to seek out the descendants of the Prophet and to call upon them for our needs in the way of Allah is polytheism, then Caliph Umar was the first polytheist. The Ahlul al-Muhammad, from the time of the Prophet to this day, have been the means of approach in our prayers and invocations of Allah. We regard them only as very pious people and the nearest ones to Allah. Therefore, we consider them a means of our approach to Allah. And the best proof for this is our books of invocation prescribed by our infallible Imams. We accept the instructions of our Imams. I have 2 books with me, Zadul Ma'ad by Allama Majlisi and Hidayatul Za'irin by Sheikh Abbas Qummi, which I present to you for your consideration. Both Hafiz and the Sheikh studied the books. They read the Dua at-Tawassul, invocation of seeking nearness, and they found that the Prophet's family was part of the invocation. Everywhere they were mentioned as means of approach to Allah. At that time, Mullah Abdul Hayy read the whole of Dua at-Tawassul prescribed by the purified Imams and quoted by Muhammad ibn Babawayh al-Kumi. Dua al-Tawassul. This is an invocation of Allah. Just as Ali has been addressed here, all of the Imams have been addressed in the same manner. The influence of the family of the Prophet is sought to approach Allah. They are addressed in this manner. O our Master and Guide, we seek your help to reach Allah. O most respected in the eyes of Allah Almighty, recommend us to Him. The whole family of the Prophet has been addressed in a like manner. Shias do not malign Sunnis. When these invocations were being read, some Sunni gentlemen exclaimed with wonder and sorrow at what a great misunderstanding people had created. Well-wisher asked, "Is there any trace of polytheism in these invocations? Is not Allah's holy name present everywhere? How many of your ignorant and intolerant people have murdered poor Shias, believing that they had killed an infidel? The responsibility of these affairs lies squarely on ulama like yourselves. Have you ever heard that a single Shia has ever murdered a Sunni? The fact is that the Shia's ulama do not spread poison. They do not create enmity between Shias and Sunnis, and they regard murder as a great sin. In matters of difference of faith between them, they clarify positions through discussions based on knowledge and logic, and let it be known through their talk that the Sunnis are their brothers. Quote, Sunni ulama call Shias infidels. On the other hand, the deeds of the fanatical Sunni ulama are noteworthy. The followers of Abu Hanifa, Malik ibn Anas, Muhammad ibn Idris, and Ahmad ibn Hanbal, who have significant differences, call the followers of Ali ibn Abu Talib and Imam Ja'far ibn Muhammad polytheists and infidels. A great many learned and pious Shias were martyred on verdicts given by Sunni ulama. Conversely, there is no such example of cruelty on the part of Shia's ulama. Your ulama often utter curses on Shias, but you will not find anywhere curses on the Sunnis in the books written by Shia's ulama. You are not fair. You are stirring up hatred for nothing. Give a single example of a learned Shias murdered on the verdict of our ulama. Who from our ulama has uttered curses on the Shias? If I were to go into the details of the deeds of your ulama or your common people, one meeting would not be long enough. I will refer only to a few examples regarding their deeds so that you may know that I am not stirring up hatred, but revealing facts. If you study the books of your fanatical ulama, you will find sections where they have cursed Shias. For instance, consult the books of tafsir of Imam Fakhruddin Razi. Whenever he had the occasion, e.g., concerning the verses of Wilaya, he repeatedly writes, "Curse be on the Rafizis, curse be on the Rafizis." But our ulama have never written such things against our Sunni brothers. An example of the cruel treatment of your ulama regarding Shia's men of learning is the verdict of 2 great Azis of Syria, Burhanuddin Maliki and Ibad ibn Jama'at Shafi'i, against one of the great Shia's jurists, Abu Abdullah Muhammad ibn Jamaluddin Makki Amili. That great jurist was known in his time for his piety and knowledge of jurisprudence. An example of his scholarship is his book, Luma, which he wrote in 7 days without having with him any book on jurisprudence except Mukhtasar Nafi. Moreover, the ulama of the 4 schools of law, Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi'i, and Hanbali, were among his pupils. Because of the oppression by the Sunnis, this gentleman often practiced taqiyya, dissimulation in the face of danger, and did not openly declare his Shi'ism. The great Qazi of Syria, Ibad ibn Jamaat, who nursed a grudge against him, spoke ill of him to the ruler of Syria, Baidmar, and accused him of being a Rafizi and Shi'as. This learned scholar was arrested. After suffering imprisonment and torture for a year on the verdict of those 2 Qazis, Ibn al-Jama'at and Burhanuddin, he was murdered and his body hanged on the gallows. Since they declared that a Rafizi and a polytheist was on the gallows, the common people stoned the body. Afterward, the body was burned and the ashes scattered. Among the ulama and the pride of Shia's jurists in Syria in the 10th century Hijri was Sheikh Zainuddin ibn Nuruddin Ali ibn Ahmed Amili. He was well known among both friends and foes for his learning and integrity. A prolific author, he kept aloof from the world and wrote 200 books on various subjects. Although he led a secluded life, the Sunni ulama developed animosity towards him, jealous of his popularity among the people. The chief among his opponents was Qazi Saida, who wrote to King Sultan Selim the following complaint. Verily, there lives in the territory of Syria a man who is an innovator, one who does not belong to any one of the 4 schools of law. Sultan Selim ordered that this jurist be presented to the court at Istanbul. He was arrested in Masjidul Haram and was kept prisoner in Mecca for 40 days. On the sea journey to Istanbul, he was beheaded and his body was thrown into the sea. Only his head was sent to the king. Respected people, I beseech you in the name of Allah to say whether you have ever heard of such behavior on the part of the Shia's ulama towards a Sunni because he did not follow the Shia's school of law. What argument can you advance to prove that if a man deviates from any of the 4 schools of law, he is an infidel and his murder is obligatory? Is it reasonable to follow schools of law which came into being centuries after the Prophet, while those who follow the law which has existed since the time of the Holy Prophet are ordered be murdered? Shias and the 4 Sunni schools of law. For Allah's sake, please say whether the 4 Imams, Abu Hanifa, Malik, Shafi'i, and Ahmed ibn Hanbal, were alive during the lifetime of the Prophet. Did they obtain the fundamentals of the faith from the Prophet directly? No one ever claimed this to be so. Well-wisher, was not the commander of the faithful Ali a constant associate of the Prophet? And was he not declared to be the gate of the city of knowledge? He certainly was one of the dignified companions of the Prophet, and in some respects he was superior to them all. Well-wisher, are we not justified, therefore, in holding that to follow Ali is obligatory? The Prophet himself said that obeying Ali was obeying him and that Ali was the gate of the city of knowledge. The Prophet also said that whoever wanted to gain knowledge should go to Ali's door. Also, according to the Hadith al-Thaqalain and the Hadith al-Safina, which are recognized by both Sunnis and Shias, deviation from the path shown by the descendants of the Prophet will lead to our ruin. Disobedience to, or antagonism against, the family of the Prophet is tantamount to disobedience to the Prophet himself. In spite of all this, the Shia's ulama have never shown such intolerance towards even the common Sunnis, not to speak of their ulama. We have always exhorted the Shias that the Sunnis are our brothers in Islam, and we that should remain united. On the other hand, the Sunni ulama have often incited their people, saying that Shias are innovators, Rafizis, Ghalis, or Jews. They say that, since the Shias do not follow one of four Sunni jurists, Abu Hanifa, Malik, Shafi'i, or Ahmad ibn Hanbal, they are infidels. The fact is that those who follow the Prophet's progeny are rightly guided. Murders of Shias in Iran and Afghanistan. The Turks, the Khwarizmis, the Uzbeks, and Afghans looted and murdered innocent Shias. Muhammad Amin Khan Uzbek, known as Khan Kawa, and Abdullah Khan Uzbek mercilessly murdered and looted Shias and admitted doing so. The Sunni ulama proclaimed that the Shias were infidels and that their lives could be taken according to religious law. The emirs of Afghanistan acted in like manner. In 1267 AH, on Ashura, the 10th of Muharram, the Sunnis attacked the Imambara in Kandahar, where the Shias were mourning the murder of the grandson of the Prophet. They brutally murdered many Shias, including children, and plundered their property. For years, the Shias led miserable lives and were prohibited from observing their religious rites. On the day of Ashura, a few of them would go into underground halls and secretly mourn Hussein's martyrdom and the others who were slaughtered on the plains of Karbala. It was King Amanullah Khan who removed the ban on Shias and treated them kindly. Martyrdom of Shahid al-Thalis. In the cemetery of Akbarabad, Agra, India, there lies one of the most pious and learned jurists of the Shias, Ghazi Sayyid Nurullah Shustari. He was savagely murdered at the age of 70 in 1019 AH by King Jahangir, following a verdict from the Sunni ulama that he was a Rafizi. You are attacking us without any reason. I am myself greatly shocked to hear the excessively harsh behavior of ignorant people, but the practices of the Shias, too, were responsible for such events. Well-wisher, may I know what the Shias did which warranted murder? Every day, thousands of people stand before the tombs of the dead and invoke them for assistance. Isn't this practice an example of worshipping the dead? Why do the ulama not object when millions of them put their faces on the ground prostrate in worship of the dead? I wonder at how you still call these things monotheism. As the discussion with Maulana Hafiz continued, the Hanafi jurist Agha Sheikh Abdus Salam was studying Hidayatuz Za'irin. He said with great emphasis, "Look here," pointing to the book. Your ulama say that when the pilgrims have finished their ziyarat, pious visit, in the mausoleums of the imams, they should offer 2 units of namaz al-ziyarat. Perhaps they do not intend it for the name of Allah. Otherwise, what does namaz al-ziyarat mean? Is it not polytheism to offer the ritual prayer for the imam? Pilgrims who stand with their faces towards the tomb and offer prayers are the best proof of their polytheism. This is your authentic book. Can you defend your position? You are indulging in childish talk. Have you ever been on such a pilgrimage and seen the pilgrims firsthand? Sheikh. Well-wisher. So, how can you say that the pilgrims offer prayers with their faces towards the tomb, and that this prayer of ziyarat is a sign of polytheism? This book says that they should offer namaz al-ziyarat for the imam. Let me have a look at it. Let me read the instructions concerning ziyarat until we reach the subject of prayer, which is the point of your objection. Whenever you find any trace of polytheism, please point it out. And if you find signs of monotheism from top to bottom, do not feel sorry for that, but say that you were under a misunderstanding. The book is here before you. Instructions about ziyarat. The instructions are as follows. When the pilgrim reaches the ditch of Kufa, he stands there and recites the following. Allah is most great. Allah is most great, the possessor of greatness, sublimity, and eminence. Allah is most great, the possessor of greatness, holiness, glory, and grace. Allah is most great above that which I fear. Allah is most great. He is my support. On Him do I rely, and in Him lays my hope, and towards Him I turn. When the pilgrim reaches the gate of Najaf, he should recite, Praise be to Allah, who guided us to this. We would not have been guided if Allah had not guided us. When he reaches the gate of the sacred courtyard, he should recite, after praising Allah, I bear witness that there is no God except Allah, the One. He has no partner. I also bear witness that Muhammad is his servant and his prophet. He brought us truth from Allah. I also bear witness that Ali is a servant of Allah and brother of the Prophet of Allah. Allah is most great. Allah is most great. Allah is most great. There is no God except Allah, and Allah is most great. All praise is due to Allah for His guidance and His support to respond to what He has revealed on the way to Him. Single quote. When the pilgrim reaches the gate of the mausoleum, he should recite, I bear witness that there is no God but Allah, the One. He has no partner with Him, until the end. When, after having asked permission of Allah, the Prophet, and the Imams, the pilgrim reaches the inside of the mausoleum, he recites various ziyarats which contain salutations to the Holy Prophet and the Commander of the Faithful. After ziyarat, he offers 6 rakats of ritual prayer and 2 rakats for the Commander of the Faithful, and 2 rakats each for the prophets Adam and Noah, who are buried in the same precincts. Quote, Namaz al-ziyarat and invocations after the prayer. Is the performance of the ritual prayer as an offering for the souls of parents and other believers not enjoined upon us? Are these injunctions polytheism? It is for humanity's sake also that when a man goes to see a friend, he gives him some present. There is a chapter in the books of both sects in which the Prophet enjoins us to offer presents to the believers. So when a pilgrim reaches the tomb of his beloved master and knows that the thing which he loved most was the prayer, he offers 2 rakats of prayer in his approach to Allah, and offers the prayer as a present to the holy soul of the master. Is this polytheism? After having read the principles underlying the prayer, read also the invocation after the prayer, so that all your doubts may be removed. Invocation after namaz. The practice of the invocation is that after completion of the prayer at the head of the tomb of the buried imam, with our faces towards the Kaaba, not towards the tomb, we recite the following invocation. O Allah, I have made a present of this prayer to my leader and master, your prophet and the brother of your prophet, the commander of the faithful, Ali ibn Abu Talib. O Allah, send your blessings on Muhammad and his progeny. Accept these 2 raka'ats of prayer from me, and recompense me, as you would recompense the doers of good deeds. O Allah, I offered this prayer for your sake, and bowed down before you, and prostrated in obeisance to you. You are one who has no partner. It is not permissible to offer prayer or to bow down or prostrate before any but you. You are Allah, the Great, and there is no God except you. Quote, Respected gentlemen, for Allah's sake, be fair. From the time a pilgrim sets his foot on the soil of Najaf until after he offers his namaz al-ziyarat, he is busy remembering Allah. Sheikh, it is strange that, do you not see here written, kiss the doorstep and enter the haram, interior of the mausoleum? We have heard that when the pilgrims reach the doors of the mausoleum of their imams, they prostrate in obeisance. Is this prostration not for Ali? Is it not polytheism when we prostrate before someone other than Allah? If I were you, I would not say a word. I would keep quiet until the last meeting of this debate and listen to the logic of my responses. But I will tell you briefly once more that kissing the threshold or the floor of the mausoleums of the imams is not polytheism. You have misinterpreted the word kissing and consider it equivalent to prostration. When you read the book in our presence and make such radical changes, I wonder how you will slander us when you are alone, addressing the uninformed masses. The instructions contained in this book and in all other books regarding invocations and places of ziyarat are that the pilgrim, by way of showing respect, should kiss the threshold, not prostrate. How can you consider kissing and prostration the same thing?
And where have you seen, either in the Holy Quran or in any hadith, that kissing the threshold of the mausoleums of a prophet or an imam is prohibited?
So if you have no reasonable reply to this question, you should not waste our time. And, as you say, you have heard that the pilgrims prostrate in obeisance. You have not actually seen this. The Quran says, "O you who believe, if an evildoer comes to you with a report, look carefully into it, lest you harm a people in ignorance, then are sorry for what you have done." 49-6. According to this injunction of the Holy Quran, we should not rely on the statement of a wicked person. We should make strenuous efforts to know the truth, even undertake journeys if necessary, in order to ascertain the truth of a report firsthand. When I was in Baghdad, I went to the tombs of Abu Hanifa and Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani and saw what the people did. It was more serious than what you described regarding Shia's practices, but I never talked about it. When I reached the tomb of Abu Hanifa at Muazzam, I found a group of Sunnis repeatedly kissing the floor instead of the threshold and rolling on the ground. But since they did not appear to be malicious, and because I had no grounds for condemning them, I never mentioned the incident to anyone. I understood that they were doing so out of love, not as worship. Respected sir, certainly no pious Shias ever prostrated for anyone but Allah. If, however, we fall down on the ground in a manner similar to prostration and rub our foreheads on it, without intention of worship, this is insignificant. To bow down before a respected person without considering him Allah, or to fall down on the ground and rub one's face on it, is not polytheism. It is the result of intense love. Sheikh, how is that when we fall down on the ground and put our forehead on it, that this action would not amount to prostration? Prostration depends on intention, and intention is a matter of the heart. Only Allah knows our heart's intentions. For example, we may see people lying down on the ground in the manner of ritual prostration. It is true that prostration to anyone but Allah is not proper, even though it be without any intention. However, since we are not aware of their heart's intention, we cannot call it ritual prostration. Prostration of the brothers of Joseph before him. Therefore, prostration in a manner similar to the ritual prostration, but without its intention, to show reverence to someone, is not polytheism. For example, the prophet Joseph's brothers prostrated before him. At that time, 2 prophets, Jacob and Joseph, were present, but they did not forbid them to do so. Allah says in the chapter of Joseph in the Holy Quran, "And he raised his parents upon the throne, and they fell down in prostration before him, and he said, 'O my father, this is the significance of my vision of old. My Lord has indeed made it to be true.'" 12-100. Moreover, the Holy Quran says in several places that the angels performed the prostration before the Prophet Adam. So if prostration is polytheism, then the brothers of the Prophet Joseph and the angels of Allah were all polytheists. Only the cursed Iblis, Satan, was a monotheist. Invoking imams is not worshipping the dead. Now, I want to reply to the respected Hafiz who said that invocation before the tombs of the holy imams is tantamount to worshipping the dead. You ask why the Shi'as seek help at the tombs of the imams. Perhaps you believe that there is no life after death, and say, what is dead is annihilated. Allah describes in the Holy Quran this mistaken point of view, saying, "There is not but our life in this world. We die, and we live, and we shall not be raised again." As you all know, those who believe in Allah know that there is life after death. When a man dies, his body becomes lifeless. But, unlike the animals, his soul and sense of speech remain with similar but pure bodies, and will be blessed or chastised in the transitory state, barzakh, or purgatory. Martyrs and those killed in the way of Allah enjoy special blessings. This has been narrated in the Holy Quran. And reckon not that those who are killed in Allah's way to be dead. Nay, they are alive and are provided with sustenance from their Lord, rejoicing in what Allah has given them of His grace, and they rejoice for the same of those who, being left behind them, have not yet joined them, that they shall have no fear, nor shall they grieve. 3:169-170. I focus on the words, they are alive and are provided with sustenance from their Lord. They reply to us, but since our hearing is blocked by the veils of the material world, we do not hear their voices. Accordingly, in the salutation, ziyarat, to Imam Hussein we say, I bear witness that you hear what I say, and that you reply. Have you read sermon number 85 of Nahjul Balagha? The progeny of the Prophet are introduced as follows. O people, this is a saying of the Prophet. He who dies from among us is not dead, and he who decays after dying from among us does not really decay. 1. That is, in the realm of light and spirituality, the Ahlul Bayt live and remain imperishable. Accordingly, Ibn Abil Hadid Mu'tazali and Sheikh Muhammad Abdu, the famous Mufti of Egypt, commenting on the above, say that the descendants of the Holy Prophet are not dead in the way others are. So, when we stand before the tombs of the Imams, we do not stand before the dead, and we do not address the dead. We stand before the living and speak to the living. Hence, we are not worshippers of the dead. We worship Allah. Don't you believe that Ali, Imam Hussein, and the martyrs of Badr, Hunain, Uhud, and Karbala sacrificed their lives in the way of Allah for the sake of truth? Didn't they face the tyranny of the Quraysh, the Bani Umayyah, Yazid, and his followers, whose aim was to obliterate the religion? Just as the firmness of the companions of the Prophet and the sacrifices of the martyrs of Badr, Hunain, and Uhud led to the defeat of infidelity, in the same way, Imam Hussein's firm resolve to sacrifice his life strengthened Islam. If the Imam had not stood firm against evil forces, the damned Yazid would have destroyed Islam and would have infused his infidelity into the Muslim community. Sheikh, it is surprising that you call the Caliph of the Muslims, Yazid ibn Muawiyah, an unbeliever. You should know that Muawiyah ibn Abu Sufyan appointed him Caliph. The second Caliph, Omar ibn Khattab, and the third Caliph, Uthman the Oppressed, appointed Muawiyah Amir of Syria. Because of their ability and talent, people sincerely accepted them as caliphs. So your reference to the caliphs of the Muslims as unbelievers means that you have insulted not only all the Muslims who accepted them as caliphs, but you have also insulted the previous caliphs who sanctioned their being caliph or emir. Of course they made a mistake, a pardonable mistake, which occurred during their caliphate. The Prophet's grandson, Imam Hussein, was murdered, but this was forgiven. Since they repented, Allah the Merciful excused them. Imam Ghazali and Damiri have elaborately dealt with this point in their books and have proven the purity of Caliph Yazid. Well-wisher, I never expected that your fanaticism would go so far as to defend the cause of damned Yazid. You say that since their predecessors thought it fit to make them emir or ruler, that all Muslims should have accepted them. This statement makes no sense. We say that a caliph should be pure, absolutely free from all sin, and divinely commissioned, so that we may not have to endure oppression. You say that Ghazali and Damiri have defended the position of Yazid. But they were as fanatical as you are. No sensible person would ever try to defend the actions of the cursed Yazid. You say that Yazid committed a mistake in murdering Imam Hussein. But to murder the dearest son of the Prophet, along with 72 other people, including small children and old men, and to take the pious daughters of the Prophet prisoner bareheaded and barefaced, was not a mere mistake. It was an unspeakable atrocity. Moreover, his crimes were not confined to this gruesome slaughter alone. There are many other instances of his infidelity. The infidelity of Yazid. Among the facts proving Yazid's infidelity are his own poetic couplets. For instance, he writes, "If drinking wine is prohibited in the religion of Muhammad, let it be so. I will accept Christianity. It is this world alone for us. There is no other world. We should not be deprived of the pleasures of this world." These couplets appear in the collection of his poetical works, and Abul Faraj ibn Jawzi has recorded them in his Rad al-Muta'asibul Anid. Again, he says, "One who frightens us with the story of doomsday, let him do so. These are false things which deprive us of all the pleasures of sound and music." Sibt ibn Jawzi writes in his Tadhkira, page 148, that when the descendants of the Prophet were brought as captives to Syria, Yazid was sitting in the second story of his palace. He recited the two following couplets. When the camel litters carrying prisoners appeared, a crow cawed, a bad omen in Arabia. I said, "O crow, whether you caw or not, I have taken vengeance on the Prophet." Vengeance refers to the fact that his elders and near relatives were killed in the battles of Badr, Uhud, and Hunain. He avenged their deaths by killing the sons of the Prophet. Another proof of his infidelity is that when he had a party to celebrate Hussein's martyrdom, he recited the irreligious couplets of Abdullah ibn Uzabari. Sibt ibn Jawzi, Abu Rayhan, and others have written that Yazid wished for the presence of his ancestors, who were all infidels, and were killed in the battle of Badr on the order of the Prophet. Yazid said, "I wish those of my clan who were killed at Badr, and those who had seen the people of the Khazraj clan wailing in the battle of Uhud on account of lancet wounds, were here. They would have hailed me with loud cries and said, 'O Yazid, may your hands never be paralyzed, because I have killed the chiefs of his, the Prophet's, clan.' I did so as revenge for Badr, which has now been completed. The Bani Hashim only played a game with government. There has come no message from Allah, nor was anything revealed. I would not belong to the Kondak family if I had not taken vengeance on the descendants of the Prophet. We avenged the murders of Ali by killing his son, a horseman, and a brave lion." quote, sanctioned by Sunni ulama for cursing Yazid. Most of your ulama regard Yazid as an infidel. Even Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal and many other great ulama of your sect suggest that curses on him should be recited. Abdul Rahman Abul Faraj ibn Jawzi has written a book on this subject. Kitabur Rad al-Muta'asibul Anidul Mani'an Lan al-Yazid La'natullah. Only a few of the fanatical ulama of your sect, like Ghazali, have shown partiality to Yazid and have fabricated ludicrous objections in defense of him. However, the majority of your ulama have noted his irreligious, tyrannical behavior. Muslim states that as caliph, Yazid attempted to do away with religion. Masudi, in his Murujuz Dhahab, Volume 2, says that the character of Yazid was like that of Pharaoh, but that Pharaoh was more just to his subjects than Yazid was. Yazid's rule brought disgrace on the fair name of Islam. His wickedness included drinking wine, murdering the Prophet's son, cursing the Prophet's successor, Ali, demolishing the house of Allah, Masjidul Haram, and mass killings. He committed countless transgressions against divine law, sins which are unforgivable. Nawab, how was Yazid responsible for mass killings? Well-wisher, many historians have related this fact. Sibt ibn Jawzi in his Tadhkirah, page 63, says that some of the people of Medina went to Syria in 62 AH. When they learned of the sinful deeds of Yazid, they returned to Medina, broke their allegiance to him, cursed him, and turned out his governor, Uthman ibn Abi Sufyan. Abdullah ibn Hanzala, Ghusilul Malaika, said, O people, we did not revolt against Yazid until we verified that he was an irreligious man. He killed the descendants of the Prophet, illegally associates with mothers, daughters, and sisters, drinks wine, and does not offer the ritual prayer. When this news reached Yazid, he sent a large army of Syrians under Muslim ibn Uqba against the people of Medina. The slaughter of Muslims continued for 3 days. Yazid's forces killed 700 noblemen of the Quraysh, Muhajirs, and Ansars, and 10,000 common people. I am ashamed to say how the Muslims were humiliated. I will quote only one passage of Tadhkirah, page 163, by Sibt ibn Jawzi, reported by Abul Hasan Madan. After the mass slaughter of the people of Medina, 1,000 unmarried women gave birth to children. Should Yazid be cursed? These accounts indicate his sins. Sins are forgivable and may be condoned, and Yazid did show repentance. Allah, who is the forgiver of sins, forgave him. So why do you always curse him and call him wicked? Well-wisher, some lawyers go on arguing a client's case until the last moment because they have received fees from them, even though they know well the merits of the case. But I fail to understand why you are so interested in defending Yazid in the face of his murders of Allah's apostles and his slaughter of the people of Medina. Moreover, your assertion that he showed repentance is not proven. Don't his denials of the main principles of Islam, the day of resurrection, the revelation, and prophethood merit our condemnation? Hasn't Allah cursed the oppressors? If these arguments are not sufficient for the advocates of Yazid ibn Muawiyah, I will, with your permission, quote 2 hadith from your distinguished ulama. Bukhari and Muslim in the Sahih, Alama Samhudi in Tarikh al-Madinah, Abu al-Faraj ibn al-Jawzi in Kitabuh al-Rad ala al-Muta'assib al-Anid, Sibt ibn al-Jawzi in Tadhkirah al-Khawas al-Ummah, Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal fi Musnadih, and others quote the Holy Prophet as saying, If anyone frightens and oppresses the people of Medina, Allah will frighten him, i.e., on the day of judgment. He will be cursed by Allah, by the angels, and by all humanity. And on the day of judgment, Allah will not accept any of his deeds. The Prophet also said, "Curse be on him who frightens my city, the people of Medina." Didn't this mass slaughter frighten the people of Medina? If it did, then acknowledge along with the Prophet, the angels, and all the people that that wicked malefactor was cursed and will go on being cursed until the day of judgment. The majority of your ulama have cursed Yazid. Abdullah ibn Muhammad ibn Amir Shabrawi, Shafi'i, in Kitab al-Ittihaf بحب الأشراف راجي بعد لعن al-Yazid, page 20, writes that when the name of Yazid was mentioned before Mullah Sa'd Taftazani, he said, "Curse be on him and on his companions and helpers." Allama Samhudi, in his Jawahir al-Iqdain, is reported to have said, "The ulama, in general, have concurred that it is permitted to curse him who murdered Imam Hussein, or who ordered him to be murdered, or who sanctioned his murder, or who agreed to his murder." Ibn Jawzi, Abu Ya'la, and Salih ibn Ahmad, arguing from the verses of the Holy Quran, write that, "It is proven that cursing Yazid is permissible. It is the duty of all Muslims that they should know the rights that Imam Hussein has over them, and how, with the strength of his suffering oppression and tyranny, he watered the tree of Islam with his own blood and the blood of his family. Otherwise, that blessed tree might have died because of the tyranny of the Bani Umayyah. It was Hussein who gave Islam a new life. I regret that, instead of recognizing the services that these holy people rendered for Islam, you raise objections about pilgrims who visit their tombs and call them worshippers of the dead. We often read that in the central places of countries like Paris, London, Berlin, and Washington, there are tombs honoring the unknown soldier. It is said that, suffering the tyranny of the enemy, and in defense of his country, he sacrificed his life. But there was no mark on his body or clothes to indicate his family or city. Because he gave his life in defense of his country, even though he was unknown, he is worthy of respect. When a king or any prominent personality visits such cities, he visits the grave of the unknown soldier and places wreaths of flowers on it. An unknown soldier receives much respect, but I regret that, instead of respecting the pilgrims who visit the tombs of learned, pious Muslims, we criticize them. Some of them knew the entire Quran by heart. They sacrificed their lives in the defense of Islam. These people include the trustees of Allah, the Holy Prophet, and descendants of the Holy Prophet. Desecration of graves. Some Muslims have actually demolished such tombs and made tea on the chests placed over the graves. Such a tragedy occurred in 1216 AH on the Idul Gadir, when most of the residents of Karbala go to Najaf for pilgrimage. The Wahhabis of Najaf attacked Karbala and murdered the Shi'as. They demolished the tombs of those who sacrificed their lives for the sake of Islam. About 5,000 residents of Karbala, including the ulama, the elderly, women, children, were slaughtered. The treasury of Imam Hussein was looted, and precious stores, gold lamps, and valuable carpets were taken. The precious chest above the tomb was burned, and tea was made on it. Many people were taken away as prisoners. Woe be to such Muslims! How regrettable it is that in all civilized countries the tombs of kings, intellectuals, and even unknown soldiers are respected, but Muslims, who are expected to show a better sense of the importance of the preservation of the tombs of those who are their pride, plunder and destroy them like savages. In Mecca and Medina, the Wahhabis destroyed the tombs of the martyrs of Uhud. including that of Hamza, the ancestors of the Holy Prophet, like Abdul Muttalib, Abdullah, and others. They also destroyed the tombs of the family of the Prophet, his sons, like Imam Hassan, Imam Zainul Abidin, Imam Muhammad Baqir, Imam Ja'far Sadiq, Bibi Fatima, daughter of the Holy Prophet, and many others of the Bani Hashim and distinguished ulama. Still, they call themselves Muslims. Of course, they construct huge mausoleums for their own great men and kings. The fact is that the ulama of both sects have quoted many hadith inviting us to visit the graves of the faithful so that the tombs may be saved from destruction. The Holy Prophet himself visited the graves of the faithful and invoked Allah for their deliverance. The descendants of the Holy Prophet are martyrs in the way of Allah and are alive. Do you think that the exalted family of the Prophet who gave their lives in the way of religion are martyrs? If you say they are not martyrs, what is your argument? If they are martyrs, how can you call them dead? The Holy Quran states, "They are alive and are provided with sustenance from their Lord." 3-169. So according to the Holy Quran and the Hadith, those holy people are alive. Hence, we are not worshippers of the dead. We do not salute the dead. We praise the living. And no Shi'as, educated or uneducated, regards them as the sole remover of his difficulties. He regards them as pious servants of Allah and a means of approach to Allah. We place our desires before the righteous imams so that they may invoke Allah to show kindness to us. When we say, "O Ali, help me," Hussein, help me, it is just like a man who wants to approach the king. He may go to the prime minister and ask him for help. He certainly does not consider the prime minister of the king as the final resort for removal of his difficulties. His only aim is to approach the king through him, since, by virtue of his position, he can easily approach the king. The Shi'as do not regard the descendants of the Prophet as partners in divine actions. They consider them as his pious servants. The position of infallible imams. Since they are the representatives of Almighty Allah, they submit the desires of the needy to him. If the request is worthy, he accepts it. Otherwise, its recompense is given in the hereafter. One point should not be allowed to remain unexplained. The Shi'as regard the position of the faultless imams as higher than that of the other martyrs of Islam. This statement requires an explanation. What is the difference between your imams and all other imams except that they are related to the Prophet? Well-wisher. If you look at the position of the imamate, you will see a clear contrast between the conception of the imamate held by Shi'as and Sunnis. 1. Nahjul Balagha, English translation, Volume 1, page 130, published by Pir Muhammad Ibrahim Trust, Karachi. 4th session, Sunday night, 2nd Rajab, 1345 AH. Discussion regarding imamate. You good people are aware that the word imam has many meanings. Literally, it means leader. Imam al-Jama'at means one who leads the congregational prayers. He may also be the leader of men in political or spiritual matters. Imam al-Jum'ah means one who leads the Jum'ah prayers. Therefore, the Sunnis, followers of the 4 schools of law, call their leaders imams, such as Imam Abu Hanifa, Imam Malik, Imam Shafi'i, and Imam Hanbal. These theologians and jurists are their leaders in religious matters, and they have set forth religious laws based on their research or on their own speculation regarding the lawfulness of actions. Accordingly, when we study the books of jurisprudence of the 4 imams, we find many differences among them, concerning the fundamentals of faith and the articles of the practice of the faith. Similarly, all sects have such leaders, and among the Shi'as, the ulama and jurists hold the same position. With the disappearance of our living imam of the age, they issue legal pronouncements based on their knowledge of the Holy Quran, the authentic sayings of the Prophet, and the apostolic imams. But we do not call them imams because the imamate belongs exclusively to the 12 successors, descendants of the Prophet. There is another difference. The Sunnis later closed the door of ijtihad, striving to interpret the law. From the 5th century AH, when, by order of the king, the opinions formulated by the ulama and jurists were collected, the so-called imamate was confined to the 4 imams and the 4 schools of law, Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi'i, and Hanbali, were established. People were forced to follow one of them, as is the practice at the present time. It is not known on what grounds following one imam is preferable. What characteristics does the imam of the Hanafis possess which the imam of Malikis does not? What characteristics does the imam of the Shafi'is possess which the imam of Hanbalis does not? And if the Islamic world is forced to confine itself to following one of the 4 schools, then the progress of the Muslim community is totally blocked, even though Islam teaches us that we should move forward with the times. To do this, we need the guidance of the ulama. There are many matters in which we should not follow the verdict of a deceased mujtahid, from jihad to strive, meaning in this case, one who strives to interpret and to formulate religious practice and law, as ijtihad refers to the process of striving, but should turn to the living mujtahid for guidance. Many mujtahids were born later among you who were of higher rank in learning than those 4 imams. I do not know why preference is given to the latter, so that none but they may be followed, and the right of others ignored. In Shia's jurisprudence, mujtahids in every age until the appearance of the holy imam of our time have the right to practice. In regard to new problems, we cannot follow the verdict of a deceased mujtahid. Limitation to 4 schools of law has no basis. It is strange that you call the Shias innovators and worshippers of the dead. They follow the injunctions of the 12 imams, the descendants of the Prophet. However, it is not known on what grounds you attempt to force Muslims to follow the Ash'aris or Mu'tazilis regarding the fundamentals, usul, and one of the 4 imams in the articles of the practice, furu, of the faith. Those who do not follow them are called Rafizis. Since Abul Hasan Ash'ari, Abu Hanifa, Maliki bin Anas, Muhammad ibn Idris Shafi'i, and Ahmad ibn Hanbal were like many other Muslim ulama and jurists, and since there is no injunction from the Holy Prophet to follow them, the restriction to follow them alone is an innovation. If I were to make this charge, what would you say in reply? Hafiz, since the 4 imams possessed a high degree of devotion to Allah, piety, uprightness, and integrity, along with a vast knowledge of jurisprudence, it has become necessary for us to follow them. Well-wisher, we are not compelled by logic to confine ourselves to follow them alone. Many others of your ulama possessed these same qualities. The restriction to follow them alone is an insult to other ulama of equal merit. We cannot be forced to follow any one person or persons without an authoritative instruction from the Holy Prophet. There is no such authorization by the Prophet about your 4 imams. So how can you restrict religion to these 4 schools of law? Shi'ism compared to 4 schools of law. Only a few nights ago, you called the Shia sect political and said that since it did not exist during the Prophet's time, that it came into being during Uthman's caliphate, it was unlawful to follow it. The night before last, we proved that Shi'ism was founded in the time of the Prophet on his own instructions. The chief of the Shi'as, the commander of the faithful, Ali, was brought up and trained by the Prophet from early childhood and received his religious knowledge from him. According to the records in your own authentic books, the Holy Prophet called him the gate of knowledge. He explicitly said, "Obedience to Ali is obedience to me, and disobedience to Ali is disobedience to me." In a gathering of 70,000 people, he appointed him Amir and Caliph and ordered all Muslims, including Umar and Abu Bakr, to pay allegiance to him. But it is not known how your 4 schools of law came to be established, nor which of the 4 imams saw neither the Prophet, nor whether any authorization has been reported from the Prophet about them, so as to explain why Muslims should be forced to follow them. Without any compelling reason, you follow your elders and offer nothing to authorize their imamate except that they were great mujtahids, men of learning and piety. But if these qualities are present to the highest degree in the progeny of the Prophet, then isn't it obligatory for us to follow them? Are these schools of law, which have no link with the Prophet, innovations? Or is that sect founded by the Prophet and led by his descendant an innovation? In the same way, there are the other imams about whom there are separate hadith showing that they are the equals of the Holy Quran. In the Hadith al-Thaqalain, it is clearly stated that whoever is attached to these 2 is rescued, and whosoever stays away from them is lost. In the Hadith al-Safina, the Prophet said, "Whosoever keeps aloof from them is drowned and lost." Ibn Hajar in Sawaiq, Bab al-Wasiyyatun Nabi, page 135, quotes a hadith from the Prophet saying that, "The Quran and my progeny are my trusts. If you keep yourselves attached to these 2, never shall you go astray." In support of this, Ibn Hajar quotes another hadith from the Prophet about the Holy Quran and his purified progeny. "Do not go beyond the bounds of the Quran and my progeny. Do not neglect them. Otherwise, you will be destroyed. And do not teach my descendants, since they know more than you do." After this, Ibn Hajar comments that the above hadith proves that the descendants of the Prophet are superior to all others in knowledge and in discharging religious responsibilities. The 4 imams have declared each other to be infidels. It is, however, astonishing that, knowing that the progeny of the Prophet are superior to all others, the Sunnis follow Abul Hasan Ash'ari in the fundamentals of Islam and the 4 imams in the articles of practice of the faith. To follow such a course is due to fanaticism and arrogance. And even if we suppose what you say is true, that your 4 imams are worthy of your allegiance because they were learned and pious, then why has each of them accused the other of infidelity? You are very unkind. You say whatever comes to mind. You malign our imams. This statement is a lie. If anything has been said against them, it is from the Shia's ulama. From our side, nothing has been said against them. We have shown them respect. Well-wisher, you apparently haven't read your ulama's books. Your own distinguished ulama have written books concerning their rejection. Even the 4 imams have charged one another with violating divine laws. Hafiz, who are those ulama? What are their statements? Well-wisher, the companions of Abu Hanifa, Ibn Hajar, Ali ibn Ahmad Andalusi, who died in 456 AH, and others have always censured Imam Malik and Muhammad ibn Idris Shafi'i. Similarly, the companions of Imam Shafi'i, like Imam al-Haramain, Imam Ghazali, and others, have condemned Abu Hanifa and Malik. Let me ask you something. What sort of people were Imam Shafi'i, Abu Hamid Muhammad ibn Muhammad Ghazali, and Jarullah Zamakhshari. They were great jurists, learned scholars, pious men, and our imams.
The Sunni ulama's condemnation of Abu Hanifa. Well-wisher, Imam Shafi'i said, "There never was born a more damned person in Islam than Abu Hanifa."
He also said, "I looked into the books of the companions of Abu Hanifa, and I found in them 130 pages containing matter in opposition to the Holy Quran and the Sunnah." Abu Hamid Ghazali, in his book Manqul fi Ilm al-Usul, says, "In fact, Abu Hanifa distorted the religious code, made its way doubtful, changed its arrangement, and intermingled the laws in such a way that the code prescribed by the Holy Prophet was totally disfigured. One who does so deliberately and considers it lawful is an infidel. One who does it knowing it to be unlawful is a sinner." According to this great scholar, Abu Hanifa was either an infidel or a sinner. Many other books condemn Abu Hanifa. Jarullah Zamakhshari, the author of Tafsir al-Kashaf, and one of your pious ulama, writes in Rabi'ul Abrar that Yusuf ibn Asbat said, "Abu Hanifa rejected at least 400 hadith of the Prophet of Islam." Yusuf remarked that Abu Hanifa said, "Had the Prophet of Islam known me, he would have accepted many of my sayings." Your own ulama have made similar criticisms of Abu Hanifa and the other three imams. They can be found in Ghazali's Mutahawwil, Shafi'i's Nuktu Sharifa, Zamakhshari's Rabi'ul Abrar, and Ibn Jawzi's Muntazim. Imam Ghazali says in his Mutahawwil, "There are many mistakes in Abu Hanifa's work. He had no knowledge of etymology, grammar, or hadith." He also writes, "Since he had no knowledge of hadith, he relied on his own conjecture. The first being who acted on conjecture was Satan." Ibn Jawzi writes in his Muntazim, "All the ulama are united in condemning Abu Hanifa." There are three categories of such critics. One group holds that his faith in the fundamentals of Islam was uncertain. Another says that he lacked a strong memory and could not remember hadith. A third believes that he acted on conjecture and that his opinion was always at variance with the true hadith. Quote, "Order your milk today. Your own ulama have criticized your imams. The Shi'a's ulama have not attributed anything to them except what your own ulama have said about them. On the other hand, there is no difference of opinion among the Shia's ulama concerning the position of the 12 imams. We regard the holy imams as the pupils of the same teaching. These imams, all of them, acted according to divine laws which the last of the prophets gave them. They never acted on conjecture or approved of innovations. What they said or did agreed with the sayings of the Prophet. Hence, there was no difference among them. Imamate, according to Shias, means vice-vergency of Allah. According to the definition given by the ulama, the imamate, or vice-verency of Allah, is one of the fundamentals of Islam. We believe that the imamate is the vicegerency of Allah for all of creation, and the Khilafa al-Rasul, successors of the Prophet, for this world and the hereafter. Therefore, it is obligatory for all mankind to follow its tenets in all matters, temporal as well as spiritual. Sheikh, it would be better if you did not declare categorically that the imamate is included in the fundamentals of the faith, since the great ulama of Islam deny its inclusion. It is included in the articles of the practice of the faith. Your ulama have made it a part of the fundamentals. Well-wisher, my statement is not confined to the imamate of the Shias. Even your great ulama have the same belief. One of them is your famous commentator, Qazi Baydhawi, who says in his Minhajul Usul, in connection with the discussion on narrations of hadith, the imamate is one of the fundamental principles of the faith, whose denial and opposition leads to infidelity and innovation.
Mullah Ali Kushachi says in Sharh al-Tajrid, the imamate is the general vice-regent of Allah for both the affairs of this world and religion, like the caliphate of the Prophet.
And Qazi Ruzbahan, one of the most fanatical of your ulama, points to the same meaning. He says, the imamate, according to the followers of Abul Hasan Ash'ari, is the viceverency of the Prophet of Islam for establishing the faith and safeguarding the interests of the Muslim community.
All the followers are bound in duty to comply with its dictates. Had the imamate not been a part of the articles of the practice of the faith, the Prophet would not have said that, whosoever dies not knowing the imam of his age, dies the death of ignorance. This has been quoted by your distinguished ulama, like Hamidi in Jam'u Sahihain and Mullah As'ad Taftazani in Sharh Aqaid an-Nasafi. Not knowing a single article of the practice of the faith would not be equivalent to ignorance stated by Baydawi about not knowing the fundamentals, namely that ignorance of them is the cause of infidelity. Therefore, the imamate is one of the fundamentals of the faith and is the completing stage of prophethood. Hence, there is a vast difference between the concept of our imamate and those interpreted by you. You call your ulama imams such as Imam Azam and Imam Maliki. But this is in the verbal sense. We also use the terms Imam al-Jum'ah and Imam al-Jama'at. So there may be hundreds of imams at one time, but in the technical sense in which we use the word imam, it means vice-regency of Allah. In this sense, there is only one imam at one time. The noble qualities of knowledge, magnanimity, valor, devotion to Allah, and piety have been perfected in him. He surpasses humanity in all merits and occupies a state of infallibility. The world shall not be without such an imam until the day of judgment. An imam of such excellence is at the highest stage of spiritual attainment. Such an imam is divinely commissioned and is appointed by the Holy Prophet. He surpasses all creation, including the prophets of the past. On the one hand, you condemn the ghalis, and on the other hand, you yourself unduly praise the imams and consider their position higher than that of the prophets. Common sense denies this, and the Holy Quran has also declared that the prophets are placed at the highest rank. Their position lies between divine self-existence and the possible. Since your assertion is not supported by reason, it cannot be accepted. The rank of imamate is higher than that of general prophethood. You have not yet asked on what grounds I have made this statement, and therefore you say it is without reason. The best proof for my statement is the Holy Quran, which, narrating the life of the Prophet Abraham, says that, after giving him 3 tests of life, wealth, and sons, Allah intended to make his rank more exalted. Since prophethood and the title of Khalil, friend, did not apparently warrant a higher rank, the office of imamate was the only office of a higher order to which even a prophet of Allah could be entrusted. The Holy Quran says, "And when his Lord tried Abraham with certain words, he fulfilled them. He said, 'Surely I will make you an imam of men.' Abraham said, 'And of my offspring.' 'My covenant does not include the unjust,' he said." This verse, which indicates the position of the imamate, also proves that the rank of the imamate is superior to that of prophethood, since the position of the prophet Abraham was raised from prophethood to the imamate. This means, according to your reasoning, that Ali's position was superior to that of the last prophet. This is what the Ghalis believed,
as you have yourself admitted. General and special prophethood. I do not mean what you have concluded. As you know, there is a great difference between general prophethood and special prophethood. The rank of the imamate is higher than the rank of general prophethood, but lower than special prophethood. The last prophet is the highest stage of special prophethood. Nawab, excuse my interruption. Weren't all the prophets sent by Allah? They are undoubtedly of the same rank. The Holy Quran says, "We do not differentiate between any of the prophets." Then why have you differentiated between them and divided prophethood into two categories, general and special? Well-wisher. Of course, this verse is true in its proper context. That is, so far as achieving the aim of prophethood is concerned, which means teaching the people about existence of Allah, the Day of Judgment, and the training of their minds, all the prophets from Adam to the last of the prophets are equal. But they differ in their qualities, achievements, and rank. Differences in the rank of the prophets. Is a prophet who was sent to guide 1,000 people equal to one who sent to guide 30,000 people, or to one sent to guide all of humanity? Let's take an example. Is the teacher of first-grade students equal to a teacher of fourth-grade students? Are the teachers of higher classes equal to professors or university teachers? All belong to the same administration and work under the same general program, their aim being to educate students. Yet, in view of the teacher's knowledge, they are not equal. Each is different from the other according to his learning, ability, and achievement. From the point of view of the aim of prophethood, all the prophets of Allah are equal. However, because of differences in rank and knowledge, they are different. The Holy Quran says, "We have made some of these apostles to excel the others. Among them are they to whom Allah spoke, and some of them He exalted by many degrees of rank." 2-253. Your own Jarullah Zamakhshari says in his Tafsir al-Kushaf that the above verse means that our prophet was superior in rank to all others because of his special merits, the most important of which was that he was the last of the prophets. I am glad you solved this problem, but I have another question, though it is somewhat irrelevant. Please tell us briefly the main characteristics of special prophethood. There are many qualities peculiar to special prophethood, and there are innumerable reasons proving how one prophet of all of them is the special prophet of Allah. In fact, that stage concludes the cycle of prophethood. But these sessions are not arranged to prove the prophethood of Allah for Muslims. If we were to discuss this topic fully, we would drift from the topic of the imamate. I will, however, briefly discuss the point. Characteristics of special prophethood. The perfection of humanity lies in the perfection of the soul. Moral and spiritual perfection cannot be attained without purifying the soul. This purification is impossible unless one is guided by the power of wisdom. One is then able to rise higher and higher with the force of knowledge and right action until he reaches the acme of humanity, as has been explained by Ali. He said, "Man has been created with the power of speech, which is the essence of humanity. If speech is adorned with knowledge and action, it resembles the existence of the ethereal realm, which is the origin of man's creation. When his speech reaches the place of temperance and is cleared of all physical matter, it becomes one with the ethereal realm. Then it leaves the animal world and reaches the highest stage of humanity." Quote, "Man's power of articulation renders him superior to all existence. But there is one condition attached to it, that he cleanse his soul of all impurities with knowledge and right action. These two factors in man are like two wings of a bird, which fly higher according to the strength of the wings. Similarly, man's level of human attainment rises according to his knowledge and right action. To pass beyond the province of animality and to reach the sphere of humanity depends upon the perfection of the soul. The man who combines in himself the faculties of knowledge and right action and reaches the third of three classes of men, the common people, the elite, and the most elite, arrives at the lowest stage of prophethood. When such a man becomes the object of Allah's special attention, he becomes a prophet. Of course, prophethood also has different stages. A prophet may reach the highest point in the highest of these three classes. This rank is the highest in the sphere of possibility, which the sages call the first wisdom, and which is the first effect or the first consequence. There is no rank higher than this in the realm of existence. This position is occupied by the last of the prophets, who is second to none except the first cause. When the prophet was raised to this highest stage, prophethood was concluded. The imamate is a stage lower than the highest stage of prophethood, but it is a stage higher than all other ranks of prophethood. Since Ali was raised to the stage higher than prophethood and was one in spirit with the Holy Prophet, he was endowed with the office of the imamate and was thus superior to all previous prophets. Hafiz, the last part of your remarks is perplexing. First, you say that Ali was at the stage of prophethood. Second, that he was one in spirit with the Prophet Muhammad. Third, that he was superior to the other prophets. What are your arguments to prove the truth of your assertions? Arguments for the rank of prophethood for Ali from Hadith of Manzila, that Ali attained the rank of prophethood, can be proven by the reference to the Hadith of Manzila, tradition regarding ranks, which has been unanimously narrated in more or less the same words. The last of the holy prophets, repeated a number of times and in different congregations, "Are you not content that you are to me what Aaron was to Moses, except that there shall be no prophet after me?" On other occasions, he said to his followers, "Ali is to me as Aaron was to Moses." The authenticity of this hadith has not been proven. Even if it were proven to be true, it would be a single narration and therefore unacceptable. Authenticity of Hadith of Manzila from the usual sources. Well-wisher. In providing information regarding the genuineness of this hadith, I will refer to your books. It is not a single narration. It has been authenticated by your own distinguished ulama like Suyuti, Hakim Nishapuri, and others who have proved its reliability with unanimous sources. Some of them are the following. 1. Abu Abdullah Bukhari, in his Sahih, Volume 3, the Book of Ghazawa, Qazwa Tabuk, page 54, and in his book Bidaw al-Khalq, page 180. 2. Muslim ibn Hajjaj, in his Sahih, printed in Egypt, 1290 AH, Volume 2, under the heading The Merits of Ali, pages 236-7. 3. Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, in Musnad, Volume 1, Grounds for Naming Hussein, pages 98, 118, 119, and footnote of the same book, Part 5, page 31. 4. Abu Abdur Rahman Nisa'i, in Khasa'is al-Alawiyya, page 19. 5. Muhammad ibn Surah, Tirmidhi, in his Jami. 6. Hafiz ibn Hajar Asqalani, in Isaba, Volume 2, page 507. 7. Ibn Hajar Makki, in Sawa'iq Muhriqa, chapter 9, pages 30 and 34. 8. Hakim Abu Abdullah Muhammad ibn Abdullah Nishapuri, in Mustadrak, Volume 3, page 109. 9. Jalaluddin Suyuti in Tarikhul Khulafa, page 65. 10. Ibn Abdurrabbi in Iqdul Farid, volume 2, page 194. 11. Ibn Abdul Bir in Istiab, volume 2, page 473. 12. Muhammad ibn Sa'd, Khatib Waqidi in Tabaqatul Kubra. 13. Imam Fakhruddin Razi in Tafsir Mafatihul Ghaib. 14. Muhammad ibn Jarir Tabari in his Tafsir, as well as in his Tarikh. 15. Sayyid Mu'min Shablanji in Nurul Absar, page 68. 16. Kamaluddin Abu Salim Muhammad ibn Talha Shafi'i in Matalibu Su'ul, page 17. 17. Mir Sayyid Ali ibn Shahabuddin Hamadani in Mawaddatul Qurba, towards the end of Mawadda 7. 18. Nuruddin Ali ibn Muhammad Maliki Makki, known as Ibn Sabbah Maliki, in Fusulul Muhimma, pages 23 and 125. 19. Ali ibn Burhanuddin Shafi'i in Siratul Halabiyah, volume 2, page 49. 20. Sheikh Sulaiman Balkhi Hanafi in Yanabiul Mawadda. 21. Mullah Ali Muttaqi in Kanzul Omal, volume 6, pages 152 to 153. 22. Ahmad ibn Ali Khatib in Tarikh Baghdad. 23. Ibn Makhazeli Shafi'i in Manaqib. 24. Muwaffaq ibn Ahmad Khawarizmi in Manaqib. 25. Ibn Athir Jazari Ali ibn Muhammad in Usudul Ghaiba. 26. Ibn Kathir Damishki in his Tarikh. 27. Ala'u Dawla Ahmad ibn Muhammad in Urwatul Wuthqa. 28. Ibn Athir Mubarak ibn Muhammad Shaybani in Jami'ul Usul. 29. Ibn Hajar Asqalani in Tahdhibut Tahdhib. 30. Abul Qasim Hussein ibn Muhammad Raghib Esfahani in Muhadhiratul Udaba, volume 2, page 212. Many other eminent scholars of yours have narrated this grand hadith with slight variations in words from many of the companions of the Holy Prophet, such as 1. Umar ibn Khattab. 2. Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas. 3. Abdullah ibn Abbas. 4. Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. 5. Jabir ibn Abdullah Ansari. 6. Abu Huraira. 7. Abu Sa'id Khudri. 8. Jabir ibn Sumra. 9. Malik ibn Huwayriz. 10. Bara ibn Azib. 11. Zaid ibn Arkam. 12. Abu Rafi. 13. Abdullah ibn Ubay. 14. Abu Surayha. 15. Hudhayfa ibn Asad. 16. Anas ibn Malik. 17. Abu Huraira Aslami. 18. Abu Ayyub Ansari. 19. Sa'id ibn Musayyad. 20. Habib ibn Abi Thabit. 21. Sharhbil ibn Sa'd. 22. Soma, wife of the Holy Prophet. 23. Asma bint Umais, wife of Abu Bakr. 24. Aqil ibn Abi Talib. 25. Muawiyah ibn Abu Sufyan, and a host of other companions. In short, all of them have related with slight variation of words that the Holy Prophet said, "O Ali, you are to me as Aaron was to Moses, except that there will be no prophet after me." Are all these great ulama, and there are many I have not mentioned, not sufficient to prove that this hadith has been unanimously accepted as true? Would you now confirm that you were under a misunderstanding? Since you assume an attitude of doubt in regard to the veracity of this hadith, you should consult Kifayatut Talib fi Manaqib Ali ibn Abu Talib, Chapter 7, compiled by Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi'i, who was one of the most prominent ulama of your sect. After quoting 6 hadith in praise of Ali, this author comments, page 149, on this hadith as follows. This is a hadith whose authenticity has been acknowledged by all. It has been narrated by the most learned imams and hufaz, those who know the Quran by heart, like Abu Abdullah Bukhari in his Sahih, Muslim ibn Hujjaj in his Sahih, Abu Dawood in his Sunan, Abu Isa Tirmidhi in his Jami', Abu Abdul Rahman in his Sunan, Ibn Majah Qazwini in his Sunan. All of them have unanimously acknowledged its authenticity. Hakim Nishapuri has said that this hadith has entered the stage of continuity. I'm sure that I needn't present further evidence to show that this hadith is genuine. Hafiz, I am not an irreligious man, so I will not reject your sensible reasoning, but I draw your attention to the statement of the great scholar and theologian Abul Hasan Ahmadi, who has rejected this hadith. Well-wisher, I wonder why a learned man like you, after hearing the views of your own distinguished ulama, would give any credence to the statement of a wicked man who did not even perform the ritual prayers. Sheikh, man is free to express his faith. If someone expresses his views, we should not slander him. It is unbecoming of you to malign him instead of giving a logical reply to his remarks. Well-wisher, you misunderstood me. I do not unjustly censure anyone. I was not alive during the time of Ahmadi. Your own ulama have reported that he was an irreligious man. Sheikh, where have our ulama said that he was irreligious man? Ahmadi unreliable as narrator of hadith. Well-wisher, Ibn Hajar Asqalani has written in Lisanul Mizan, Saif Ahmadi Mutakallim Ali ibn Abi Ali, the author, was banished from Damascus because of his irreligious views, and it is true that he did not offer prayers. And the Dhahabi, who is also one of your prominent ulama, reported the same thing in his Mizanul Iqtidal. He said that Ahmadi was an innovator. If Ahmadi had not been a wicked and irreligious innovator, he would not have made slanderous remarks about all the companions of the Holy Prophet, including your own Caliph, Umar ibn Khattab, one of the reporters of the Hadith. It's not quite fair that you fault the Shias for not accepting Hadith recorded in Sihah. If a Hadith comes from authentic sources, it is acceptable, even if it is in the Sihah. But if an established hadith, which is recorded by Bukhari, Muslim, and other authors of Sihah, is rejected by Ahmadi, you find no fault with that. If you wish to know the complete arguments regarding the authenticity and sources of this hadith from the recordings of your own ulama, and if you are prepared to condemn people like Ahmadi, you may consult the volumes of Abaqatul Anwar, written by the great scholar and commentator Allama Mir Sayyid Hamid Hussein Dikhlawi. In particular, you should consider the Hadith of Manzila so that you may know how this great Shia's Allama has collected sources from your own legal scholars and established the Hadith's reliability. You said that one of the reporters of this Hadith was Umar ibn Khattab. I'd like to know more about that. Confirmation of Hadith of Manzila by Umar ibn Khattab. Well-wisher, Abu Bakr Muhammad ibn Ja'far al-Mutiri and Abu Layth Nasr ibn Muhammad Samarkandi Hanafi. In their books, Majalis, Muhammad ibn Abdul Rahman Dhahabi in his Riyadun Nadhara, Mullah Ali Muttaqi in his Kanzul Umal and others have reported from Ibn Abbas as saying that one day Omar ibn Khattab said, "Leave the name of Ali, that is, do not speak so much ill of Ali, because I have heard the Holy Prophet saying that Ali had 3 qualities. If I had any one of these qualities, I would have treasured it more than anything on which the sun shines." Once I, Abu Bakr, Abu Ubaidah, Jarrah, and some other companions were present, and the Holy Prophet was resting against Ali ibn Abu Talib.
He patted Ali's shoulders and said, "Ali,
So far as faith is concerned, you are the first of all the believers, and so far as Islam is concerned, you have taken the lead." Then he said, "Ali, you are to me as Aaron was to Moses. And he is a liar who thinks he is my friend if he is your enemy." Single quote, "Is it permissible in your belief to reject the statement of Caliph Omar? If it is not permissible, why do you pay attention to the absurd statements of a man like Ahmadi?" The position of single narration in the Sunni sect. I have yet to reply to one of your remarks. You said that this hadith is a single narration, and hence it is not acceptable. If we say such a thing according to the pattern of the men which we have in view, we would be justified. But it surprises me to hear such a thing from you, because in your sect, even a single narration is sufficient to establish the truth of a matter. If someone refuses to admit the authenticity of a single narration, he is, according to your ulama, an unbeliever. Malikul Ulama Shahabuddin Dawlatabadi said in Hidayatus Sa'da, "If someone refuses to accept a lone report or conjecture and says that it is not acceptable, he is an infidel." If he says that this single narration is not correct and this conjecture is not proved, he is a sinner, not an infidel. Hafiz, we have drifted from our main topic. Please let us know how you can prove through this hadith of Manzala that Ali occupied the rank of a prophet. Characteristics of Ali. This hadith proves that Ali A.S. possessed 3 characteristics. 1. The rank of a prophet. 2. The rank of successor to the Holy Prophet. And 3. His superior position among all the companions of the Holy Prophet. Like the Holy Prophet, Ali's followers likened him to Aaron, who was a prophet, was invested with the caliphate of Moses, and was superior to all the Bani Israel. Was Aaron, A.S., a prophet? Yes. Nawab, can you cite a verse from the Holy Quran in support of this point? Allah mentioned his prophethood in many verses. He says, "Surely we have revealed to you as we revealed to Noah and to the prophets after him. We revealed to Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, and Jacob and the tribes, and to Jesus, Job, Jonah, Aaron, and Solomon. And we gave to David psalms." 4-163. And again, he says, "And mention Moses in the book. Surely he was one purified, and he was an apostle, a prophet. And we called to him from the blessed side of the mountain, and we made him draw nigh, holding communion with us. And we gave to him out of our mercy his brother Aaron, a prophet." 1951-53. So, according to your reasoning, Muhammad Ali were both prophets. Well-wisher, I didn't express it the way you have. Of course, you yourself know that there is a great difference of opinion regarding how many prophets there have been. Some claim that there have been 120,000 or even more. But all of them, in their respective periods, were divided into groups and were subordinate to a major prophet to whom a sacred book was revealed containing a new religious law. 5 of them were major prophets: Noah, A.S., Abraham, A.S., Moses, A.S., Jesus, A.S., and the last of the prophets, Muhammad, S., whose rank is the highest. Aaron, as in, was one of those prophets who was not permanent or independent. He was subordinate to the Sharia, religious code, of his brother, Moses. Ali, A.S., reached the rank of prophethood, but was not elevated to the rank of prophet per se, since he was subordinate to the Sharia of Muhammad. In this hadith of Manzila, the purpose of the prophet was to tell people that, just as Aaron, A.S., had reached the rank of prophethood but was subordinate to Moses, Ali, A.S., reached the rank of prophethood. The imamate was conferred upon him, but he was subordinate to Muhammad S. Significance of Ali's rank. In his commentary on the Najul Balagha, Ibn Abil Hadid says in connection with this hadith that by mentioning the rank of Aaron in comparison to Moses, the Prophet indicated that Ali ibn Abu Talib occupied that rank. Similarly, Muhammad ibn Talha Shafi'i, in his Matalib Su'ul, page 19, after explaining the rank and position of Aaron, says, "The gist of the matter is that the position of Aaron in relation to Moses was that Aaron was his brother, his representative, partner in prophethood, and his successor or vicegerent when Moses was on a journey. The Prophet of Allah has also in this hadith indicated that Ali held the same position as Aaron held, except prophethood, which has been excluded by his saying, 'There will be no prophet after me.' Therefore, it is proven that Ali was the Prophet's brother, wazir, assistant, representative, and his successor, as declared by the Prophet in his journey to Tabuk. This hadith is unanimously accepted as true. The same view has been expressed by Ibn Sabbagh Maliki in his Fusulul Muhimma, page 29, and by many others of your prominent ulama. I think your claim that if our prophet had not been the seal of the prophets, Ali would have held that office is peculiar to you alone. No one else has said this. This claim is not confined to me and the Shia's ulama. Your own ulama have held the same view. One of your great ulama is Mullah Ali ibn Sultan Muhammad Harawi Qari. In his Mirqat al-Sharh bar Mishkat, he says, commenting on the hadith of Manzila, there is an indication in this hadith that if there were any prophet of Allah after the last of the prophets, it would have been Ali. Another of your prominent ulama who has interpreted this hadith the same way is the well-known scholar Jalaluddin Suyuti. He writes towards the end of his Baghiyatul Wa'az fi Tabaqatul Huffaz, giving the chain of chroniclers up to Jabir Abdullah Ansari, that the Holy Prophet told the commander of the faithful, Ali, "Had there been any prophet of Allah after me, it would have been you." In addition, Mir Sayyid Ali Hamadani, Faqih Shafi'i, says in the second of the 6 Mawaddas in his book Mawaddatul Qurba, quoting a narration from Anas ibn Malik, that the Prophet said, "Verily, Allah made me superior to all the prophets, chose me for excellence, and made for me a successor, my cousin Ali. Through him, he strengthened my shoulders, just as the shoulders of Moses were strengthened by Aaron. He, Ali, is my vicegerent and assistant. If there were any prophet after me, it would have been Ali, but there will be no prophet after me." So you see that I am not alone in claiming the rank of prophethood for Ali. The Prophet and your own ulama have acknowledged it. Since he possessed the rank of Aaron, and since the era of prophethood had ended, Ali was the fittest person for the caliphate, vicegerency. One indication of Ali's exalted rank was that the Prophet permitted the door of Ali's house to remain open toward the mosque. These comments caused excitement and confusion among the Sunnis. Well-wisher asked why it was so. Last Friday, we went to the mosque to offer prayers. Hafiz Sahib told us about the superiority of Caliph Abu Bakr. He said that he was permitted to keep the door of his house opened towards the mosque. We are surprised to hear you say that this permission was peculiar to Ali. Please clarify this point. Well-wisher, turning to Hafiz Sahib, have you made this statement? Yes, it is recorded in our authentic hadith, as reported by the pious and just companion of the Holy Prophet, Abu Hurairah. The Prophet ordered that all doors opening towards the mosque be closed except the door of Abu Bakr's house, for Abu Bakr is from me and I am from Abu Bakr. Well-wisher, surely you know that because of the merit of the commander of the faithful, Ali, the Bani Umayyah made continued efforts through secret means, and particularly through the servile flatterers of Muawiyah, like Abu Hurairah and Mughira, to fabricate such hadith. Moreover, the followers of Abu Bakr, because of their support of him, strengthened these fabricated hadith. Ibn Abil Khadid, in his commentary on Nahjul Balagha, Volume 1, and again in Volume 3, page 17, discusses in detail that among the many fabricated hadith is the one which tells about the closing of the doors of all the houses towards the mosque, except that of Abu Bakr. Contrary to this forged hadith, there are many authentic hadith which are recorded not only in authentic Shia's books, but also in reliable books of your own ulama, like Sahih. Since it is a controversial issue, with Hafiz Sahib saying it is peculiar to Abu Bakr, and with you saying it is peculiar to Ali, we would appreciate it if you would quote from our books so that we may compare your references with those of Hafiz Sahib. Hadith that, by order of the Prophet, the doors of houses facing the mosque were closed except the door of Ali's house. Well-wisher. The following sources have narrated that the Prophet ordered that all the doors of the houses opening toward the mosque be closed except the door of Ali's house. Ahmad ibn Hanbal in Musnad, Volume 1, page 175, Volume 2, page 26, and Volume 4, page 369. Imam Abu Abdurrahman Nisa'i in Sunan, and in Khasa'is al-Alawi, pages 13 to 14. Hakim Nishapuri in Mustadrak, Volume 3, pages 117 to 125, and Sibt ibn Jawzi in Tadhkira, pages 24 to 25, have testified to the reliability of this hadith on the basis of chains of narrators of Tirmidhi and Ahmad. Again, Ibn Athir Jazri in Athnal Matalib, page 12. Ibn Hajar Maki in Sawa'iq Muhriqa, page 76. Ibn Hajar Asqalani in Fathul Bari, Volume 7, page 12. Tibrani in Awsat, Khatib Baghdadi in his Tarikh, History, Volume 7, page 205, Ibn Kathir in Tarikh, Volume 7, page 342, Muttaqi Hindi in Kanzul Ummal, Volume 6, page 408, Haythami in Majma'u Zawaid, Volume 9, page 65, Muhibuddin Tabari in Riyadh, Volume 2, page 451, Hafiz Abu Nuaym in Faza'ilus Sahaba and in Hilyatul Awliya, Volume 4, page 183. Jalaluddin Suyuti in Tarikhul Khulafa, page 116. In Jamul Jawami, in Khasa'isul Kubra, and in La'aliul Masnu'a, Volume 1, page 181. Khatib Khawarizmi in Manaqid, Hamwaini in Faraid, Ibn Maghazili in Manaqib, Munawi Misri in Kunuzud Daqa'iq, Sulaiman Balkhi Hanafi in Yanabiyul Mawadda, page 87, devoting the whole of chapter 17 to this very issue. Shahabuddin Qastalani in Irshad al-Bari, volume 6, page 81. Halabi in Siratul Halabiyya, volume 3, page 374, and Muhammad ibn Talha Shafi'i in Matalibu Su'ul, and many others, particularly from among the prominent companions of the Holy Prophet, have narrated the same thing. For instance, Caliph Omar ibn Khattab, Abdullah ibn Abbas, Abdullah ibn Umar, Zayd ibn Arqam, and Jabir ibn Abdullah Ansari have confirmed the reliability of this hadith. Some of your prominent ulama, in order to save the people from being misled by the Bani Umayyah, have emphasized the truth of this hadith. Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi'i, in his book Kifayatul Talib, chapter 50, has dealt with this hadith under a special heading, quoting from authentic sources. He says that since a number of doors of the companions of the Prophet opened towards the mosque, and since the Prophet had forbidden everyone to enter the mosque in the state of janaba or haiz, pollution making the ritual bath essential, he ordered that all doors of the houses be closed excepting the door of Hazrat Ali's house. He said, "Close all the doors, but let the door of Ali's house remain open." Muhammad ibn Yusuf Shafi'i says that it is peculiar to Ali that he was permitted to enter and stay in the mosque in the state of janaba. He goes on to say, in short, the Holy Prophet's conferring this privilege exclusively on Ali was a great honor. It shows that the Prophet knew that Ali, Fatima, and their descendants were entirely free from impurity, as is clearly shown by the verse of purity in the Holy Quran. These remarks of a Shafi'i scholar may be compared to the hadith mentioned by Hafid Sa'ib. Leaving aside all the authentic sources we have quoted, if you have any proof of Abu Bakr's purity, please present it. The fact is that even Bukhari and Muslim in their collections of traditions have pointed out this fact, that a polluted person cannot stay in the mosque. The Prophet said, "It is not permitted for anyone who is polluted to stay in the mosque except for me and Ali." Perhaps I may be allowed here to quote a hadith from the second caliph, Umar ibn Khattab, which has been reported by Hakim in Mustadrak, page 125, by Sulayman Balkhi in Yanabiul Mawadda, chapter 56, page 210, and by others like Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, Khatib Khawarizmi, Ibn Hajar, Suyuti, and Ibn Athir Jazri. He said, "Verily, Ali ibn Abi Talib possessed 3 outstanding merits. If I possessed any one of them, it would have been better for me than red-haired animals, camels. 1. The Prophet gave his daughter in marriage to him. 2. The Prophet ordered that all the doors of the houses opening towards the mosque be closed except the door of Ali's house. 3. The Prophet bestowed upon him the flag of Islam on the day of the Battle of Khaybar." From these remarks, it is now clear that Ali was similar to the Holy Prophet in all respects, just as Aaron was to Moses. So when Moses found Aaron fittest for this office, he asked Allah to make him his associate in his office, mission, so that he might be his wazir, minister, or assistant. Similarly, when the Holy Prophet saw that there was no one among all of his followers as deserving as Ali, he asked Allah Almighty to make Ali his minister and associate. Nawab, are there further hadith regarding this issue? Well-wisher, yes, many exist concerning this matter in your own books. I am prepared to listen to them, provided you, too, pointing toward the ulama of the other side, would like to listen. Hafiz, no harm. Listening to hadith is as devotional a deed as the narration thereof. While bowing in ritual prayer, Ali gave a ring to a beggar. Well-wisher, Ibn Makhazili Faqih Shafi'i in his Manaqib, Jalaluddin Suyuti in Dur al-Mansur.
The renowned theologian. Ahmad Tha'labi in Kashful Bayan.
Sibt ibn Jawzi in Tadhkiratul Khawasul Ummah. In connection with the verse of Wilaya, quotes from Abu Dar Ghifari and Asma bint Umais, wife of Abu Bakr, that they said that one day they offered their noon prayers in the mosque when the Prophet was present.
A beggar began asking for alms.
No one gave him anything. Ali was bowing in the ritual bow. When he pointed to his finger, the beggar removed the ring from his finger. The Holy Prophet saw what happened, and raising his head towards the sky, said, "O Allah, my brother Moses prayed to you. O my Lord, expand for me my breast, and make easy for me my task. Appoint for me a helper from my family, Aaron my brother." The verse was revealed telling Moses that his prayer was granted. Allah appointed for him a helper, and strengthened his hands and gave them such power and authority that no one could overpower them. And Moses said to his brother Aaron, "Take my place among my people, and act well, and do not follow the way of the mischief makers." 7-142. Aaron's position as prophet as well as caliph. Hafiz. You said that Aaron was an associate of Moses in prophethood. How was he then made his caliph? An associate in prophethood holds a position superior to that of a caliph or successor. If the partner is a prophet and he is made the caliph, this is a lowering of his rank. The principal prophethood belonged to Moses, and Aaron's prophethood was subordinate to that of Moses. But regarding preaching, he was his associate, as is evident from Moses' requests recorded in the Holy Quran. He, Moses, said, "O my Lord, expand my breast for me, and make my affair easy for me, and loose the knot from my tongue, that they may understand my family. Aaron, my brother, strengthen my back by him, and associate him with me in my affair." 20:25-32. Similarly, Ali was one who, besides possessing the rank of a prophet, was an associate of the Prophet in all stages and special qualities. I am astonished to hear you exaggerating the position of Ali. We are all amazed. You just said that Ali possessed all the characteristics of the Prophet. These statements are not exaggerations. They are facts. The Prophet's successor should, according to common sense, be the model of the Prophet. Even your own great ulama have expressed similar beliefs. Imam Tha'labi, in his commentary, confirmed this point, and the great Sunni scholar, Alim Fazil Sayyid Ahmad Shahabuddin, in his Tawzihud Dalail, has referred to this point as follows. It is not a secret that the commander of the faithful resembled the Prophet of Allah in most good qualities, selfless actions, habits, prayers to Allah, and all other exalted ways of life. This has been proved by authentic reports and reliable sources, and does not require any proof or argument. Some ulama have counted some of those qualities which Ali and the Holy Prophet possessed equally. Quote, "Among the qualities shared by both is their lineal descent. And arguing from the verse of purity, we see that Ali is similar to the Holy Prophet in purity. This verse was revealed in reference to 5 people, Muhammad, Ali, Fatima, Hassan, and Hussein. Ali, like the Prophet, was the vicegerent of Allah. According to both sects, the following verse was revealed in reference to Ali. Only Allah is your friend and his apostle, and those who believe, those who keep up prayers and pay the poor rate while they bow. 555. Ali was similar to the Holy Prophet in the performance of the duties of prophethood and preaching, as the affair of the Surah of Immunity, Bara'ah, shows. The Prophet gave certain verses of the Surah to Abu Bakr and instructed him to recite them to the people during the Hajj. The angel Gabriel soon appeared before the Prophet and told him that it was Allah's will that the matter of the Holy Quran should be conveyed either by the Prophet himself or by one who was of him. Ali was identical with the Prophet in his role as vicegerent of Allah. The Prophet himself said, "I have been commanded by Allah to announce this to you." Then he grasped the hand of Ali and said, "Know ye all, of whomsoever I am the Mola, master, Ali is also his Mola, master. Moreover, the self of Ali is declared to be the self of the Prophet." The verse of imprecation, Mubahala, says, "But whoever disputes with you in this matter after what has come to you of knowledge, then say, 'Come, let us call our sons and your sons, and our women and your women, and ourselves and yourselves. Then let us be earnest in prayer, and pray for the curse of Allah on the liars." 3-61. To return to the time in the mosque when Ali gave the beggar his ring and the Prophet invoked Allah, asking him to make Ali his associate in his prophethood. Then the Holy Prophet prayed, "O Allah, I am Muhammad, your chosen one and your prophet. Expand for me my breast, and make easy for me my task, and appoint for me a helper from my family, Ali. Strengthen my back through him." Abu Dharr related, "By Allah, the prayer of the Prophet had not ended when the angel Gabriel appeared and revealed this verse to him. Only Allah is your friend and his apostle, and those who believe, those who maintain prayers and pay the poor rate while they bow." 555. The Prophet's prayer was granted, and Ali was appointed his vizier. Muhammad ibn Talha Shafi'i in Matalib al-Su'ul, page 19, has dealt with this issue in detail. Furthermore, Hafiz Abu Nu'aym Isfahani in Manaqit al-Mutahharin, Sheikh Ali Jafari in Kanz al-Barahin, Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in Musnad, Sayyid Shahabuddin in Tawzih al-Dalail, Jalaluddin Suyuti in Durr al-Mansur, and other prominent scholars of your sect have narrated this in their works. Some of them have narrated from Asma bint Umays, the wife of Abu Bakr, and some from other companions. The following was narrated by Abdullah ibn Abbas. "The Prophet took me and Ali by the hand. He offered 4 raka'ats of prayer, and raising his hands toward the sky, said, 'O Allah, Moses, son of Imran, begged of you to appoint for him a helper and to make easy for him his task. I am Muhammad. I beg of you to expand for me my breast and make easy for me my task. Keep my tongue fluent so that the people may understand my speech. Appoint for me a helper for my family, Ali. Strengthen my back through him and associate him with me in my affair.' I heard a voice saying, 'O Ahmad, I have granted your request.' Then the Prophet took Ali by the hand and said, 'Raise your hands towards the sky and pray to Allah so that he may bestow something upon you.' Then Ali raised his hands and said, 'O Allah, promise me on your part that you will hold me in your affection.' Immediately the angel Gabriel appeared and brought this verse of the chapter, Mary. 'Surely, as for those who believe and do good deeds, upon them will Allah bestow love.' 19-96. When the companions of the Prophet were surprised at this, the Prophet said, 'Why are you astonished? The Holy Quran has 4 parts. 1/4 concerns us, the Ahlul Bayt. 1/4 concerns lawful matters. 1/4 is for unlawful matters. And 1/4 concerns commandments and ordinances. I swear by Allah that there are many verses in the Holy Quran which have been revealed in praise of Ali. Single quote. Sheikh, even if this hadith is taken to be authentic, it does not indicate a special rank for Ali. The same hadith has been narrated concerning Caliph Abu Bakr and Caliph Omar. Qaza ibn Suwaid has narrated from Ibn Abi Malika, who quotes Ibn Abbas as saying that the Holy Prophet said, Abu Bakr and Omar are to me as Aaron was to Moses. You should take into account the character of some of your narrators. Sometimes you argue from the reports of Ahmadi, and sometimes from those of the notorious liar and forger Qaza ibn Suwaid, even though your own leading ulama have discredited him. Allama Dhahabi, in his Mizanul I'tidal, in the description of the affairs of Qaza ibn Suwaid and Ammar ibn Harun, rejects this hadith and says simply, it is a lie. When your own ulama reject Qaza, the hadith that he narrates should be rejected. Compare this hadith of Qaza with the chain of hadith that I have quoted from the most prominent ulama of your sect and decide yourself which of the hadith you accept. 5th session, Tuesday night, 27th Rajab, 1345 AH. From your eloquent talk last night, I conclude that you wanted to prove that Ali was the immediate successor of the Prophet, though in fact this hadith has only a specific significance. It was narrated during the journey of Tabuk. There is no proof that it has general significance. In this hadith, the word manzila, rank, is used in the general sense. The word showing exception clearly proves that the reference is of general significance. The Prophet named Ali along with the word prophet and described his manzila using the phrase, except that there shall be no prophet after me. Most eminent ulama and authors have quoted the hadith from the Prophet, who is reported to have said to Ali, are you not content that you are to me as Aaron was to Moses, except that there shall be no prophet after me? During his absence of 40 days, Moses did not leave matters to the discretion of his followers. He appointed Aaron, the best man among the Israelites, to act as his caliph and successor. Similarly, the last prophet, whose religion is most perfect, had even greater reason to protect his people from the chaos of their free will. He preserved the code of religion so that it might not pass into the hands of the ignorant, those who would change it according to their whims. The ignorant people would depend on their own conjecture and create divisions in the matter of law. So, in this sacred hadith, the Prophet says, Ali is to me as Aaron was to Moses, confirming that Ali held the same levels of merit and authority as Aaron did. Ali was superior to the whole ummah, community, and therefore the Prophet appointed him his helper and his successor. Hafiz, what you have said about this hadith is above question. But if you just consider the matter carefully, you will admit that this hadith has no general significance. Its significance is confined to the Battle of Tabuk, when the Prophet appointed Ali his caliph for a fixed time. Hadith of Manzila narrated several times. You might have been justified in your remark if this hadith had been narrated at Tabuk only. But the Prophet repeated the same hadith on different occasions. It was narrated when brotherhood among different individuals among the Muhajirs, refugees, was established in Mecca. It was also narrated in Medina when brotherhood was established between the Muhajirin and the Ansar. On each occasion, the Prophet selected Ali as his brother, saying, "You are to me as Aaron was to Moses, except that there shall be no prophet after me." Hafiz, so far as I have observed, the hadith of Manzila was narrated only at the Battle of Tabuk. The Prophet left Ali in his place, which caused Ali to worry. The Prophet consoled him with these words, "I think you have been misled." "No, I am not mistaken. Your own authentic books have narrated it. Among them are Mas'udi, a reliable reporter according to both sects, who writes in his Muruju Dhahab, Volume 2, page 49. Halabi in Siratul Halabiyya, Volume 2, pages 26 and 120, Imam Abdur Rahman Nisa'i in Khasa'isul Alawiyya, page 19, Sibt ibn Jawzi in his Tadhkira, pages 13 to 14, Sulaiman Balkhi Hanafi in Yanabi'ul Mawadda, chapter 9 and 17, and several others have narrated this hadith. They all say that, apart from the 2 occasions of establishing brotherhood, it has been narrated on many other occasions as well. Therefore, this hadith is not to be construed in a restricted sense or for a particular occasion only. Its general significance is an established fact. LT was through this hadith that the Holy Prophet declared on appropriate occasions Ali's succession after him. One of those occasions was the Battle of Tabuk. Hafiz, how is it possible that the companions of the Prophet heard this hadith in its general sense, knowing that it meant the succession of Ali was willed by the Prophet, and yet, after the death of the Prophet, they became hostile and accepted another man as caliph? Well-wisher, I have many references in support of my answer to your question. But the best response for this occasion is to consider the trials of Aaron in a very similar situation. The Holy Quran states that when Moses appointed Aaron his successor, he gathered round him the Bani Israel, according to some reports, 70,000 people. Moses emphasized that in his absence they should obey Aaron, his caliph and successor. Moses then went up the mountain to be alone with Allah. Before a month passed, Samiri incited dissension among the Israelis. He fashioned a golden calf, and the Bani Israel, having left Aaron, gathered round the treacherous Samiri in large numbers. It had been only a short time before this that the same Bani Israel had heard Moses say that during his absence Aaron was to be his caliph, and that they should obey him. Nevertheless, 70,000 people followed Samiri. The prophet Aaron loudly protested this action and forbade them from indulging in such sinful acts, but no one listened to him. The verse of Surah A'raf states that when Moses came back, Aaron said to him, "Son of my mother, surely the people reckoned me weak and had well nigh slain me." Aaron was the ordained successor of Moses. The Bani Israel themselves heard the clear instruction from Moses, but when Moses went up to the mountain, Samiri seized his opportunity. He fashioned a golden calf and misguided the Bani Israel. Similarity between the affairs of Ali and Aaron. Similarly, after the death of the Prophet, some people who had heard him say that Ali was his successor turned against Ali. Imam Ghazali referred to this fact in the beginning of his 4th treatise in Sirrul Alamin. He states that some people returned to the state of their former ignorance. In this respect, there is great similarity between the situation of Aaron and that of Ali. Like many of your own great scholars and historians, Abu Muhammad Abdullah ibn Muslim ibn Qutayba Bakhili Dinawari, the well-known Qazi of Dinawar, in his Al-Imama wa As-Siyasa, Volume 1, page 14, narrates in detail the events of Saqifa. He says that they threatened to burn down Ali's house, and they forcibly took him to the mosque and threatened to kill him unless he swore allegiance to them. Ali went to the sacred grave of the Prophet and repeated the same words of the Holy Quran which Aaron spoke to Moses. He, Aaron, said, "Son of my mother, surely the people reckoned me weak and had well nigh slain me." 7 to 150. When the succession of Ali had been established, why did the Prophet use words which only implied that sense? Why didn't he clearly announce that Ali was his successor so that no objection could have been raised after him? Well-wisher, I told you that the Prophet expressed the truth in both ways. This is evident from your own books, which have recorded numerous hadith in this regard. Literary people know that allusion is more impressive than a mere statement, particularly when the allusion is so deep-rooted that it contains in it a world of meaning. Nawab, you say that there are many clear hadith recorded by your ulama concerning the succession of Ali. Will you please tell us more about this? We are told that there is no hadith which proves Ali's succession. There are many hadith concerning the caliphate in your own authentic books. Hadith of invitation to relatives and the Prophet's appointing Ali as his successor. Of all the hadith concerning the vicegerency of Ali, the hadith of invitation is the most important. On the day the Prophet proclaimed his prophethood, he also proclaimed that Ali was his successor. The ulama of your sect, including Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, Muwaffaq ibn Ahmad Khawarizmi, Abu Ja'far Muhammad ibn Jarir al-Tabari, Ibn Abi al-Hadid Mu'tazili, and a host of others have reported that when verse 214 of the chapter Shu'ara, "and warn your nearest relations," was revealed, the Prophet invited 40 of the Quraysh to Abu Talib's house. He put before them a leg of goat, some bread, and a cup of milk. They laughed and said, "O Muhammad, you have not served enough food for even one man." The Holy Prophet said, "Begin eating in the name of Allah." When they had eaten and were fully satisfied, they said to each other, "Muhammad has bewitched you with this food." The Prophet stood up among them and said, "O descendants of Abdul Muttalib, Allah Almighty has sent me as a messenger to the whole of creation in general, and to you in particular. I invite you to make two statements, which are light and easy for the tongue, but on the scale of action they are heavy. If you make the two statements, you will be masters of the lands of the Arabs and the non-Arabs. Through them, you will go to paradise and will obtain immunity from hell." These two expressions are, first, to bear witness to Allah's oneness, and second, to bear witness to my prophethood. The one who first of all acknowledges my call and helps me in my mission is my brother, my helper, my heir, and my successor after me. The Prophet repeated the last sentence 3 times, and each time none except Ali responded to him, saying, "I will aid and help you, O Prophet of Allah." So the Prophet declared, "This Ali is my brother, and he is my successor and caliph among you." Confirmation by Sunni ulama and by European writers. Besides the Shi'as and Sunni ulama of Islam, many impartial historians of other nations have given the details of this feast. They had no religious bias, being neither Shi'as nor Sunnis. One of these writers is the 19th century British historian and philosopher Thomas Carlyle. In his Heroes and Hero Worship, he described the details of the feast at Abu Talib's house. After the Prophet's statements, Ali stood and proclaimed his faith in the Prophet. Therefore, the caliphate was bestowed on him. Other European writers have confirmed this fact, including George Sale of England and Hashim, a Christian of Syria, in his Maqalatul Islam, and Mr. John Davenport in his Muhammad and the Quran. All agree that the Prophet, immediately after the proclamation of his prophethood, called Ali his brother, helper, successor, and caliph. Moreover, several hadith confirm that the Prophet emphasized this fact on many other occasions. Clear hadith about the caliphate of Ali. 1. Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in his Musnad, and Mir Sayyid Ali Hamadani Shafi'i in Mawaddatil Qurba, towards the end of the fourth Mawadda, have recorded that the Holy Prophet said, "O Ali, you shall discharge responsibilities on my behalf, and you are my vicegerent over my following." 2. Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in Musnad, Ibn Maghazili Faqih Shafi'i in Manaqib, and Thalabi in his Tafsir commentary have reported that the Holy Prophet said to Ali, "O Ali, you are my brother, successor, vicegerent, and the payer of my debt." 3. Abu Qasim Hussein ibn Muhammad, Raghib Isbahani in Mahadhiratul Udaba wa Muhawaratul Shu'ara wal Balagha, printed in Amira al-Shazafiyah, Sayyid Hussein Effendi, 1326 AH, Part 2, page 213, quotes from Ibn Malik that the Prophet said, "Verily, my friend, helper, vicegerent, and the choicest of men whom I am leaving behind, who will pay my debt and fulfill my promise, is Ali ibn Abu Talib." 4. Mir Sayyid Ali Hamadani in Mawaddatul Qurba, at the beginning of the sixth Mawadda, narrates from the second Caliph, Omar ibn al-Khattab, that when the Prophet ﷺ established the relationship of brotherhood among the companions, he said, "This Ali is my brother in this world and in the hereafter. He is my successor from among my kin and my vicegerent among my ummah. He is the heir of my knowledge and the payer of my debt. Whatever he owes to me, I owe to him. His profit is my profit, and his loss is my loss. One who is his friend is my friend. One who is his enemy is my enemy." 5. In the same Mawadda, he quotes a hadith from Anas ibn Malik, which I have mentioned earlier. Toward its end, he says that the Holy Prophet said, "He, Ali, is my vicegerent and helper." 6. Muhammad ibn Ganji Shafi'i quotes a hadith from Abu Dhar Ghifari in his book Kifayatul Talib that the Prophet said, "The flag of Ali, the commander of the believers, the leader of the bright-faced people, come, and my vicegerent will come to me at the fountain of Kawthar." Quote. 7. By Haki, Khatib Khawarizmi and Ibn Maghazili Shafi'i write in their Manaqib that the Prophet said to Ali, "It is not proper that I depart from the people without you becoming my successor, since you are the choicest of the believers after me." 8. Imam Abu Abdur Rahman Nisa'i, one of the Imams of the 6 books of traditions, narrates in detail from Ibn Abbas the virtues of Ali in connection with Hadith 23 in Khasa'isul Alawi. After describing the rank of the Prophet Aaron, the Holy Prophet said to Ali, "You are my vicegerent after me for every believer." This hadith, and others in which the Holy Prophet used the phrase, "after me," clearly prove that Ali was his immediate successor. 9. There is the Hadith of Creation, which has been narrated in different ways. Imam Ibn Ahmad ibn Hanbal in his Musnad, Mir Sayyid Ali Hamadani in Mawaddatul Qurba, Ibn Maghazili Shafi'i in Manaqib, and Dailami in Firdaus have quoted the Prophet as saying, "I and Ali were created of the same divine light 14,000 years before Adam was created. From the loins of the Prophet Adam and through his holy progeny, the light was inherited by Abdul Muttalib, and from him it was divided and inherited by Abdullah, father of the Prophet, and Abu Talib, father of Ali. I was granted prophethood, and Ali was granted the caliphate." Quote. 10. Hafiz Abu Ja'far Muhammad ibn Jarir Tabari, d.310 AH, writes in his Kitabul Wilaya that the Prophet said in the beginning of his renowned address at Ghadir el-Khum, The angel Gabriel has conveyed Allah's command to me that I stop at this place and inform the people that Ali ibn Abu Talib is my brother, my successor, my caliph, vicegerent after me. O men, Allah has made Ali your wali, guardian, and imam, guide. Obedience to him is obligatory on each one of you. His command is supreme. His utterance is truth. Curse be on him who opposes him. Allah's mercy be on him who befriends him. 11. Sheikh Suleiman Balkhi in Yanabil Mawadda reports from the Manaqib of Ahmad, and he from Ibn Abbas, a hadith which describes many of Ali's merits. I quote all of it. Ibn Abbas reports that the Prophet said, "O Ali, you are the bearer of my knowledge, my wali and friend, my successor, the heir of my knowledge, and my caliph. You are the trustee of the heritage of all the preceding prophets. You are the confidant of Allah on this earth and Allah's proof for the whole of creation. You are a pillar of Iman, faith, and the guardian of Islam. You are a lamp in darkness, a light of guidance, and for the people of the world, you are a raised standard. O Ali, he who follows you is delivered. He who disobeys you will perish. You are the luminous way and a straight path. You are the leader of pure men and the head of the believers. To whomsoever I am master, Mola, you are also his master, Mola, and I am the master of every believer, man or woman. Only he is your friend who is born of lawful wedlock. Allah did not transport me to the heavens to speak with me without telling me, O Muhammad, convey my salutation to Ali and tell him that he is the imam of my friends and the light of worshippers. Congratulations to you, O Ali, on this marvelous excellence." Quote, 12. Abu Mu'ayyid Muwafiq ad-Din, the best orator of Khawarizm, in his Faza'il of the Commander of the Faithful, printed in 1313 AH, chapter 19, page 240, quotes the sources who reported that the Prophet said, "When I reached Sidratul Muntaha, the farthest low tree, the highest station during the Mi'raj, I was addressed thus, O Muhammad, when you tested the people, whom did you find the most obedient? I said, Ali. Allah then said, You have told the truth, Muhammad. Further, he said, Have you selected a vicegerent who will convey your knowledge to the people and teach my servants from my book those things which they do not know? I said, O Allah, whomever you select, I will select. He said, I have selected Ali for you. I make him your vicegerent and successor. And he furnished Ali with his knowledge and forbearance. He is the commander of the faithful, whom no one can equal in rank among his predecessors or successors. Quote, there are many such hadith in your authentic books. Some of your just ulama, like Nizam Basri, have acknowledged this fact. Salahuddin Safdi, in his Wafa bil Wafiya, in connection with the account of Ibrahim ibn Sayyar ibn Hani Basri, known as Nizam Mu'tazili, says, the Prophet of Allah confirmed the imamat of Ali and appointed him the imam guide. The companions of the Prophet were also fully aware of it, but Omar, for the sake of Abu Bakr, covered the imamat of Ali with a curtain. It is clear from your own books, hadith, and Quranic commentaries that Ali occupied the highest position of virtue. Khatib Khawarizmi reports from Ibn Abbas in Manaqib, Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi'i in his Kifayatut Talib, Sibt ibn Jawzi in his Tadhkira, Ibn Sabbagh Malaki in Fusulul Mawadda, Sulaiman Balkhi Hanafi in Yanabiul Mawadda, and Mir Sayyid Ali Hamadani in Mawaddatul Qurba, Mawadda 5, quotation from the second caliph, Umar ibn Khattab, all confirming with slight variations of words that the Prophet said, "If all the trees were pens, if the seas were ink, if all the jinn and men were recorders, even then the virtues of Ali ibn Abu Talib could not be enumerated." Characteristics of the companions. Sheikh Abdus Salam, turning to Hafiz Muhammad Rashid Saib, "Allow me to say something briefly." Turning to Well-Wisher, "We never deny the high qualities of Ali, but to confine praise to him alone is not fair, since the principal companions of the Holy Prophet were, one and all, men of virtue. You are indulging in one-sided talk which misleads the people. Permit me to quote a hadith in their praise so that the truth of the matter may be revealed. I'm not concerned with personalities. The Quranic verses and authentic hadith lead us in one direction. I swear by Allah that I do not blindly love or hate anyone. I ask the audience to stop me if at any time I resort to anything which is against reason or common sense. The hadith acknowledged by both Shias and Sunni sects should be relied upon. I do not deny the good qualities of the upright companions of the Prophet, but we should search among them for one who is superior to the whole community. Our discussion is not about virtuous men, as the virtuous were many. Virtuous were more than one around Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. We should find out who was the most meritorious person after the Prophet so that we may follow him. Sheikh, you make unnecessary restrictions. In your books, there is not a single hadith in praise of the caliphs. How can we argue on that basis? On the first night of our discussions, you will recall that Hafiz Sahib himself agreed to a debate on the condition that our arguments be based on verses of the Holy Quran and on hadith accepted by both sects. Since I have your authentic books, I agreed to it. As all of you will confirm, I have not deviated from that stand. In support of my points, I have cited only verses of the Holy Quran and hadith recorded in the authentic books of your own eminent scholars. When you made this condition, you did not realize that you would be trapped later on. Still, I don't want this condition to be taken absolutely. I am prepared to hear even your one-sided hadith if they are authentic. Then we can determine facts justly. I have no hesitation in accepting facts in comparing the merits of Ali A.S. Sheikh, you cited a hadith concerning Ali's A.S. vice-regency, but overlooked the fact that there are many hadith about Caliph Abu Bakr. Well-Wisher, keeping in mind that your own prominent ulama, like Dhahabi, Suyuti, and Ibn Abil Hadid have reported that the Umayyas and the followers of Abu Bakr have fabricated many hadith in praise of Abu Bakr, you may cite a hadith from many of those so that a just man may judge its authenticity. Hadith in praise of Abu Bakr. Sheikh, there is an authentic hadith narrated by Umar ibn Ibrahim ibn Khalid, who reports from Isa ibn Ali ibn Abdullah ibn Abbas, and he from his father, and he from his grandfather, Abbas, that the Prophet of Islam told that gentleman, "O uncle, Allah has made Abu Bakr caliph of his religion, so listen to him and obey him so that you may secure deliverance." Well-Wisher, this is a rejected hadith. Sheikh, how is it a rejected hadith? Well-Wisher, your own prominent ulama have rejected it. Because the reporters of this hadith were notorious liars and forgers, your ulama do not consider it worthy of acceptance. Dhahabi, in his Mizanul A'tidal, writing about Ibrahim ibn Khalid, and Khatib Baghdadi, writing about Umar ibn Ibrahim, say, "He is a great liar. A hadith narrated by a liar is unacceptable." It is reported from reliable sources that one of the pious companions of the Prophet, Abu Huraira, narrated that Gabriel appeared before the Holy Prophet and said, "Allah sends his salutation to you." He says, "I am satisfied with Abu Bakr. Ask him if he too is satisfied with me or not." Well-wisher, we should be very cautious about citing hadith. I draw your attention to a hadith which your own ulama like Ibn Hajar in Isaba and Ibn Abdul Bar in Isti'ab quote from Abu Huraira that the Prophet said, "There are many who misquote me, and one who misrepresents me has his abode in hell." When a hadith is reported to you on my behalf, you should put it before the Holy Quran. Another hadith acknowledged by both sects, narrated by Imam Fakhruddin Razi in his Tafsir Kabir, Volume 2, page 271, reports that the Prophet said, "When a hadith from me is reported to you, put it before the Book of Allah. If it agrees with the Holy Quran, accept it. Otherwise, reject it." The books of your own eminent ulama state that one of those who fabricated hadith in the name of the Holy Prophet was this rejected man, Abu Huraira, whom you have called pious. Sheikh, I didn't expect a man of your standing to make slanderous remarks about the Prophet's companions. You want me to be in awe of the word sahabi, companion, but you are mistaken if you think the word sahabi necessarily conveys honor. True, the companionship of the Holy Prophet enhances one's virtue, but this is based on the condition that the companion is obedient to the Prophet. If he acts against the instructions of the Prophet, then surely he will be rejected. Weren't the munafiqeen, hypocrites, companions of the Prophet? Yes, and they were all cursed. Sheikh, it is not proved that they were rejected. If they were rejected, what is the proof that they will go to hell? Is everyone who is rejected or cursed destined for hell? A cursed person is one who, according to the explicit ordinance of the Holy Quran or the saying of the Prophet, is declared as such. Abu Huraira's character and his condemnation. There are clear grounds to show that Abu Huraira was an unreliable man. Your own ulama have confirmed this fact. One of the reasons for his being cursed is that, according to the words of the Prophet, he was an associate of the cursed son of the cursed Abu Sufyan. Abu Huraira was one of the hypocrites. On some occasions in Siffin, he offered prayers led by the commander of the faithful, Ali. At other times, he sat at the dining table of Muawiyah to eat his fancy food. As reported by Zamakhshari in Rabi'ul Abrar and Ibn Abil Hadid in the commentary on Najul Balagha. When Abu Huraira was asked the reason for his double-dealing policy, he said, "Muawiyah's food is very rich and savory, and prayers behind Ali are preferable." Your own ulama, like Shaykhul Islam Hamwaini in Fara'id, Chapter 37, Khawarizmi in Manaqib, Tibrani in Awsar, Ganji Shafi'i in Kifayatut Talib, and a host of others, quote from this same Abu Huraira and others that the Prophet said, "Ali is with the truth, and the truth is with Ali." When he left Ali and courted the favor of Muawiyah, was he not damnable? If one not only keeps silent at seeing the vicious deeds of Muawiyah, but actually cooperates with him and helps him in order to advance his own worldly position and to fill his belly, is he not to be condemned? The same Abu Huraira himself narrates, as recorded by your own eminent ulama, like Hakim Nishapuri in Mustadrak, Volume 2, page 124, Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, Tibrani, and others, that the Prophet said, "Ali is with the Quran, and the Quran is with Ali." These two shall not be separated until they reach me at the fountain of Kawthar.
Ali is from me, and I am from Ali.
He who profanes Ali profanes me. He who profanes me profanes Allah. Muawiyah, in his address of the Jumu'ah prayers, cursed Ali, Hassan, and Hussein. He ordered that in all congregations those revered people should be cursed. So if a man is so intimately associated with such damned people and is pleased with their actions, is he not to be condemned? And, while associating with such people, if he helps them by fabricating hadith and forces people to utter curses against revered people, is he not to be condemned? Sheikh, is it reasonable for us to accept these slanders, that a sincere companion of the Prophet, fabricating hadith, may force people to curse Ali? Of course it is hard to believe that a sincere companion would do such a thing. If any of the companions has done such a thing, it means that he was not sincere. There are many hadith narrated by your own ulama that the Holy Prophet said, "One who profanes Ali profanes me and Allah." To be frank, when you slander the companions of the Holy Prophet, saying that they fabricated hadith, how can we hope that you will not attribute evil motives to the high-ranking ulama of the Sunnis? You Shias have a remarkable tendency for slandering great men. You are unfair in attributing such things to us. Islamic histories of the past 1,400 years testify against it. From the beginning of the 1st century of Islam, the Umayyads abused the infallible Imams, the descendants of the Holy Prophet, and their adherents, the Shi'as. Even today, your prominent ulama record slanderous reports against the Shi'as in their books in order to mislead the people. Sheikh, who of the Sunni ulama has slandered the Shi'as? Ibn Abdur Rabi's slanders against the Shi'as. One of your great literary scholars, Shahabuddin Abu Umar Ahmad ibn Muhammad ibn Abd Rabi Kartabi Andalusi Maliki, died 48 AH. In his Indul Farid, Volume 1, page 269, has called the Shi'as the Jews of this Ummah. He says that, just as the Jews are enemies of the Christians, the Shi'as are enemies of Islam. He claims that the Shi'as, like the Jews, do not accept the fact that one may be divorced 3 times from the same person, nor do they accept the practice of iddah, the prescribed period of chastity for women after divorce. Both the Shi'as here and the Sunnis who are familiar with their Shi'as friends will laugh at these claims. You will find in all books on Shia's jurisprudence stipulations regarding 3 divorces and iddah after divorce. He also alleges that the Shi'as, like the Jews, are the enemies of Gabriel because Gabriel communicated Allah's commandment, wahi, to the Prophet, not to Ali. Laughter among the Shi'as' audience. We Shi'as believe in the Holy Prophet. We believe that Allah's commandments were revealed to him through Gabriel, whose rank is far higher than that attributed to him by this worthless writer. Slanders by Ibn Hazm. Another of your great ulamas is Abu Muhammad Ali ibn Ahmad ibn Sa'id ibn Hazm Andalusi, died 456 AH, who has recorded particularly queer notions about the Shi'as in his famous Kitabul Fasl fil Milal wa an-Nihal. For example, he says that the Shi'as are not Muslims. They are heretics, the followers of Jews and Christians. In Volume 4, page 182, he writes that, according to the Shi'as, it is lawful to marry 9 women. This report can be disproved easily by consulting Shia's books, which clearly state that it is unlawful to keep more than 4 wives in permanent marriage at one time. There are many other similar unfounded allegations and filthy things attributed to Shias in this book, which you would be ashamed to hear. Slanders by Abu Taymiyyah. One of your most irreligious ulama is Ahmed ibn Abdul Halim Hanbali, known as Ibn Taymiyyah, died 728 AH. He had extreme malice toward the Shias, the commander of the faithful, Ali, and the descendants of the Prophet. His Minhajus Sunnah is filled with his bitter enmity against Ali and the progeny of the Holy Prophet. Anyone who is even slightly acquainted with the facts would be astounded to hear his lies. For example, he writes that, "There is no larger group of liars than the Shia sect, and it is for this reason that the authors of Sihaz did not include in their books hadith narrated by them." Quote, in Volume 10, page 23, he says that the Shias believe in 4 fundamentals of religion: Tawheed, oneness of God; Adl, justice of Allah; Nabuwat, prophethood; and Imamate, vicegerency. In fact, in Shia's books of faith, available everywhere, it is written that the Shia's faith consists of 3 fundamentals: Tawheed, Nubuwat, and Ma'ad, the Day of Judgment. Adl is part of Tawheed, and the Imamate is part of Nubuwat. In Volume 1, page 131, he states that the Shias do not gather in the mosques. They do not offer Jummah or congregational prayers. If they ever offer prayer, they do it individually. Laughter among the Shias. But of course, we place great emphasis on congregational prayers. In many cities of Iraq and Iran, which are centers of the Shias, our mosques are crowded with worshippers offering congregational prayers. On the same page, he writes that the Shias do not make the pilgrimage to the Kaaba. Their Hajj, pilgrimage, consists only in visiting the tombs, which they consider superior to the pilgrimage to Mecca. They condemn those who do not go for ziyarat to the tombs. Shia's books of prayer contain a special chapter for the Hajj prayer, Kitab al-Hajj. Shia's theologians have written many books prescribing the rituals for the Hajj, wherein special instructions have been given to perform the Hajj rites. Many hadith from our imams insist that if a Muslim, Shi'as or Sunni, has the means and yet fails to perform the Hajj, he is excommunicated from Islam. When he dies, he is told, "Die whatever death you can, be it the death of a Jew, a Christian, or a fire worshipper." Can you believe that in the face of such instructions, Shias would refrain from performing the Hajj? In addition to these misrepresentations, this wicked man has said that a great Shia scholar, Muhammad ibn Nu'man Sheikh Mufid, wrote Manasikhul Hajj lil Mashahid. The correct title is Mansikhu Ziyarat, which is available everywhere and which contains instructions about the visit to the places of ziyarat, including the holy shrines of the most revered imams. If you consult these books of ziyarat, you will find that a visit to the tombs of the Holy Prophet and the imams is commendable, not obligatory. The best proof against the allegation of this irreligious man is the practice followed by Shias, who make the pilgrimage by the thousands every year. Another false accusation of this liar can be found in Volume 1, page 11, where he says that the Shias call their dogs by the name of Abu Bakr and Omar and always curse them, Abu Bakr and Omar. Laughter among the Shias. This is ridiculous. According to the Shias' belief, the dog is utterly polluted. A Muslim house with a dog is deprived of Allah's blessings. Therefore, Shia's Muslims are strictly forbidden to domesticate dogs except under certain conditions: hunting, protecting the house, or herding sheep. One of the many reasons for discord between Yazid and the grandson of the Prophet, Imam Hussein, was that Yazid was fond of dogs and domesticated them without good reason. Ibn Taymiyyah also writes that since the Shi'as are awaiting the reappearance of the last of their imams, in many places, particularly in the Sardab, underground hall of Samarra, where the holy imam disappeared, they keep ready a horse. They call for their imam to appear, saying that they are fully armed to serve him. He also writes that the Shi'as turn toward the east during the last days of Ramadan and call for the imam to appear. Some of them even forego their ritual prayers, thinking that if they were busy saying their prayers and the imam appeared, they might be deprived of their service to him. By the Sunnis and the Shi'as. We are not so much surprised at this wicked man's ridiculous stories, but we are surprised at the behavior of the present ulama of Egypt and Damascus, who, without asking the Shi'as with whom they live, follow the absurdities of men like Ibn Taymiyyah. It would be tiring to give a long list of the inaccurate reports of Ibn Hajar Maki, Hafiz, and Qazi Ruzbahan. Their books are known, although from the point of view of authenticity, they have no value. For instance, the Milal wa Nihal of Muhammad ibn Abdul Karim Shahrastani, died 548 AH, in the eyes of scholars has not the least value. One will not find anything in it except utterly false beliefs attributed to Shi'as, like the worship of Ali and belief in the transmigration of the soul. Obviously, he was not a man of learning. Writing about Ithna Ashari Shi'as, he says that the tomb of Ali ibn Hadi Muhammad Naqi, who came after Imam Muhammad Taqi, is in Qum. But even children know that the holy shrine of Imam Ali Naqi is located adjacent to the shrine of his son, Imam Hassan Askari, in Samarra. I don't think further references of this nature are necessary to prove that the Sunni ulama have concocted false reports concerning the Shi'as. And I am not alone in leveling charges against the integrity of Abu Huraira. The Sunni ulama have also exposed his bad character in their own books. Abu Huraira's character and hadith calling for his condemnation. Ibn Abil Hadid Mu'tazili, in his commentary on the Nahjul Balagha, Volume 1, page 358, and in Volume 4, reports from his sheikh and teacher, Imam Abu Ja'far Asqalani, that Muawiyah ibn Abu Sufyan organized a group of companions of the Holy Prophet and the children of the companions for the purpose of fabricating hadith. Among those who concocted filthy hadith against Ali were Abu Huraira, Amir ibn As, and Mughira ibn Shaba. Giving details of these stories, Ibn Abil Hadid narrates that Abu Huraira once entered the Kufa mosque and saw a huge gathering of people who had come to welcome Muawiyah. He shouted to the crowd, "O people of Iraq! Do you think that I would tell a lie in opposing Allah and His Prophet and buy hellfire for myself? Hear from me what I have heard from the Prophet. Every prophet has a haram, sacred, dwelling place, and my haram is Medina. One who is responsible for innovation in Medina is cursed by Allah, by His angels, and by all humanity. I swear by Allah that Ali was responsible for an innovation." That is, Ali incited dissension among the people, and so, according to the Prophet, should be cursed. When Muawiyah learned of this, that Abu Huraira did such a thing for him, and did it in Ali's capital, Kufa, he sent for him, gave him a reward, and made him the governor of Medina. Aren't his misdeeds sufficient to prove that he deserves condemnation? Is it proper that a man who mistreats the most noble of the caliphs should be regarded as pious simply because he had once been a companion of the Prophet? Sheikh, on what grounds do Shi'as consider him accursed? There are many arguments in support of our view. One of them is that one who abuses the Prophet is, according to both sects, condemned. According to the hadith, which I mentioned earlier, the Holy Prophet said, "One who abuses Ali abuses me. One who abuses me abuses Allah." It is clear that Abu Huraira was one of those who not only abused Ali ibn Abu Talib, but who fabricated hadith to incite others to abuse him. Abu Huraira's collusion with Basr ibn Artat in the massacre of Muslims. We also condemn Abu Huraira for his collusion with Basr ibn Artat in the massacre of thousands of Muslims. It has been reported by your own historians, including Tabari, Ibn Athir, Ibn Abil Hadid, Allama Samhudi, Ibn Khaldun, Ibn Khalikan, and others, that Muawiyah ibn Abu Sufyan sent the cruel Busr ibn Artat with 4,000 Syrian soldiers to Yemen via Medina to crush the people of Yemen and the Shi'as of Ali. The assailants murdered thousands of Muslims in Medina, Mecca, Taif, Tabala, a city of Tihama, Najran, Safa, and its suburbs. They did not spare the young or old of the Bani Hashim or the Shi'as of Ali. They even murdered the two small sons of the Holy Prophet's cousin, Ubaydallah ibn Abbas, the governor of Yemen, who had been appointed by Ali. It is said that more than 30,000 Muslims were killed on the order of this tyrant. The Bani Umayyah and their followers committed these insane atrocities. Your beloved Abu Huraira witnessed this slaughter and was not only silent but actively supported it. Innocent people like Jabir ibn Abdullah Ansari and Abu Ayyub Ansari sought refuge. Even the house of Abu Ayyub Ansari, who was one of the Prophet's chief companions, was set on fire. When this army turned towards Mecca, Abu Huraira remained in Medina. Now I ask you to tell us, in the name of Allah, whether this deceitful man who had been in the company of the Holy Prophet for 3 years, and who narrated more than 5,000 hadith from the Prophet, had not heard those famous hadith regarding Medina. The ulama of both the sects, like Allama Samhudi in Tarikhul Medina, Ahmad ibn Hanbal in Musnad, Sibt ibn Jawzi in Tadhkira, page 163, have quoted from the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who said repeatedly, "He who threatens the people of Medina with oppression will be threatened by Allah and will be cursed by Allah, by His angels, and by humanity. Allah will not accept anything from him. May he be cursed who threatens the people of Medina. If anyone harms the people of Medina, Allah will melt him like lead in fire." So why did Abu Huraira join the army which devastated Medina? Why did he fabricate hadith in opposition to the rightful successor to the Prophet? And why did he incite people to revile the man about whom the Prophet had said, "To abuse him is to abuse me"? You decide whether a man who fabricated hadith in the name of the Prophet was not cursed. Sheikh, it is unkind of you to call the most reliable companion of the Holy Prophet an irreligious fabricator. Condemnation of Abu Huraira and Omar's beating him. It is not I alone who am unkind to Abu Huraira. The first man who was unkind to him was the second caliph, Umar ibn Khattab. Ibn Athir and Ibn Abil Hadid in his Sharh Najl Balagha, Volume 3, page 104, printed in Egypt, and several others have reported that after Caliph Umar appointed Abu Huraira governor of Bahrain in 21 AH, the people informed the Caliph that Abu Huraira had amassed great wealth and had purchased many horses. Umar therefore deposed him in 23 AH. As soon as Abu Huraira entered the court, the caliph said, "O enemy of Allah and enemy of his book, have you stolen Allah's property?" He replied, "I never committed theft, but the people have given me gifts." Ibn Sa'd in Tabaqat, Volume 4, page 90. Ibn Hajar Asqalani in Isaba, and Ibn Abd al-Rabih in Iqdun Farid, Volume 1, write that the caliph said, "When I made you the governor of Bahrain, you had not even shoes on your feet. But now I have heard that you have purchased horses for 1,600 dinars. How did you acquire this wealth?" He replied, "These were men's gifts which Prophet has multiplied much." The caliph's face grew red with anger, and he lashed him so violently that his back bled. Then he ordered the 10,000 dinars which Abu Huraira had collected in Bahrain be taken from him and deposited in the account of the Baytun Hal. Quote, "This was not the first time that Omar beat Abu Huraira. Muslim writes in his Sahih, Volume 1, page 34, that during the time of the Prophet, Umar ibn Khattab beat Abu Huraira so severely that the latter fell down on the ground. Ibn Abil Hadid writes in his commentary on Nahjul Balagha, Volume 1, page 360, Abu Ja'far Asqalani has said, "According to our great men, Abu Huraira was a wicked fellow. The hadith narrated by him were not acceptable. Omar beat him with a lash and told him that he had changed hadith and had attributed false sayings to the Holy Prophet." Ibn Asakir in his Tarikh Kabir and Muttaqi in his Kanzul Ummah report that Caliph Omar lashed him, rebuked him, and forbade him to narrate hadith from the Holy Prophet. Umar said, "Because you narrate hadith in large numbers from the Holy Prophet, you are fit only for attributing lies to him. That is, one expects a wicked man like you to utter only lies about the Holy Prophet. So you must stop narrating hadith from the Prophet, otherwise I will send you to the land of Dus," a clan in Yemen to which Abu Huraira belonged. Ibn Abi al-Hadid in his commentary on Nahjul Balagha, Volume 1, page 360, printed in Egypt, reports from his teacher, Imam Abu Ja'far Asqalani, that Ali said, "Beware of the greatest liar among the people, Abu Huraira Dusi." Ibn Qutaybah in Ta'wil al-Mukhtalif al-Hadith, and Hakim in Mustadrak, Volume 3, and Dhahabi in Talkhis al-Mustadrak, and Muslim in his Sahih, Volume 2, reporting about the characteristics of Abu Huraira, all say that Aisha repeatedly contradicted him and said, "Abu Huraira is a great liar who fabricates hadith and attributes them to the Holy Prophet." In short, it is not we alone who have rejected Abu Huraira. According to Caliph Umar, the commander of the faithful, Ali, al-Mu'mineen Aisha, and other companions and followers of the Prophet said that he was completely unreliable. Accordingly, the sheikhs of the Mu'tazilites and their imams and the Hanafi ulama generally reject the hadith narrated by Abu Huraira. Moreover, in his commentary on Muslim's Sahih, Volume 4, Nadwi emphasizes this point. Imam Abu Hanifa said, "The companions of the Prophet were generally pious and just. I accept every hadith with evidence narrated by them, but I do not accept the hadith whose source is Abu Huraira, Anas ibn Malik, or Samra ibn Jundab." Quote, "We reject the same Abu Huraira whom Caliph Umar lashed and called a thief and a liar. He was rejected by al-Mu'mineen Aisha, Imam Abu Hanifa, and by many companions and followers of the Holy Prophet. We reject the same Abu Huraira who was rejected and called a liar by our master, the chief of the monotheists, Ali, and by the holy imams and descendants of the Prophet. We reject Abu Huraira, who was a belly worshipper, who, despite knowing the superiority of Ali, ignored him. He preferred his patron, the damned Muawiyah, sat at his table to relish dainty dishes and concocted hadith in opposition to Ali. In view of our discussion so far, you and I are obliged to see to it that when a hadith from the Holy Prophet is under consideration, we should first refer it to the Holy Quran. If the hadith agrees with the Quran, we should accept it. Otherwise, not. Reply to the supposed hadith that Allah said, "I am pleased with Abu Bakr. Is he also pleased with me?" The hadith which you narrated earlier, although it is one-sided, may be referred to the Holy Quran. If there is no hindrance, we will surely accept it. One ayat of the Quran, however, says, "And certainly we created man, and know what his mind suggests. We are nearer to him than his jugular vein." 50-16. You are aware that hablul warid, jugular vein, is a common expression used to express extreme nearness. The meaning of this verse is that Allah is all-knowing. Nothing is hidden from him, however deep it may be in man's breast. Allah knows the secrets of our hearts. And in the chapter of Yunus, he says, "And you are not engaged in any affair, nor do you recite concerning it any portion of the Quran, nor do you do any work, but we are witnesses over you when you enter into it. And there does not lie concealed from your Lord the weight of an atom in the earth or in heaven, nor anything less than that, nor greater, but it is in a clear book." 10-61. According to these verses, and according to common sense, nothing is hidden from Allah. He knows what man does or thinks. Now compare this hadith with these two verses and see whether they can be reconciled. How is it possible that Allah Almighty would not be aware of the pleasure of Abu Bakr, so that he himself might be obligated to ask him whether he was pleased with him or not? Common sense and the Holy Quran indicate that this hadith is false. A hadith in praise of Abu Bakr and Omar and there. Disqualification. Sheikh, there is no doubt that the Holy Prophet said, "Allah will show himself to all the people in general and to Abu Bakr in particular." He also said, "Allah did not put anything into my breast that he did not put into Abu Bakr's breast." He also said, "I and Abu Bakr are like two horses who are equal to each other in a race." Again he said, "In the sky there are 80,000 angels who pray for blessings for him who is a friend of Abu Bakr and Omar. And in the next level of the sky, there are 80,000 angels who curse him who is an enemy of Abu Bakr and Omar." The Holy Prophet also said, "Abu Bakr and Omar are the best of all mankind from beginning to end." Abu Bakr's and Omar's rank can be assessed from the hadith in which the Holy Prophet said, "Allah made me from his light, Abu Bakr from my light, and Omar from Abu Bakr's light, and my followers from Umar's light." Umar is the lamp of the people of paradise. There are many such hadith recorded in our authentic books. I have narrated only a few so that you may know the real position of the caliphs. Well-wisher. The meaning of these hadith leads to heresy and infidelity, which clearly proves that the Holy Prophet could not have said such things. The first hadith implies that Allah has a body, and it is infidelity to believe that Allah has a body. The second hadith indicates that Abu Bakr shared in what was revealed to the Holy Prophet. The third hadith implies that the Holy Prophet was in no way superior to Abu Bakr. The other hadith conflict with innumerable hadith which are accepted by both sects, that the best people of the world are the Prophet Muhammad and his descendants. Apart from these clear facts, your own distinguished ulama, like Muqaddasi in his Tadhkiratul Mawdu'a, Firuzabadi Shafi'i in his Safarus Sa'adat, Hassan ibn Athir Dhahabi in Mizanul I'tidal, Abu Bakr Ahmad ibn Ali Khatib Baghdadi in his Tarikh, Abu al-Faraj ibn Jawzi in Kitabul Mawzu'a, and Jalaluddin Suyuti in Al-Lu'li al-Masnu'a fil Abadus al-Mawzu'a, all concluded that these ahadith are fabricated. They all insisted that these hadiths are forged. They conflict with the Holy Quran and with common sense. Sheikh, but consider another hadith, which surely is authentic. The Holy Prophet said, Abu Bakr and Omar are the masters of the old men of paradise. Well-wisher, if you would examine this supposed hadith more closely, you might find that, apart from the fact that your own ulama have rejected it, this hadith cannot possibly be from the Holy Prophet. Everyone knows that paradise will not be inhabited by old people. There are no gradual changes there. There are many reports accepted by both sects which relate to this matter. One of them is the affair of Ashjaya, an old woman who came to the Prophet. In the course of his talk, the Prophet said, "Old women will not enter paradise." The woman was deeply saddened, and she said, weeping, "O Prophet of Allah, this means I shall not enter paradise." Saying this, she departed. The Prophet said, "Tell her that on that day she will be young and will enter paradise." Then he recited the following verse of the Holy Quran. "Surely we have made them to grow into a new growth. Then we have made them virgins, loving, equals in age, for the sake of the companions of the right hand." 56:35-38. In another hadith accepted by both you and us, the Holy Prophet said, "When the inhabitants of paradise enter heaven, they will be youthful with pure, clean faces, curly hair, charming eyes, 33 years of age." Sheikh, your statements are true as they are, but this is a specific hadith. I don't understand. What do you mean by a specific hadith? Do you mean that Allah will send a group of old men to paradise so that Abu Bakr and Omar may be their masters? Besides, your own prominent ulama regard this hadith as fabricated. The Prophet gave us a procedure for validating hadith. I stated earlier that any hadith which is not consistent with the Holy Quran is to be rejected. Our own scholars reject several hadith purported to have originated with the Prophet or with the holy Imams on the basis of the principle enunciated by the Prophet. Whenever a hadith is reported as having come from me, refer it to the Holy Quran. If it is consistent with it, accept it. Otherwise, reject it. Accordingly, our scholars do not accept hadith which are inconsistent with the Holy Quran. I stated earlier that your own ulama have written treatises on the rejection of fabricated hadith. For example, Sheikh Majduddin Muhammad ibn Yaqub Firuzabadi in Safarus Sa'ada, page 142. Jalaluddin Suyuti in Kitabul Lu'ali. Ibn Jawzi in Mawzu'a. Muqaddasi in Tadhkiratul Mawzu'a. And Sheikh Muhammad ibn Darwish, mashhur bi Hut al-Biruti, in Asna al-Talib, all have said that the chain of narrators of the hadith stating that Abu Bakr and Umar are the masters of the old men of paradise includes Yahya ibn Anbasa. Dhahabi says that this Yahya is an unreliable narrator, and Ibn John held that Yahya used to fabricate hadith. Thus, apart from my previous arguments, even your own ulama consider it a false hadith. In fact, it is probable that it was fabricated by the followers of Abu Bakr, the Umayyah family. In order to humiliate the Bani Hashim and the progeny of the Holy Prophet, They used to fabricate hadith parallel to those authentically narrated in praise of the family of the Prophet. Men like Abu Huraira, in order to gain access to the ruling coterie of the Bani Umayyah, often fabricated hadith. Because of their hostility to the descendants of the Prophet, they concocted hadith parallel to those accepted by both Shias and Sunni ulama.
Which is the accepted hadith in this case?
Hadith that both Hassan and Hussein are the foremost of youth of paradise. The authentic hadith is that the Prophet said, Hassan and Hussein are the foremost of the youth of paradise, and their father is superior to them. Many ulama have narrated this hadith.
For example, Khatib Khawarizmi in Manaqib, Mir Sayyid Ali Abu Abdur Rahman Nisa'i in Khasa'is al-Alawi, 3 hadith.
Ibn Sabbagh Maliki in Fusul al-Muhimma, page 159. Sulaiman Balki Hanafi in Yanabiul Mawadda, chapter 54. Sibt ibn Jawzi in Tadhkira, quoting from Tirmidhi, Ibn Majah, and Imam Ahmad ibn Hanlal. Sibt ibn Jawzi on page 133 of Tadhkiratul Mawadda. Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in Musnad. Tirmidhi in Sunan, and Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafai in Kifayatul Talib. Chapter 97 recorded this hadith, and the latter added that the great narrator of hadith,
Imam Abdul Qasim Tibrani,
also recorded this hadith in Mu'ajamul Kabir, and listed all its various narrators, such as the commander of the faithful, Ali, Umar ibn Khattab, the second caliph, Hudayfa Yamani, Abu Sa'id Khadri, Jabir ibn Abdullah Ansari, Abu Huraira, Usama ibn Zayd, and Abdullah ibn Umar. Thereafter, Muhammad ibn Yusuf has commented that it is an unquestionably genuine hadith. The unbroken continuity of the chain of narrators of this hadith is a proof of its being authentic. Further, Hafiz Abu Nu'aym Isfahani in Hilyatul Awliya, Ibn Asakir in Ta'arikh Kabir, Volume 4, page 206, Hikam in Mustadrak, Ibn Hajar Makki in Sawa'iq Muhriqa. In short, all of your eminent scholars have confirmed the authenticity of this hadith. Sheikh, but consider this hadith, the authenticity of which no one will deny. The Holy Prophet said, "In whatever nation Abu Bakr lives, it is not proper that any other person be preferred to him." This hadith proves that Abu Bakr is superior to the whole ummah. Well-wisher, I regret that you accept a hadith so uncritically. Had this hadith been narrated by the Prophet, he himself would have acted upon it. But he gave preference to Ali in the presence of Abu Bakr. Was Abu Bakr not present at the time of Mubahala, when Ali was chosen as the Prophet's self? In the Battle of Tabuk, when the older and more experienced Abu Bakr was there, why did the Prophet make Hazrat Ali his deputy and caliph? Why was Abu Bakr deposed by divine command in favor of Ali, when the older man had been sent to Mecca to preach Islam and to recite verses from the 9th chapter of the Quran, the immunity? While Abu Bakr was present, why did the Prophet take Ali with him to Mecca to break the idols, letting him mount his own shoulders, ordering him to smash the idol Hubal? Why, in the presence of Abu Bakr, did the Prophet send Ali to preach among the people of Yemen? Finally, why did the Prophet make Ali his successor and vicegerent instead of Abu Bakr? There is a very strong hadith from the Holy Prophet which cannot be contradicted. It is related by Amr ibn As, who said, "One day I asked the Prophet, 'O Prophet of Allah, whom do you love most among the women?' He replied, 'Aisha.' I said, 'Whom do you love best among the men?' He replied, 'Aisha's father, Abu Bakr.' Since the Prophet preferred Abu Bakr over all other men, he was superior to the whole community. This fact, in itself, is the most compelling proof of the legitimacy of Abu Bakr's caliphate. Reply to supposed hadith that Abu Bakr and Aisha were preferred by the Prophet. Apart from the fact that this hadith is concocted by Abu Bakr's supporters, it is inconsistent with authentic hadith which are accepted by both sects. This hadith should be considered from 2 points of view, from the side of al-Mu'mineen Aisha and from the side of Abu Bakr. The Prophet could not have said that of all women he loved Aisha most. I have already stated earlier that this contradicts many authentic hadith in both Sunni and Shia's books. Sheikh, which hadith does this tradition contradict? There are many hadith about the mother of the Imams, Fatima Zahra, narrated by your own ulama, which contradict your statement. Hafiz Abu Bakr Bayhaqi in his Ta'rikh, Hafiz Ibn Abdul Bar in Isti'ab, Mir Sayyid Ali Hamadani in Mawaddatul Qurba, and others of your ulama have reported that the Prophet said repeatedly, Fatima is the best of all the women of my community. Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in Musnad and Hafiz Abu Bakr al-Shirazi in Nuzulul Quran fi Ali narrate from Muhammad ibn Hanafiyah, and he from the commander of the faithful, Ali ibn Abdul Barr in Istiab, in the account of Fatima, related from al-Mu'mineen Khadija, from Abdul Warith ibn Sufyan, and from Abu Dawood and Anas ibn Malik, Sheikh Sulaiman Balkhi Hanafi in chapter 55 of Yanabul al-Mawadda, Mir Sayyid Ali Hamadani in Mawaddatul Qurba, Mawadda 13. These and many other narrators of hadith have reported from Anas ibn Malik that the Prophet said, There are 4 preeminent women of the world: Mary, daughter of Imran; Asiya, daughter of Mazahim; Khadija, daughter of Khalid; and Fatima, daughter of Muhammad. Khatib, in his Tarikh Baghdad, narrates that the Prophet declared these 4 women the best of all the women of the world. Then he pronounced Fatima to be superior to them all in this world and in the hereafter. Muhammad ibn Ismail Bukhari in his Sahih and Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in Musnad narrate from Aisha bint Abi Bakr that the Prophet said to Fatima, O Fatima, I give you the good tidings that Allah made you superior to all the women of the world and made you the purest of all the women of Islam. Also, Bukhari in his Sahih, Part 4, page 64, Muslim in Sahih, Part 2, in the chapter Merits of Fatima, Hamidi in his Jama Bainu Sahihain, Abdi in his Jama Bainu Sihahu Sitta. These and many others have reported on the authority of Mu'minin Aisha that the Prophet said, O Fatima, are you not happy that you are the chief of the women of all the world? Ibn Hajar Asqalani has quoted the same passage in his Isaba in connection with the life of Fatima with the version, You are the best of all the women of the world. Also, Bukhari, Muslim, Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, Tibrani, and Sulaiman Balkhi Hanafi all have recorded this hadith. In addition, Bukhari and Muslim, each in his Sahih, Imam Thalabi in his Tafsir, Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in Musnad, Tibrani in Mu'jamul Kabir, Sulaiman Balkhi Hanafi in Yanabi'ul Mawadda, chapter 32, on the authority of the Tafsir of Ibn Abi Hatim. Manaqib of Hakim. Wasit and Wahidi, the Hilyatul Awliya of Hafiz Abu Nu'aym Isfahani, and Fara'id of Hamwaini, Ibn Hajar Makki in Sawa'iq Muhriqa, under verse 14, on the authority of Ahmad, Muhammad ibn Talha Shafi'i in Matalib al-Su'ul, page 8, Tabari in Tafsir, Wahidi in Asbabun Nuzul,
Ibn Maghazili in Manaqib,
Muhibbuddin Tabari in Riyazun Nuzra,
Mu'min Shablanji in Nurul Absar,
Zamakhshari in Tafsir,
Imam Fakhruddin Razi in Tafsir Kabir,
Sayyid Abu Bakr Shahabuddin Alawi in Rishfatus Sadi min Bahr al-Fazail al-Bani al-Nabai al-Hadi.
Chapter 1, pages 22 to 23, on the authority of Tafsir of Baghawi.
Tafsir of Tha'labi, Manaqib of Ahmad, Kabir and Awsat of Tibrani and Sa'di, Sheikh Abdullah ibn Muhammad ibn Amir Shabrawi Shafi'i in Al-Ittihaf, page 5, on the authority of Hakim, Tibrani and Ahmad, Jalaluddin Suyuti.
I, in Ihya'ul Mayyit, on the authority of the tafsirs of Ibn Mundhir, Ibn Abi Hatim, Ibn Mardawai, and Mu'jamul Kabir of Tibrani, and Ibn Abi Hatim and Hakim.
In short, most of your eminent ulama, barring a few staunch followers of the Bani Umayyah and enemies of the Ahlul Bayt, have narrated from Abdullah ibn Abbas and others that when the following verse of the Holy Quran was revealed, say, I do not ask of you any reward for it, but love for my near relatives. And whoever earns good, we give him more of good therein. 42 to 23. A group of companions asked, O Prophet of Allah, who are those of your relatives whose love has been made obligatory on us by Allah? The Prophet replied, They are Ali, Fatima, Hassan, and Hussein. Some hadith contain the words, and their sons, meaning Hassan and Hussein. Shafi'i's acknowledgement that love for Ahlul Bayt is obligatory. Even Ibn Hajar, a very intolerant person, in his Sawa'iq Mukhriqa, page 88, Hafiz Jamaluddin Zarandi in Mirajul Rasul, Sheikh Abdullah Shabrawi in Kitabul Ittihaf, page 29, Muhammad ibn Ali Saban of Egypt in Asafur ar-Raghibin, page 119, and others have related from Imam Muhammad ibn Idris Shafi'i, who is one of your 4 imams and the religious head of the Shafi'is, that he used to say, O Ahlul Bayt of the Prophet of Allah, love for you has been made obligatory for us by Allah, as revealed in the Holy Quran, referring to the above verse. It is sufficient for your dignity that if one does not send salutations to you in the ritual prayers, his prayers will not be accepted. Now I ask you, can the one-sided hadith reported by you stand against all these authentic hadith which have been accepted by both the Sunni and Shia sects? Misconception regarding Holy Prophet's love for Aisha. In regard to the Prophet's love for you, Aisha, do you think that because of his sensual desires, he loved Aisha more than Fatima? It is true that Aisha was his wife, and therefore an Ummul Mu'mineen, mother of the believers, like the other wives of the Prophet. But is it conceivable that he loved Aisha more than he loved Fatima, whose love was made obligatory in the Holy Quran, for whom the verse of purity was revealed, and who was included in the Mubahala? Surely you know that the Prophet and the vicegerents were not motivated by sensual desires, and that they looked only to Allah. This dedication was particularly true for the last of the prophets. He loved those whom Allah loved. Should we reject these authentic hadith which have been accepted by ulama of both sects, and which agree with the verses of the Holy Quran, or should we regard the hadith that you have just narrated as fabricated? You claim that the Prophet said that he loved Abu Bakr more than any other man. But this claim is also at variance with many other authentic hadith which have been narrated by your own ulama, who have insisted that, according to the Prophet, The most dearly loved man was Ali. Holy Prophet preferred Ali to all other men. Sheikh Sulaiman Balkhi, in his Yanabi'ul Mawadda, chapter 55, narrates from Tirmidhi Buraida's hadith that, according to the Prophet, the most dearly loved woman was Fatima, and the most dearly loved man was Ali. Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi'i, in his Kifayatul Talib, chapter 91, reports on the authority of al-Mu'mineen Aisha that she said, Allah did not create anyone whom the Holy Prophet loved more than Ali. He adds that this is the hadith which Ibn Jarir in his Manaqib and Ibn Asakir Damishqi in his translation have narrated from Ali. Muhyiddin and Imam al-Haramain Ahmad ibn Abdullah Shafi'i relates from Tirmidhi in the Kha'irul Uqba that people asked Aisha which woman was loved most by the Prophet, and she replied, Fatima. Then she was asked about the man loved most by the Prophet, and she replied, her husband, Ali bin Abu Talib. Further, he related from the Mukhalis of the Habi and Hafiz Abul Qasim Damishki, and he from Aisha that she said, I have not seen a man more loved by the Holy Prophet than Ali, nor a woman more loved than Fatima. In addition, the Sheikh relates from Hafiz Khajandi and he from Ma'azatul Ghifariya that she said, I went to have an audience with the Prophet in Aisha's house while Ali was outside the house. The Prophet said to Aisha, this, Ali, is the dearest to me and the most honored among all men. Recognize his right and pay respectful regard to his position. Sheikh Abdullah ibn Muhammad ibn Amir Shabrawi Shafi'i, who is one of your prominent ulama. Kitabul Ittihaf Bihubb al-Ashraf, page 9, Sulaiman Balkhi in Yanabi'ul Mawadda, and Muhammad ibn Talha Shafi'i in Matalib al-Su'ul, page 6, from Tirmidhi, and he from Jami' ibn Umar, all narrated the following. I went to al-Mu'mineen Aisha with my aunt, father's sister, and we inquired of her who was loved most by the Holy Prophet. She replied, among women it was Fatima, and among men her husband, Ali ibn Abu Talib. This same hadith has been related by Mir Sayyid Ali Hamadani Shafi'i in Mawaddatul Qurba, Mawadda 2, with the variation that Jamia ibn Omar said that he received this reply from his aunt. Similarly, Khatib Khawarizmi has related this hadith from Jami ibn Omar and the latter from Aisha at the end of chapter 4 of his Manaqib. Ibn Hajar Maki in Sawa'iq Muhriqa, towards the end of chapter 2, after recording 40 hadith on the merits of Ali, relates the following hadith from Aisha. Among women, Fatima was the woman most loved by the Holy Prophet of Allah, and among men, her husband. Muhammad ibn Talha Shafi'i in Matalib al-Su'ul, page 7, after recording several specific hadith on this issue, expresses his own conclusion in the following words. These authentic and unequivocal narrations prove that Fatima was the most beloved of the Prophet above all other women. She is the highest in rank of all the women of paradise, and also the foremost of women of this community, as well as the foremost of the women of Medina. These reliable hadith clearly establish that of all creatures, Ali and Fatima were the most loved by the Prophet. Another proof of the Prophet's preferring Ali to other men is the hadith of the bird, Hadith at-Tayr. This hadith is so well known and so commonly accepted that we need not mention all its sources. I will mention only some of them. Hadith of the roasted bird. Most of your prominent ulama, like Bukhari, Muslim, Tirmidhi, Nisa'i, and Sijistani in their Sihah, Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in his Musnad, Ibn Abil Hadid in his commentary on Nahjul Balagha, Ibn Sabbagh Maliki in Fusulul Muhimma, and Sulaiman Balki Hanafi in Yanabiul Mawadda, Chapter 8, and a host of other reliable authors have recorded the Hadith al-Ta'ir in their works. They verify that this hadith was reported by 24 narrators of hadith from Anas ibn Malik. Ibn Sabbagh Maliki in his Fusulul Muhimma writes about it in these words: "In the books of authentic hadith and reliable narrations, the hadith al-Ta'ir from Anas ibn Malik is indisputably correct." Sibt ibn Jawzi, on page 23 of his Tadhkirah, and Sunan of Tirmidhi and Mas'udi on page 49 of volume 2 of Muruj al-Dhahab, have focused especially on the last part of this hadith, which contains the Prophet's prayer and its acceptance by Allah. Imam Abu Abdurrahman Nisa'i, in the 9th hadith of his Khasa'isul Alawi, and Hafiz ibn Iqda and Muhammad ibn Jarir Tabari have all referred to the unbroken chain of narrators and to the authentic sources of this hadith, saying that it was narrated by 35 companions of the Holy Prophet from Anas ibn Malik. In short, all your distinguished ulama have verified the authenticity of this hadith and have included it in their books. Allama Sayyid Hamid Hussein has dedicated an entire volume of his Abaqatul Anwar to this hadith. He collected all reliable sources from your distinguished ulama and clearly proved the authenticity of this hadith. According to this hadith, one day a woman brought a gift of a roasted bird to the Prophet. Before eating it, the Prophet, raising his hands, invoked Allah thus: "O Allah, of your whole creation, send the person who is the dearest to you and to me, so that he may partake of this roasted bird with me." Ali then came in and ate the roasted bird with the Holy Prophet. Some of your books, such as Fusulul Muhimma of Maliki, Tarikh of Hafiz Nishapuri, Kifayatut Talib of Ganji Shafi'i, and Musnad of Ahmad ibn Hanbal, etc., in which the hadith has been reported from Anas ibn Malik, have recorded that Anas said, "The Prophet had not finished his invocation when Ali came into the house, but I kept the matter secret. When Ali stamped his foot the 3rd time, the Prophet ordered me to let him in. When Ali entered, the Prophet said, 'Allah's mercy be upon you. What brings you to me?' Ali then told him that he came to him 3 times, but was allowed entrance only this time. The Prophet asked what made me behave like that, and I replied, 'The truth is that, on hearing your invocation, I wished that such an honor might fall to the lot of someone of my tribe. Now I ask you, respected people, whether the invocation of the Holy Prophet was accepted or rejected by Allah.' Shaykh, obviously Allah accepted it, since He has promised in the Holy Quran that He would accept the Prophet's invocation. Moreover, Allah knew that the Prophet would not make an inappropriate request. So Allah always accepted his invocation. Well-wisher, Allah sent Ali, the most deserving person in His creation, to the Prophet. Your own scholars have confirmed this event. Muhammad ibn Talha Shafi'i has in his Matalib as-Su'ul, Chapter 1, Part 5, page 15, established the high position of Ali as the beloved of Allah and of the Prophet on the basis of the hadith of ensign, rayat, and the hadith of the bird, ta'ir. In that connection he says, "The intention of the Prophet was that the people should understand the unique and high distinction of Ali, who attained the highest pinnacle to be reached by the pious." Also, Hafiz and Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi'i, died 658 AH, writes in his Kifayatut Talib, Chapter 33, referring to the virtues of Ali ibn Abi Talib, that this hadith clearly proves that Ali was the dearest person in creation to Allah. Later he says that Hakim Abu Abdullah Hafiz Nishapuri related this hadith al-Ta'ir of Anas from 86 narrators and also recorded the names of all 86 narrators. See Kifayatut Talib, chapter 32. That hadith quoted by you, in comparison with the hadith narrated by your own high-ranking ulama, excepting a few stubborn fanatics, cannot be relied upon and would be rejected by learned men. Sheikh, I'm afraid that you have made up your mind not to accept what we say. Well-wisher, how can you attribute such bias to me? Can you cite a single instance in which you have put forward a cogent argument and I have unreasonably rejected it? I swear that in religious debates with the Jews, the Christians, the Hindus, and the Brahmins, the ignorant Baha'is in Iran, the Kadanis in India, and the materialists, in all of these circumstances, I never acted obstinately in my argument. I never adopted a refractory attitude towards these unbelievers. How could I do so with you, my brothers in Islam? Sheikh, we read the account of your debate with the Hindus and Brahmins of Lahore in the newspapers. We were greatly impressed by it. Although we had not met you, we felt we were morally affiliated with you. I hope that Allah will lead you and us to the right path. We believe that if there is any doubt about a certain hadith, we should, according to your proposal, refer it to the Holy Quran. However, if you question the excellence of Caliph Abu Bakr and the mode of caliphate of the major caliphs, and if you consider the hadith dubious, will you also hesitate to believe an argument based on the verses of the Holy Quran? Well-wisher, may Allah not grant us the day when we doubt facts based on the Holy Quran or authentic hadith. However, when we have entered into a religious debate with any nation or community, they also argued from the verses of the Holy Quran to establish their point of view. Since the verses of the Holy Quran have various levels of meaning, the last prophet, in order to guard the people against misunderstanding, did not leave the Holy Quran as the sole source of guidance. As has been acknowledged by both sects, Shi'as and Sunnis, he himself said, I leave with you two great things, the Book of Allah, Quran, and my descendants. If you are attached to these two, never, never shall you go astray after me. Verily, these two shall never be separated from one another until they meet me at the fountain of Kawthar. For this reason, the meaning of the revelation of the Holy Quran should be sought either from the Prophet, the primary interpreter of the Holy Quran, or after him from the equals of the Holy Quran, the holy descendants of the Prophet. The Holy Quran says, So ask you, the people of the remembrance, if ye know not. 21-7. People of the remembrance are the Ahlul Muhammad, the descendants of the Holy Prophet. The Ahl al-Dhikr means the people of the remembrance, Ali and the holy Imams, his descendants, who are the equals of the Holy Quran. Sheikh Sulaiman Balkhi Hanafi, in his Yanabiul Mawadda, chapter 39, quoting from the Tafsir al-Kashful Bayan of Imam Tha'alabi, narrates from Jabir ibn Abdullah Ansari, who said, Ali said, We descendants of the Holy Prophet are the people of the remembrance. Since dhikr, remembrance, is one of the names of the Holy Quran, this family contains the people of the Quran. As reported by your and our ulama, Ali said, Ask me anything you like before I leave you. Ask me about the holy book, the Quran, since I know about every verse in it, whether it was revealed in the night or during the day, on a plain field or in the steep mountains. By Allah, no verse of the Holy Quran was revealed, but I know about what it was revealed, where it was revealed, and about what person it was revealed. Allah Almighty has endowed me with an eloquent tongue and a wise mind. Quote, "Therefore, basing arguments upon verses of the Holy Quran should be in accordance with their authentic meaning and the interpretations given by those capable of reliable commentary. Otherwise, everyone would give his own interpretation of the verses of the Quran according to his scope of knowledge and faith, and that would only result in differences of opinion and conflicting ideas. With this in mind, I ask you to cite your verses." Citation of a verse of the Holy Quran about the appointment of the 4 caliphs and a reply. Shaykh, Allah clearly says in the Holy Quran, "Muhammad is the apostle of Allah, and those who are with him are strong against unbelievers, but compassionate amongst each other. Thou wilt see them bow and prostrate themselves in prayer, seeking grace from Allah and His good pleasure. On their faces are their marks, being the traces of their prostration." 48-29. First, this verse proves the superiority of Abu Bakr. Second, it vindicates the position of the 4 caliphs as opposed to the claim of the Shia sect that Ali was the first caliph. This verse unequivocally states that Ali was the 4th caliph. Well-wisher. Certainly, this verse does not give any obvious indication about the mode of appointment of the caliphs or about the excellence of Abu Bakr. Therefore, you must point out at what place of the verse this meaning is concealed. Shaykh, in the beginning of this verse, the phrase, "those who are with him," refers to that great man who was with the Prophet on the night of the cave. The order of succession in the caliphate is also apparent from this verse. "Those who are with him" means Abu Bakr, who accompanied the Prophet in the cave of Thar on the night of Hijrah. The phrase "strong against unbelievers" means Umar ibn Khattab, who was very harsh with the unbelievers. The phrase "compassionate to each other" refers to Uthman ibn Affan, who was very kind. The phrase "on their faces are their marks," the traces of their prostration, refers to Ali. It is clear that Ali is the 4th caliph, not the 1st, since Allah mentioned him in the 4th place. Well-wisher. I wonder how I should reply so that I may not be accused of self-interest. No Quranic commentaries, including those of your great ulama, have interpreted these words as you have. Had this verse been about the order of the caliphate, the first day after the death of the Prophet, when Ali, the Bani Hashim, and the distinguished companions of the Prophet raised objections and refused to swear allegiance to the Caliph, baseless arguments would not have been put forward. They could have given a silencing reply by citing this holy verse there and then. Hence, it is clear that your interpretation is an afterthought. None of the great commentators of your sect, like Tabari, Imam Tha'labi, Fazil Nishapuri, Jalaluddin Suyuti, Qazi Baydahli, Jarullah Zamakhshari, Imam Fakhruddin Razi, or others have interpreted it thus. I fail to understand how you derive this meaning. Where and by whom was such a meaning given? This verse, from the literary and technical point of view, also goes against what you say. Sheikh, I never expected that you would stand so boldly in opposition to the obvious meaning of such a verse. Of course, if you have anything to say against this, you may let us know, so that the real position may be established. Well-wisher, considering the grammatical construction of the verse, if we interpret its meaning as you have, it would either mean that Muhammad is Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and Ali, or that Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and Ali are Muhammad. Even beginning students know that this sort of interpretation is grammatically inaccurate. Besides, if this verse referred to the 4 caliphs, there would have been the conjunction "and" to coordinate words to give your meaning, but it is not so. All the commentators of your own sect say that this verse refers to all the believers. Moreover, the qualities enumerated in this verse apparently refer to one person only who remained with the Prophet from the very beginning, and not to 4 persons. And if we say that one person was the commander of the faithful, Ali, it would be more appropriate according to common sense and hadith than naming any others. Argument from the verse of cave and its reply. Sheikh, it is strange that you claim that you do not indulge in misleading arguments, although your views are quite perverse. Allah says in the Holy Quran, "If you will not aid him, Allah certainly aided him when those who disbelieved him expelled him, he being the second of the 2, when they were both in the cave, when he said to his companion, 'Grieve not, surely Allah is with us.' So Allah sent down his tranquility upon him and strengthened him with hosts which you did not see." 940. First, this verse supports the previous verse and proves that the phrase, "and those who are with him," refers to Abu Bakr, who was with the Prophet in the cave on the night of the Hijrah. Second, the fact that he was with the Holy Prophet is in itself a great proof of Abu Bakr's merit and his superiority to the whole Ummah. The Prophet could foretell that Abu Bakr was his successor, and that the existence of the Caliph after him was necessary. Therefore, he realized that he should protect Abu Bakr as he would his own. So, he took him with him so that Abu Bakr might not be caught by the enemy. Such treatment was not shown to any other Muslim. This clearly proves his right to the caliphate in preference to others. If you would look at the verse more objectively, you would see that your conclusion is wrong. Sheikh, can you advance reasons against the conclusions that we have drawn? I should like you to pass over this issue at the moment because speech breeds speech. Some biased people may interpret our comments with ill will. I do not wish to incite hatred. One might conclude that we wish to dishonor the caliphs, though the position of each individual is fixed, and it is not necessary to make useless interpretations. Sheikh, you are being evasive. Be assured that reasonable argument does not breed contempt. It removes misunderstandings. Well-wisher, since you have used the word evasive, I am constrained to reply, so that you may know that I am not avoiding the issue. I wanted to maintain the propriety of our debate. I hope that you will not find fault with me. You made a thoughtless assertion that the Prophet knew that Abu Bakr would be his caliph after him. Therefore, it was necessary for him to save his life, and so he took him with him. Facts about Abu Bakr's accompanying the Holy Prophet. Reply to your statement is simple. If Abu Bakr had been the only caliph after the Prophet, such a view could be possible, but you believe in 4 caliphs. If this argument of yours is correct, and if it had been necessary for the Prophet to safeguard the life of the caliph, then the Prophet should have taken with him all 4 caliphs in Mecca. Why would he leave 3 others there, one of them in the perilous position of sleeping in the Prophet's bed, which was dangerous on a night when his enemies had gathered to murder him? According to Tabari, part 3 of his history, Abu Bakr was not aware of the Prophet's movement from Mecca. When he went to Ali and asked him about the Prophet, he told him that the Prophet had gone to the cave. Ali told him that if he had any business with him, he should run up to him. Abu Bakr ran and met the Prophet on the way, so he accompanied him. This series of events indicates that the Prophet did not intend to take Abu Bakr with him. The latter accompanied him from the middle of the way without the Prophet's permission. According to other reports, Abu Bakr was taken on the journey for fear of his causing a disturbance and giving information to the enemy. Your own ulama have admitted this fact. For instance, Sheikh Abul Qasim ibn Sabbagh, who is one of the well-known ulama of your sect, writing in his Al-Nur wal-Burhan about the life of the Prophet, narrates from Muhammad ibn Ishaq and he from Hassan ibn Thabit Ansari that he went to Mecca to perform the Umrah before the emigration of the Prophet. He saw that the Quraysh unbelievers were railing at the Prophet's companions. The Prophet ordered Ali to sleep in his bed, and, fearing that Abu Bakr would disclose this fact to the unbelievers, the Prophet took Abu Bakr with him. Finally, it would have been better if you had pointed out what evidence there is in this verse to show the superiority of Abu Bakr, or whether accompanying the Prophet on a journey is proof that one is entitled to the caliphate. The evidence is there. First, the companionship of the Prophet, and that Allah called him the Prophet's companion is in itself a qualification. Second, the Prophet himself said, "Verily, Allah is with us." Third, the sending down of tranquility upon him from Allah, as mentioned in this verse, is the most compelling proof of Abu Bakr's excellence. Therefore, all of these points taken together indicate his superiority to others regarding the caliphate. Well-wisher. No one hesitates to acknowledge the position of Abu Bakr, an elderly Muslim, one of the distinguished companions and the father of the wife of the Prophet. However, these reasons do not prove his superiority of the caliphate. If you try to prove your point with such statements before impartial men, you will be courting strong criticism. They will say that companionship with virtuous people is no proof of merit or superiority. For example, we often see that bad people accompany good ones, and hosts of infidels accompany Muslims on journeys. Perhaps you have forgotten what the Holy Quran says about the Prophet Joseph, who said, "O my two companions of the prison, I ask you, are many lords differing among themselves better, or Allah, the One, the Supreme?" Regarding this verse, commentators have said that when Joseph was taken to the prison, on the same day the king's cook and the wine-bearer, both of whom were unbelievers, were also put into the prison with him. For 5 years, these 3 men, both believers and unbelievers, lived together as companions. When preaching to them, Joseph called them his companions. Was this companionship of the Prophet ever made grounds for regarding the two infidels as virtuous or dignified? Did their companionship with the Prophet affect a change in their faith? The writings of the commentators and historians tell us that after 5 years of companionship, they were separated from each other in the same condition. Another verse of the Quran states, "His companion said to him while disputing with him, 'Do you disbelieve in him who created you from dust, then from a small seed, then he made you a perfect man?'" Commentators agree that this verse refers to 2 brothers. One was a believer whose name was Yehuda. The other was an unbeliever whose name was Baratus. This fact has also been reported in the Tafsir al-Kabir by Imam Fakhruddin Razi, who is one of your ulama. These 2 talk to each other, the details of which cannot be given here. Allah has, however, called both of them, believer and unbeliever, companions. Did the unbeliever derive benefit from his companionship with the believer? Obviously not. Thus, companionship alone is no basis for claiming one's excellence. There are many examples in support of this view. The Prophet's words, "Allah is with us," no proof of excellence of Abu Bakr. You also said that since the Prophet said to Abu Bakr, "Allah is with us," that this is proof of Abu Bakr's excellence and his right to the caliphate. You might reconsider your views. People might ask, for example, does Allah remain with the believers and saints only and not with the unbelievers? Do you know any place where Allah does not exist? Isn't Allah with everyone? Suppose a believer and an unbeliever are together in a congregation. The Quran says, "See you not that Allah knows whatever is in the heavens and whatever is in the earth? Nowhere is there a secret counsel between 3 persons, but he is 4th of them, nor between 5, but he is the 6th, nor less than that, nor more, but he is with them wheresoever they may be." 58-7. According to this verse, and according to common sense, Allah is with everyone. Sheikh, the expression, "Allah is with us," meant that they were Allah's dearly loved ones, because they traveled in the way of Allah for the purpose of preserving His religion. Allah's blessings were with them. Well-wisher. But surely this expression does not prove that one possesses an eternal blessing. Allah Almighty looks at people's deeds. It has often happened that at one time people performed good deeds and were recipients of mercy from Allah. Later, they disobeyed Allah and were subjected to divine wrath. Satan, as you know, worshipped Allah for thousands of years and received kindness from him. However, as soon as he disobeyed his command, he was damned. The Holy Quran says, He said, "Then get out of it, for surely you are driven away, and surely upon you is a curse until the day of judgment." Excuse me, there is no harm in citing examples. My purpose is to clarify the point. History contains many examples of those who were close to Allah, but who, after being tested, were cursed. Balaam ibn Ba'ur, for example, a contemporary of Moses, became so close to Allah that Allah revealed to him the Ism al-Azam, the greatest name of Allah, through which anything sought for is immediately granted by Allah. He invoked Allah by means of the Ism al-Azam and caused Moses to suffer in the valley of Tia. But at the time of trial, Balaam was overpowered by his love for the material world. He followed Satan and was condemned. Commentators have given detailed accounts of this event. Imam Fakhruddin Razi, in his commentary, Part 4, page 463, has reported this matter from Ibn Abbas, Ibn Mas'ud, and Mujahid. Allah in the Holy Quran tells us, "And recite to them the narrative of him to whom we give our revelations, but he withdraws himself from them. So Satan overtakes him, and he is of those who go astray." 7-175. Barsisa Abid. Or consider the case of Barsisa Abid, who originally worshipped Allah so much that he became Mustajabud Dawa, one whose invocations are granted. However, when the time of trial came, he failed. Misled by Satan, he committed fornication with a girl, was sent to the gallows, and died an unbeliever. The Holy Quran refers to him in these words. Like Satan, when he says to man, "Disbelieve," but when he disbelieves, he says, "I am surely quit of you. Surely I fear Allah, the Lord of the worlds." Therefore, the end of both of them is that they are both in the fire to abide therein, and that is the reward of the unjust. 59:16-17. So, if man has done good deeds at one time, it does not follow that his end will be good. It is for this reason that we are instructed to say in our invocation, "Let all our actions end in good." Sheikh, I really didn't expect an honorable man like you to cite the examples of Satan, Balaam al-Ba'ur, and Barsisa. Well-wisher, excuse me, I have already stated that there is no harm in citing examples. In fact, we must cite them in learned debates to prove facts. Let Allah be my witness. I never intended to defame anyone by citing these examples. My purpose is to prove my point. Sheikh, this verse clearly proves Abu Bakr's excellence because it says, So Allah sent down His tranquility upon him. 940. The pronoun here refers to Abu Bakr, which proves his superiority. You have misunderstood. The pronoun used after sakina, peace, refers to the Prophet. Peace was sent to him, and not to Abu Bakr, as is evident from the later sentence in which Allah says, and strengthened him with hosts which you did not see. 940. The fact is that the hosts of unseen angels were to aid the Prophet, not Abu Bakr. Sheikh, I admit that the divine help was for the Prophet, but Abu Bakr, being in company of the Prophet, was not without blessings. The sending down of peace was on the Prophet of Allah. If the bestowal of divine blessings referred to two people, Arabic grammar would require that pronouns be used designating two people in all the phrases of this verse. But the pronouns refer to one person, the Prophet, and Allah's blessings were for him. If through him the bestowal had been intended for others as well, their names would have been mentioned. Hence, the sending down of peace in this verse is for the Prophet alone. Sheikh, the Prophet of Allah was independent of the divine bestowal of peace. He did not need it because he was assured of divine blessings. Hence, the bestowal of peace was for Abu Bakr. Well-wisher, on what grounds do you say that the Prophet was independent of divine blessings? No person, prophet, imam, or saint is independent of divine blessings. Perhaps you have forgotten what the Holy Quran says about the incident of Hunayn. Then Allah sent down His tranquility upon His apostle and upon the believers. The same thing has been said in chapter 48, Fat, verse 26 of the Holy Quran. The believers are included after the Prophet in this verse, just as in the verse of the cave. If Abu Bakr had been a believer who deserved the bestowal of peace, either the pronoun for two persons would have been used, or his name would have been mentioned separately. This matter is so clear that your own ulama admit that the pronoun connected with peace does not refer to Abu Bakr. You might consult Naqzul Uthmaniyah, compiled by Sheikh Abu Ja'far Muhammad ibn Abdullah Iskafi, who is one of the prominent ulama and sheikhs of the Mu'tazilites. That scholar completely refutes the absurdities of Abu Uthman Jahiz. Ibn Abil Hadid also recorded some of those replies in his Sharh Nahjul Balagha, Volume 3, pages 253 to 281. In addition, there is a phrase in this verse, the implication of which is contrary to your point. The Prophet said to Abu Bakr, "Fear you not." The phrase indicates that Abu Bakr was frightened. Was this fear praiseworthy or not? If it was, the Prophet would not prohibit anyone from doing a good deed. A vicegerent of Allah possesses certain qualities. The most important of them, as pointed out in the Holy Quran, is that he never fears the vicissitudes of life. He exercises patience and fortitude. The Holy Quran says, "Now surely the friends of Allah, they shall have no fear, nor shall they grieve." 6th session, Tuesday night, 28th Rajab 1345 AH. Mr. Ghulam Imamin, a respected Sunni merchant, came to the meeting place before sunset. He mentioned the reason for his coming. He said that he and some others were greatly influenced by the well-wisher's remarks. He said that he heard facts he had never heard before. He and some other Sunnis had an unpleasant discussion with their ulama, who could not refute well-wishers' arguments, but who stuck stubbornly to their position. When the time for Maghrib prayers came, Mr. Ghulam Imamain offered both Maghrib and Isha prayers led by well-wisher. When the others arrived, the discussion began with a comment by Nawab Sahib. "Please continue last night's discourse." the interpretation of the verse was incomplete. Well-wisher, looking toward the Sunni ulama, provided you so allow. Hafiz, a bit angrily, no harm. If something remains to be said, we are prepared to listen. Well-wisher, last night I proved, from the grammatical point of view, that the statement of some commentators that this verse refers to the manner of determining the caliphate was unacceptable. Now I will argue from another point of view. Sheikh Abdul Salam Sahib said last night that there are 4 qualities mentioned in this verse. These qualities, he said, indicate that the verse was revealed in reference to the first 4 caliphs and that the verse indicates the order of the caliphate. My response to this argument is, first, reliable commentators have never made such a statement about the significance of this verse. Second, you all know that when a quality attributed to a person corresponds precisely with his characteristics, only then it worth considering. If we consider the facts objectively, we find that it is only Ali who had possessed the attributes described in this verse. These qualities in no way correspond with those named by Sheikh Sayyid. Weren't all those verses you have already narrated about Ali sufficient? Do you now wish, through your rhetorical cleverness, to prove that this holy verse was also revealed in praise of Ali? If so, let us know how it does not fit in with the caliphate of the first 4 caliphs. 300 verses in praise of Ali. I haven't falsely attributed verses of the Holy Quran in praise of Ali. You are confused. Can you ignore the fact that well-known commentaries and reliable books written by your own ulama mentioned many verses of the Holy Quran to be in praise of Ali? How can you regard it as being peculiar to me? Were Hafiz Abu Na'im Isfahani, the author of Ma Nazala Min al-Quran fi Ali, and Hafiz Abu Bakr Shirazi, the author of Nuzulul Quran fi Ali, Shi'as? Were the great commentators, like Imam Tha'labi, Jalaluddin Suyuti, Tabari, Imam Fakhruddin Razi, and other high-ranking ulama, like Ibn Kathir, Muslim, Hakim, Tirmidhi, Nisa'i, Ibn Majah, Abu Dawood, Ahmad ibn Hanbal, and even the intolerant Ibn Hajar, who collected in his Sawa'iq the verses of the Holy Quran revealed in praise of Ali, Shi'as? Some of the ulama, like Tabari and Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi, in the beginning of his part 62, narrating on the authority of Ibn Abbas, and Muhaddith of Syria in his Ta'arikh al-Kabir, and others have recorded as many as 300 verses of the Holy Quran in praise of Ali. Were these men Shi'as, or did they belong to your great ulama? We do not need to falsely attribute a verse of the Holy Quran for proving the rank of the commander of the faithful, Ali. His enemies, Amawis, Nawasib, and Khawarij, suppress his virtues, and his friends hesitate to report his excellence for fear of consequences. Still, books are full of his merits, and they cast light on all aspects of his attainment. So far as this verse is concerned, I have not indulged in rhetorical cleverness. I have revealed the truth, arguing from your own books. You have observed so far that I have not argued from the reports of Shia's authors. Even if Shia's books are left aside, I will prove Ali's unique superiority. What I have said regarding this verse agrees with the views of your own ulama. Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi quoted the Hadith of Similarity in his Kifayatut Talib, chapter 23, from the Prophet to the effect that Ali was similar to the prophets. He says that the reason Ali was called similar to Noah in wisdom was that Ali was vehement against the unbelievers and kind to the believers. Allah has mentioned these attributes in the Holy Quran. Ali, who was always with the Prophet, was vehement against the infidels and compassionate to the believers. And supposing, as Sheikh Saib says, that the phrase, "and those who are with him," refers to Abu Bakr because he remained for a few days with the Prophet in the cave. Can such a man equal him who remained with the Holy Prophet from childhood and received instruction from him? Ali first to declare belief in Prophet of Allah. Moreover, on the crucial occasion of the declaration of his prophethood, no one supported Muhammad except Ali. Your eminent ulama, like Bukhari and Muslim, in their Sahihain, Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in his Musnad, and many others, such as Ibn Abdil Bidr in Istiyab. Volume 3, page 32. Imam Abu Abdurrahman Nisa'i in Khasa'isul Alawi. Sibt ibn al-Jawzi in Tazkira, page 63. Sheikh Sulaiman Balkhi Hanafi in Yanabiul Mawadda, chapter 12, on the authority of Tirmidhi and Muslim. Muhammad ibn Talha Shafi'i in Matalibus Su'ul, subchapter I. Ibn Abil Hadid in Sharh Nakhjul Balagha, volume 3, page 258. Tirmidhi in Jam al-Tirmidhi, volume 2, page 314. Hamwaini in Fara'id. Mir Sayyid Ali Hamadani in Mawaddatul Qurba, and even the fanatical Ibn Hajar in Sawayiq al-Muhriqa. And other prominent scholars have, with slight variation of words, related from Honest ibn Malik and others that the Holy Prophet was ordained Prophet of Allah on Monday, and Ali declared his faith in him on Tuesday. It is also narrated that the prophethood of Allah was declared on Monday, and Ali offered prayers with the Holy Prophet on Tuesday. And again, Ali was the first man who declared his faith in the Prophet. Also, Tabari, Ibn Abil Hadid, Tirmidhi, and others narrate from Ibn Abbas that Ali was the first to offer prayers. Training of Ali from childhood by the Holy Prophet. I ask you to consider what your own learned theologian, Nuruddin ibn Sabbagh Maliki in his Fusulul Muhimma, chapter Tarbiyatun Nabi, page 16, and Muhammad ibn Talha Shafi'i in his Matalibus Su'ul, chapter 1, page 11, and others have reported. During a famine in Mecca, the Prophet told his uncle, Abbas, that the latter's brother, Abu Talib, had too many children, and that his means of livelihood were narrow. Muhammad recommended that each of them ask Abu Talib for one child to support so that the heavy burden on him would be reduced. Abbas agreed. They went to Abu Talib with their offer, and he accepted. Abbas took Jafar al-Tayyar under his guardianship, and the Prophet took Ali. Maliki continues, Ali remained continuously with the Holy Prophet until the latter was formally declared the Prophet of Allah. Ali declared his belief in him and followed him as a Prophet of Allah when Ali was only 13. He was the first male to accept Islam. The Prophet's wife, Khadijah, was the only person to accept the Prophet before Ali. In the same chapter, Maliki reports that Ibn Abbas, Jabir ibn Abdullah Ansari, Zayd ibn Arqam, Muhammad ibn Munkadar, and Rabi'atul Marai said that the first person after Khadijah who believed in the Prophet was Ali. He says that Ali referred to this fact, which has been narrated by your ulama. He said, Muhammad, the Prophet of Allah, is my brother and son of my uncle. Hamza, the chief of the martyrs, is my uncle. Fatima, the daughter of the Prophet, is my wife, and his daughter's 2 sons are my sons by Fatima. Who of you has shared such distinction as I have? I was the foremost in accepting Islam when I was only a child. The Prophet declared on the day of Ghadir al-Khum that it was obligatory to accept me as your guide. Then he said 3 times, "Woe be to him who faces Allah tomorrow on the day of judgment if he has subjected me to cruelty." Muhammad ibn Talha al-Shafi'i in his Matalib al-Su'ul, Part 1, Chapter 1, page 11, and many others of your learned men, have reported that these statements were in reply to Muawiyah's letter to Ali, in which the former had boasted that his father was the chief of his tribe during the time of ignorance, and that in Islam he, Muawiyah, was the king. Muawiyah also said that he was the maternal uncle of the faithful, the writer of the Wahi, and a man of virtuous merits. After reading the letter, Ali said, "A man of his character, the son of the woman who chewed livers, boasts before me?" In reference to Muawiyah's mother, Hind, who, after the Battle of Uhud, in a fit of rage, ripped open the dead body of Hamza, tore out his liver, and chewed it. Muawiyah, even though he was bitterly opposed to Ali, could not deny these merits. Moreover, Hakim Abul Qasim Haskali, one of your learned ulama, narrates from Abdul Rahman ibn Auf regarding the above verse of the 10 Quraysh who accepted Islam, that Ali was the foremost among them. Ahmad ibn Hanbal, Khatib Khawarizmi, and Sulaiman Balkhi Hanafi narrate from Anas ibn Malik that the Prophet said, "The angels blessed me and Ali for 7 years, for during that time no voice proclaimed the oneness of Allah except mine and Ali's." Ibn Abil Hadid Mu'tazili, in Sharh al-Nahj al-Balagha, Volume 1, pages 373-5, recorded several hadith narrated through your scholars to the effect that Ali was the foremost of all others in the matter of Islam. After recording the various versions and narrations, he concludes, "So the sum total of what we have stated is that Ali is the first of all men regarding Islam. The view contrary to it is rare and not worth our attention." Imam Abu Abdurrahman Nisa'i, author of one of the 6 books of authentic hadith, has recorded in Khasa'isul Alawi the first 6 hadith on this topic and has confirmed that the foremost person in Islam and the first to offer prayers with the Prophet was Ali. In addition, Sheikh Sulaiman Balkhi Hanafi in Yanabiyul Mawadda, Chapter 12, recorded 31 hadith from Tirmidhi. Hamwaini, Ibn Majah, Ahmad ibn Hanbal, Hafiz Abu Nu'aym, Imam Thalabi, Ibn Maghazali, Abu Muwayyid Khawarizmi, and Dailami, the conclusion of which is that Ali was the first in the entire Muslim community to have accepted Islam. Even the intolerant Ibn Hajar Makki has in Sawa'iq Mukhrika, Chapter 2, recorded hadith on the same issue, some of which have been accepted by Sulaiman Balkhi Hanafi in his Yanabiyul Mawadda. Further, in Yanabiyul Mawadda, towards the close of Chapter 12, he related from Ibn Zubair, Makki, and he from Jabir ibn Abdullah Ansari, a hadith about Ali's merits, which I would like to present here with your permission in order to conclude my argument. The Prophet said, "Allah Almighty chose me as a prophet and revealed sacred scriptures to me. I said to him, O Allah, my master, you sent Moses to Pharaoh. Moses asked you to make his brother, Aaron, his vizier to strengthen his hand, so that his words might be witnessed. Now I ask you, O Allah, that you appoint for me from among my family a vizier who may strengthen my hand. Make Ali my vizier and brother, infuse gallantry into his heart, and give him power over the enemy." Ali was the first person to believe in me and to witness my prophethood, and the first person to declare the oneness of Allah along with me. Afterward, I continued to pray to Allah. Therefore, Ali is the chief of the successors. To follow him is a blessing. To die in obedience to him is martyrdom. His name appears in the Torah along with my name. His wife, the most truthful, is my daughter. His 2 sons, who are the chiefs of the youth of paradise, are my sons. After them, all the imams are vicegerents of Allah over His creation after the prophets, and they are the doors of knowledge among my people. He who follows them is rescued from hellfire. He who follows them is guided to the right path. He who is endowed by Allah with love for them will surely be sent to paradise.
So, enlightened people, take heed.
Quote, I could quote similar hadith all night, all of which have been recorded by your own scholars. But I think this is enough. Ali alone associated with the Holy Prophet from childhood, and therefore it is fitting that we consider him the person referred to in the words, those who are with him, and not the one who accompanied the Prophet on a few days' journey. Ali's faith, while only a child. You have proven your point, and no one has ever denied that Ali was foremost in accepting Islam. But this fact does not qualify him as preeminent in comparison with other companions. True, the high caliphs professed faith in Islam years after Ali, but their faith was different from his and better. The reason is that Ali was only a child and these people were mature. Obviously, the faith of older, wise men was superior to that of a child. In addition, Ali's faith was only blind following, and the faith of these people was based on reason. Faith acquired by reason is better than blind faith. Since a child, who is not under a religious obligation to perform duties, does not profess faith except by blind following, so Ali, who was only a child of 13, professed his faith only through blind following. Well-wisher, such talk is really surprising, coming from a learned man like you. I wonder how to refute such an argument. If I were to say that you adopt such a position out of malice, it would be against my disposition to attribute such a motive to a learned man. Let me put a question to you. Was Ali's acceptance of Islam based on his personal wish or on the invitation of the Prophet? Hafiz, why do you take such a severe view of the way we talk, since, when we have doubts, we must discuss them? In reply to your question, I admit that Ali accepted Islam at the invitation of the Holy Prophet. Well-wisher, when the Prophet invited Ali to accept Islam, did the former know a child is not bound by religious commitments? If you say that he did not know it, you attribute ignorance to him. And if he did know it and invited Ali anyway, then his action was absurd. Obviously, to attribute absurdity to the Prophet is infidelity, since a prophet is infallible. Allah says about him in the Holy Quran, "Nor does he speak out of desire. It is not but revelation that is revealed." The Prophet considered Ali a person worthy to be invited to accept Islam. Apart from this, youth does not necessarily preclude wisdom. Maturity is taken into consideration concerning discharge of religious obligations, but not for matters connected with wisdom. Faith is concerned with matters relating to wisdom and not religious laws. So Ali's faith during childhood is a virtue for him, just as Allah tells us in the Holy Quran about Jesus in these words. He said, "Surely I am a servant of Allah. He has given me the book and made me a prophet." 19:30. Also in this chapter, he says about Prophet Yahya, and we granted him wisdom while yet a child. 19:12. Sayyid Ali Humayri Yamani died 179 AH points to the same fact in his couplets. He says, "Just as Yahya reached the rank of prophethood in his childhood, Ali, who was the successor of the Prophet and the father of his sons, was also ordained vicegerent of Allah and guardian of the people while only a child. Virtue and dignity bestowed by Allah do not depend on age. Wisdom and intelligence depend upon an inborn tendency. I am surprised by your comment, since such arguments were made by the Nasibis and Kharajis at the instigation of the Umayyads. They denigrated Ali's faith as being mere blind adherence to what he was taught. Even your own scholars have acknowledged Ali's merit in this respect. Muhammad ibn Talha Shafi'i, Ibn Sabbagh Maliki, Ibn Abil Hadid, and others have quoted Ali's couplets. In one of his couplets he says, "I was first and foremost among you in embracing Islam when I was only a small child." If Ali's faith at such a tender age had not been meritorious, the Prophet would not have characterized it as such. Sulaiman Balkhi Hanafi, in his Yanabiyul Mawadda, chapter 55, page 202, narrates from Ahmad ibn Abdullah Shafi'i, quoting from the second caliph, Umar ibn Khattab, who said, "Abu Bakr, Abu Ubaidah Jarrar, and a group of people were present in the company of the Prophet of Allah when he patted Ali on the shoulder and said, 'O Ali, you are the first and foremost among all believers and Muslims in embracing Islam. You are to me as Aaron was to Moses.'" Also, Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal narrates from Ibn Abbas, who said that he, Abu Bakr, Abu Ubaidah ibn Jarrar, and others were with the Prophet when he put his hand on Ali's shoulder and said, "You are foremost in faith in Islam among all the Muslims, and you are to me as Aaron was to Moses, O Ali. He who thinks he is my friend while he is your enemy is a liar." Ibn Sabbagh Maliki records a similar hadith in Fusulul Muhimma, page 125, from Khasa'isul Alawi, as a narration of Abdullah ibn Abbas, and Imam Abu Abdurrahman Nisai reports in Khasa'isul Alawi that he said, "I have heard Umar ibn Khattab saying, 'Mention Ali's name with respect, because I have heard the Prophet saying that Ali has 3 qualities.' I, Umar, wished that I had only one of them, because each of those qualities is dearer to me than anything in this world." Ibn Sabbagh has narrated the following in addition to what others have recorded. The Holy Prophet said about Ali, "He who loves you loves me, and he who loves me, Allah loves him. And whomever Allah loves, he brings to paradise. But he who is hostile to you is hostile to me, and he who is hostile to me, Allah is hostile to him and condemns him to hell." Ali's declaring himself a Muslim, even while he was still a boy, establishes the excellence of his wisdom and merit, which no other Muslim can attain. Tabari, in his Tarikh, quotes from Muhammad ibn Sa'ad ibn Abi Waqqas, who said, "I asked my father whether Abu Bakr was the first of the Muslims. He said, 'No, more than 50 people embraced Islam before Abu Bakr, but he was superior to us as a Muslim.' He also writes that Umar ibn Khattab embraced Islam after 45 men and 21 women. As for the foremost one in the matter of Islam and faith, it was Ali ibn Abi Talib." Quote, "Ali's faith was part of his very nature. Besides the fact that Ali was foremost in embracing Islam, he possessed another merit, peculiar to him, and more important than his other merits. Ali's Islam derived from his nature, while that of others occurred only after previous unbelief. Unlike other Muslims and companions of the Prophet, Ali was never an unbeliever." Hafiz Abu Nu'aym Isfahani, in his Ma Nazalul Quran fi Ali, and Mir Sayyid Ali Hamadani, in Mawaddatul Qurba, narrate that Ibn Abbas said, I swear by Allah that there was no one who had not worshipped idols before embracing Islam except Ali. He accepted Islam without having ever worshipped the idols. Muhammad ibn Yusuf Genji Shafi'i in his Kifayatul Talib, Chapter 24, quotes the Prophet as saying, "Those who took the lead in accepting faith in the oneness of Allah among the followers of the prophets were three people who were never polytheists. Ali ibn Abu Talib, the man in the Surah Yasin, and the believer of the people of Pharaoh. The truthful ones are Habib an-Najjar, among the descendants of Yasin, Ezekiel among the descendants of Pharaoh, and Ali ibn Abu Talib, who excelled all of them." Mir Sayyid Ali Hamadani in Mawaddatul Qurba, Mawadda 7 feet, Khatib Khawarizmi in Manaqib, and Imam Thalabi in his Tafsir narrate from the second Caliph, Umar ibn Khattab, "I bear witness that I heard the Prophet say, if the 7 heavens were put in one balance and Ali's faith in the other, Ali's faith would surely outweigh the other." The same point has been included in couplets composed by Sufyan ibn Mus'ab ibn Kufi as follows: "By Allah, I bear witness that the Prophet said to us, it should not remain unknown to anyone that if the faith of all those living on the earth were placed in one scale of the balance, and that of Ali in the other scale, Ali's faith would outweigh the other. Ali excelled all other companions and the whole community in merit." Mir Sayyid Ali Hamadani Shafi'i has recorded many hadith in his Mawaddatul Qurba, which supported Ali's excellence. In the 7th Mawadda, he quotes from Ibn Abbas that the Holy Prophet said, "The best of men of all the worlds in my period is Ali." Most of your fair-minded ulama have accepted the superiority of Ali. Ibn Abil Hadid, in his Sharh Nahj al-Balagha, volume 111, page 40, says that Abu Ja'far Iskafi, the chief of the Mu'tazilite sect, declared that Bashir ibn Mu'tala, Abu Musa, Ja'far ibn Mubashir, and other ulama of Baghdad believed that the most excellent person among all Muslims was Ali ibn Abu Talib, and after him his son Hassan, then his son Hussein, after him Hamza, and after him Ja'far ibn Abi Talib. He goes on to say that his master, Abu Abdullah Basri, Sheikh Abul Qasim Balki, and Sheikh Abul Hassan Khayat had the same belief as Abu Ja'far Iskafi regarding the superiority of Ali. He explains the faith of the Mu'tazilite sect, saying, "The best of the men after the Prophet of Allah is the successor of the Prophet, the husband of Fatima, Ali. After him, his 2 sons, Hassan and Hussein. After them, Hamza, and after him, Ja'far, Tayyar." Sheikh, if you knew the statements of the ulama in support of the excellence of Abu Bakr, you would not have made such remarks. Ali's faith superior to Abu Bakr's. All the reliable Sunni ulama have acknowledged the superiority of Ali. For instance, you may refer Ibn Abil Hadid Mu'tazili's Sharh Najhul Balagha, volume 111, page 264, in which the same statement has been quoted from Jahiz that Abu Bakr's faith was superior to that of Ali. However, Abu Ja'far Askafi, one of the eminent ulama of the Mu'tazilite sect, rejected this claim, saying that Ali's faith was superior to Abu Bakr's and all other companions. Abu Ja'far said, "We do not deny the excellence of the companions, but certainly we do not consider any of them superior to Ali. Ali was of such an exalted rank that to mention his name along with other companions is unbecoming. In fact, the virtues of the companions cannot be compared with the sublime merits of Ali. Mir Sayyid Ali Hamadani narrates in his Mawadda 7 from Ahmad ibn Muhammad al-Karzi Baghdadi, who said that he heard from Abdullah ibn Ahmad ibn Hanbal, who asked his father Ahmad ibn Hanbal about the rank of the companions of the Prophet. He named Abu Bakr, Omar, and Uthman and stopped. Abdullah then asked his father, "Where is the name of Ali ibn Abu Talib?" His father replied, "He belongs to the holy descendants of the Prophet. We cannot mention his name, being of such prominence, along with those people." We see in the Holy Quran that in the verse of Mubahala, Ali is referred to as the self of the Holy Prophet. There is a hadith in support of this view, which is recorded in the same Mawadda 7, narrated from Abdullah ibn Umar ibn Khattab. He said that one day, while counting the names of the companions, he named Abu Bakr, Umar, and Uthman. A man said, "O Abu Abdur Rahman, why did you omit the name of Ali?" He replied, "Ali is one of the descendants of the Prophet. He cannot be included with anyone else. He is in the same category as the Prophet of Allah." Let me relate another hadith from the same Mawadda. It is narrated from Jabir ibn Abdullah Ansari that one day, in the presence of Muhajirs, Meccan emigrants living in Medina, and Ansars, helpers of Medina who received the Muslim emigrants into their community, that the Prophet said to Ali, "O Ali, if a man offers complete prayers to Allah, and then doubts that you and your family are superior to all other beings, his abode shall be hell." After hearing this hadith, all those present, particularly Mr. Hafiz, showed repentance, lest they should be among the doubtful ones. I have referred to only a few hadith. Your choice seems to be to reject all these authentic hadith, which are recorded in your own books, or to acknowledge that Ali's faith was superior to that of all the companions, including Abu Bakr and Omar. I also ask you to consider the hadith acknowledged by both sects in which the Holy Prophet said on the occasion of Ghazwatul Ahzab, also known as the Battle of the Trench, when Ali killed Amru ibn Abd al-Wid with one stroke of his sword. One stroke of Ali in the Battle of Khandak, the trench, has earned more merit for him than the reward for good deeds of the whole community, jinn and men, until the day of judgment. If only one stroke of his sword was better in merit than the prayers of jinn and human beings combined, certainly his preeminence cannot be questioned by anyone except malicious fanatics. Ali as the self of the Holy Prophet. Had there been no other proof of Ali's superiority to all the companions and to humanity at large, the verse of Mubahala is sufficient to prove his excellence. It refers to Ali as the self of the Prophet. The Holy Prophet was admittedly superior to all of humanity from beginning to end. Hence, the word anfusana, ourselves, in the verse referring to Ali proves that he was also superior to all of humanity from beginning to end. Perhaps now you will admit that in the phrase, "and those who are with him," the reference is to Ali. He was with the Prophet before anyone else from the beginning of Islam. As to why Ali did not accompany the Prophet on the night of his migration from Mecca, it is clear that the Prophet entrusted Ali with more important duties. No one was as trustworthy as Ali. He was left behind to return to its owners the property entrusted to the Prophet. Ali's second responsibility was to send members of the Prophet's family and other Muslims to Medina. And even though Ali was not with the Prophet in the cave that night, he performed a more important duty as he lay in the Prophet's bed. Quranic verse in praise of Ali on his sleeping in the Prophet's bed on the night of Hijrah. Your own scholars have mentioned Ali's merit in their commentaries. For instance, Ibn Sabi Maghribi in Shifa'us Sudur, Tibrani in Awsat, and Kabir ibn Athir in Usudul Ghaiba, Volume 4, page 25. Nuruddin Sabbagh Maliki in Fusulil Muhimma fi Ma'rifatil A'imma, page 33. Abu Ishaq Tha'labi Fazil Nashapuri, Fakhruddin Razi, and Jalaluddin Suyuti, each in his tafsir. Hafiz Abu Nu'aym Isfahani, the well-known Shafi'i traditionist in Ma Nazal al-Quran fi Ali, Khatib Khawarizmi in Manaqib, Shaykhul Islam Ibrahim ibn Muhammad Hamwaini in Fara'id, Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi'i in Kifayatul Talib. Chapter 62, Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in Musnad, Muhammad ibn Jarir through various sources, Ibn Hisham in Sirat al-Nabi, Hafiz Muhaddith of Damascus in Arba'in Tiwal, Imam Ghazali in Ihya ul-Ulum, Volume 3, page 223, Abu Sa'adat in Fada'ilul Itrat al-Tahira, Ibn Abil Hadid in Sharh Najhul Balagha, Sibt ibn Jawzi in Tadhkira, and others of your prominent ulama report that when the Holy Prophet intended, by divine command, to leave Mecca for Medina, he asked Ali to wear his, the Prophet's, green cover sheet and to sleep in his bed. Accordingly, Ali slept in the Prophet's place. Then Allah Almighty told the angels Gabriel and Michael that he had made them brothers, and that one of them would live longer than the other. He asked them which was prepared to give his brother his excess life, the extent of which neither of them knew. They asked him whether the choice was obligatory. They were told it was not obligatory. Neither of them chose to part with his excess life. Then followed the divine words, I have created brotherhood between my vice-regent Ali and my prophet Muhammad. Ali has offered to sacrifice his life for the sake of the prophet's life. By sleeping in the prophet's bed, he is protecting the prophet's life. Now both of you are ordered to go to the earth and save him from the enemy's evil designs. Accordingly, both of them came to the earth. Gabriel sat at Ali's head and Michael at his feet. Gabriel said, Congratulations, O son of Abu Talib, in whom Allah Almighty takes pride in the presence of his angels. After this, the following verse was revealed to the Prophet. And there is the type of man who gives his life to earn the pleasure of God, and Allah is full of kindness to his servants. Now, I entreat you, respected gentlemen, to consider this verse carefully when you return home tonight and to draw your own conclusion. Does superiority rightly belong to him who remained with the Prophet on a few days' journey, expressing fear and grief, or to him who risked his life the same night valiantly and joyfully for the safety of the Holy Prophet? Imam Ja'far Askafi, one of the great ulama and chiefs of the Mu'tazilites, proves, as recorded in Abil Hadid's commentary on Najhul Balagha, Volume 3, page 269 to 281, that Ali's sleeping in the Prophet's bed was superior to the short stay of Abu Bakr with the Holy Prophet. He says, The Muslim ulama unanimously hold that, in reality, Ali's excellence on this night is so exalted that no man could reach it except Ishaq, Isaac, and Ibrahim when they were prepared to sacrifice their lives in obedience to Allah's will. Most commentators, ulama, and historians believe that it was Ismail who offered himself for sacrifice and not Ishaq. On page 271 of Sharh Nahjul Balagha, the statement of Abu Ja'far Askafi in reply to Abu Uthman Jahiz Nasibi is recorded. He says, I have already proved earlier that Ali's sleeping in the Holy Prophet's bed on the night of the migration was superior to Abu Bakr's remaining in the company of the Prophet in the cave. In order to emphasize my point, I will prove it from two other points of view. First, the Prophet of Allah, having old and close associations with Ali, loved him dearly. Therefore, he felt the loss of love when they separated. On the other hand, Abu Bakr enjoyed the privilege of going with the Prophet. Since Ali was suffering the pangs of separation, his recompense increased, because the greater the agony in service, the greater is the recompense for it. Secondly, since Abu Bakr intended to leave Mecca and had even left it once alone, his situation as a citizen there became increasingly difficult. So when he left Mecca along with the Prophet, his longing to depart was fulfilled. Hence, no such moral excellence is due to him as to Ali, who suffered utmost anguish in risking his life before the drawn swords of the enemy. Quote, Ibn Sab'a Maghribi says in his Shifa us-Sudur about the bravery of Ali, there is complete unanimity among the Arab ulama that on the night of Hijrah, Ali sleeping in the Prophet's bed was superior to going out with him. Ali made himself the Prophet's representative and risked his life for the Prophet's sake. This point is so clear that no one has ever denied it except those afflicted with insanity or fanaticism. Quote, I stop here and come to my main point. You said that the Quranic phrase, وَلَا تَقُوَّتُهُ, vehement against the infidels, 48 to 29, refers to the second caliph, Umar ibn Khattab. But this claim cannot be accepted merely because you say so. We must determine whether or not this attribute is characteristic of him or not. If it is, I am willing to accept it. Obviously, vehemence can be displayed in two ways. In religious debates, in which, through the force of argumentation, the ulama of the opposite side are silenced. Second, it can be shown on the battlefield. So far as learned discussions are concerned, there is not a single instance in history when Umar showed any vehemence. At any rate, I have not seen any historical records indicating that Umar displayed vehemence in learned discussion. I shall be obliged to you if you can cite any such instance. In fact, your own ulama have agreed that it was Ali who solved difficult legal and religious problems during the period of the first three caliphs. Although the Umayyads and the blind followers of Abu Bakr fabricated innumerable hadith on their behalf, they could not hide the fact that when men of other faiths came to Abu Bakr, Umar, or Uthman to solve difficult problems, the caliphs referred the problems to Ali. Ali gave them such convincing replies that many non-Muslims embraced Islam. The fact that Abu Bakr, Umar, and Uthman acknowledged Ali's superiority is sufficient to prove my point. Your own scholars have written that Caliph Abu Bakr said, remove me, since I am not better than you so long as Ali is in your midst." At least 70 times Caliph Omar admitted, if Ali had not been there, Umar would have been ruined. Most of the circumstances involving danger have been mentioned in the books, but I don't want to dwell on this point. There may be more important topics to discuss. Nawab, which topics could be more important than this? Are these matters mentioned in our books? If they are, will you please let us know? The just ulama of your sect agree that Umar often admitted that Ali came to his rescue. Evidence regarding Omar saying, had Ali not been there, Omar would have been ruined. Qazi Fazlullah ibn Ruzbahan, the fanatic, in his Ibtalul Batil. Ibn Hajar Asqalani, in his Tahdhib al-Tahdid, printed in Hyderabad, Deccan, page 337. Ibn Hajar in Isaba, volume 2, printed in Egypt, page 509. Ibn Qutayba Dinawari in Ta'wil al-Mukhtalaf al-Hadith, page 201 to 202, Ibn Hajar Makki in Sawa'iq al-Muhriqa, page 78. Haj Ahmad Afindi in Hidayatul Murtab, page 146 and 152. Ibn Athir Jazari in Usud al-Ghaiba, volume 4, page 22. Jalaluddin Suyuti in Tarikh al-Khulafa, page 66. Ibn Abdul al-Bir Qartabi in Isti'ab, volume 2, page 474. Sayyid Mu'min Shablanji in Nur al-Absar, page 73. Shahabuddin Ahmad ibn Abdul Qadir A'jili in Zakhiratul Ma'al. Muhammad ibn Ali as-Saban in Is'afur Raghibin, page 152. Nuruddin ibn Sabagh Maliki in Fusulul Muhimma, page 18. Nuruddin Ali ibn Abdullah Samhudi in Jawahirul Iqdain. Ibn Abil Hadid Mu'tazili in Sharh Nahjul Balagha, volume 1, page 6. Allama Kushachi in Sharh al-Tarid, page 407, Khatib Khawarizmi in Manaqib, page 48-60, Muhammad ibn Talha Shafi'i in Matalib al-Su'ul, subchapter 6, page 29, Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in Fazail, as well as Musnad. Sibt ibn Jawzi in Tadkira, page 85-87. Imam Tha'labi in Tafsir Kafshul Bayan, Al-Ama ibn Qayyim Jawzi in Turuq Hakim, recording Ali's judgments from page 41 to page 53. Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi'i in Kifayatut Talib, chapter 57. Ibn Majah Qazwini in Sunan, Ibn Makhazili Shafi'i in Manaqib, Ibrahim ibn Muhammad Hamwaini in Fara'id, Muhammad ibn Ali ibn Hassan al-Hakim in Sharh al-Fath al-Mubin, Daylami in Firdaus, Sheikh Sulaiman Balkhi Hanafi in Yanabi al-Mawadda, chapter 14, Hafiz Abu Nu'aym Isfahani in Hilyatul Awliya, as well as in Ma Nizal al-Quran fi Ali, and a host of other great ulama of your sect, with slight variation in words, have narrated Omar saying, if there were no Ali, Omar would have been ruined. The great theologian Ganji Shafi'i, in chapter 57 of his Kifayatut Talib fi Manaqib Ali ibn Abu Talib, after narrating some authentic hadith, reports from Hudayfa ibn Yaman that, one day Omar met him and asked him, "What was your condition when you awoke in the morning?" Hudayfa said, "I rose in the morning hating the truth, liking mischief, bearing witness to the thing unseen, learning by heart the uncreated, reciting salutations without being in the state of ritual purity, and knowing that what is for me on the earth is not for Allah in the sky." Omar was infuriated by these remarks and intended to punish Hudhaifa when Ali came in. He noticed the signs of rage on Omar's face and asked why he was so angry. Umar told him, and Ali said, "There is nothing serious about this remark. What Hudhaifa said was correct. Truth means death, which he detests. Mischief means wealth and children, which he likes. And when he says he bears witness to what he has not seen, this means that he testifies to the oneness of Allah, death, the day of judgment, paradise, hell, the bridge over it named Sirat, none of which he has seen. When he says he learns by heart what is uncreated, this refers to the Holy Quran. When he says that he recites salutations without ablution, this refers to reciting salutations on the Prophet of Allah, which is permissible without ablution. When he says he has for himself on earth what is not for Allah in the sky, this refers to his wife, as he has no wife or children.
Umar then said, Umar would have been lost had Ali not arrived.
Single quote, Ganji Shafi'i says that Omar's statement is verified according to reports of most of the narrators of hadith. The author of Manaqib says that Caliph Umar repeatedly said, O Abul Hassan, Ali, I would not be a part of a community without you. He also said, women are unable to give birth to a child like Ali. Muhammad ibn Talha Shafi'i in his Matalib al-Su'ul and Sheikh Sulaiman Balkhi Hanafi in Yanabi' al-Mawaddah, Chapter 14, narrating from Tirmizi, record a detailed report from Ibn Abbas, at the end of which he says, the companions of the Prophet used to seek religious judgments from Ali, and they accepted his decisions. Thus, Umar ibn Khattab said on various occasions, if it were not for Ali, Umar would have been ruined. In religious matters and learned discussions, Omar showed no vehemence. On the contrary, he admitted his own inability and acknowledged Ali as his refuge. Even Ibn Hajar Makki in Chapter 3 of Sawa'iq Muhriqa, reporting from Ibn Sa'd, quotes Omar as saying, I seek Allah's help in deciding those difficult problems for which Abul Hasan, Ali, is not available. Caliph Omar's bravery was never observed on any battlefield. As for Omar's vehemence on the battlefield, history recorded no instance of it. On the contrary, historians of both sects relate that whenever Umar encountered a powerful enemy, he took to his heels. Consequently, other Muslims also fled, and the Muslim army was often defeated. You have gradually increased the unkindness. You have insulted Caliph Umar, who was the pride of the Muslims, and in whose age the Muslims achieved great victories. Because of Umar, Muslim armies won their battles. You call him a coward and say that he ran away from the battlefield and that the defeat of the Muslim army was due to him. Is it proper for a man of your caliber to defame Caliph Umar? I'm afraid you are mistaken. Though you have been with me for many nights, you have not understood me. Perhaps you think that it is due to enmity that I criticize or praise men. It is not. There is a great liability in religious debates, which has been a source of antagonism among Muslims for centuries. Such debates often excite malicious tendencies, which are not in accord with the injunctions of the Holy Quran. The Quran clearly says, O ye who believe, avoid suspicion as much as possible, for suspicion in some cases is a sin. 49-12. You assume that my statements are motivated by malice. The fact is otherwise. I have not uttered a word contrary to what your own ulama have written. You have just said that I have insulted Caliph Umar. But there was not the slightest indication of an insult. What I said corresponds to the records of history. Now I am constrained to give a clearer view of facts in order to quiet this antagonism. Conquests not due to personal merits of Omar. You said that Caliph Umar was responsible for the Muslim conquests. No one denies that the Muslims achieved great conquests during the caliphate of Umar. But remember that, according to the evidence of your prominent ulama, like Qazi Abu Bakr Khatib in his History of Baghdad, Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in Musnad, Ibn Abil Hadid and Sharh Najhul Balaga, and many other writers, Caliph Umar sought guidance from Ali in all administrative and military matters, and he acted on Ali's advice. In addition, there was a difference in the Islamic conquests of different periods. The first kind refers to conquests during the time of the Prophet himself, which were due primarily to Ali's gallantry. Everyone agrees that Ali was the bravest of the brave. If he did not fight in a battle, victory was not achieved. For instance, in the Battle of Khaybar, he suffered from an eye ailment, and it was impossible for him to go to battle. The Muslims suffered repeated defeats until, when he was cured by the Prophet, Ali advanced toward the enemy and conquered the forts of Khaybar. In the Battle of Uhud, when the Muslims broke ranks and ran, it was Ali who stood firm. Dauntless, he protected the Prophet from the enemy until a hidden voice proclaimed, "There is no sword other than Dhul Fiqar, and there is no brave youth other than Ali." The second kind of conquest pertains to those battles which were fought after the Prophet's death. These victories were due to the bravery of the great Muslim soldiers and their expert planning. But we are not concerned here with the Islamic conquests during Umar's caliphate. Our topic is the courage of Caliph Omar himself. It is not verified by any historical evidence. It is insulting to claim that Caliph Omar ran from the battlefield and that this led to the defeat of the Muslims. If citing historical facts about men is an insult, then this insult has been recorded by your own ulama. Where have our ulama written that Caliph Umar fled from the battlefield? When did he cause the defeat of the Muslims? Abu Bakr's and Umar's defeat in the Battle of Khaybar. Well-wisher, since Ali was suffering from an eye ailment on the first day of the Battle of Khaybar, the Prophet gave the Muslim flag to Abu Bakr, who led the Muslim army against the Jews. Suffering a defeat after a short battle, he returned. The next day, the Muslim flag was given to Omar, but before he reached the place of battle, he fled in panic. These statements are Shia's fabrications. Well-wisher, the Battle of Khaybar was an important event of the Prophet's life, recorded in detail by historians of both sects. Hafiz Abu Nu'aym Isbahani, in his Hilyatul Awliya, Volume 1, page 62, Muhammad ibn Talha Shafi'i in Matalib al-Su'ul, page 40, from the Sirah of Ibn Hisham. Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi'i in Kifayatul Talib, chapter 14, and many others of your ulama have recorded this event. But the most authentic narrations are those of two great scholars. Muhammad ibn Ismail Bukhari, who writes in his Sahih, Volume 2, printed in Egypt, 1320 AH, page 100, and Muslim ibn Hajjaj, who writes in his Sahih, Volume 2, printed in Egypt, 1320 AH, page 324, that Caliph Omar fled from the battlefield on 2 occasions. Among the many clear proofs on this point are the unambiguous verses of Ibn Abil Hadid, the Mu'tazilite, known as Alawiyat as-Sab'ah, in praise of Ali. Regarding the Gate of Khaybar, he says, "Have you heard the story of the conquest of Khaybar? So many mysteries are linked together which bewilder even the wise mind." These two, Abu Bakr and Umar, had no liking for or acquaintance with bearing a flag, leading an army. They did not know the secret of maintaining the prestige of a flag. They covered it with scorn and took to their heels, though they knew that fleeing from the battlefield is tantamount to infidelity. They did so because one of the brave Jewish soldiers, a tall youth with a naked sword in hand, riding on a steed of towering stature, attacked them like an excited male ostrich which had gained its strength from spring air and vegetation. He was like a huge bird which had adorned itself with a beautiful color and was going towards its beloved. The blaze of the fire of death from his sword and lance shone and frightened the two men. Ibn Abil Hadid, addressing them, Abu Bakr and Omar, says further, "I apologize for you, for your defeat and fleeing, since everyone dislikes death and loves life. Like all others, you too did not like death, although there is no immunity from death, but you could not court death. My purpose is not to insult anyone. I relate historical facts to show that the caliph had no such bravery which would entitle him to the epithet vehement against the infidels. The fact is that he ran from the battlefield. The attribute in question belonged to Ali alone, who in every battle was vehement against the infidels. This fact has been attested to by Allah in the Holy Quran. He says, "O you who believe, whoever of you turns away from his religion, soon Allah will bring another people. He loves them, and they love him, lowly before the believers, mighty against the infidels, striving hard in Allah's way, and they fear not the censure of any censurer. This is the grace of Allah. He gives it to whomsoever He desires." 554. It is astonishing that you try to ascribe this verse to Ali. It refers to the believers who possess these qualities and are Allah's loved ones. It would be better if you asked me what argument I could furnish in support of my assertion. My reply is that if this verse were revealed in praise of the believers, they would never have run from the battlefield. Is it fair to accuse the believers and the Prophet's companions of fleeing from danger? These people fought bravely in battle. It is not I who have called them runners. History shows them as such. Perhaps you have forgotten that in the battles of Uhud and Hunain, both the believers and the companions in general, including the great companions of the Prophet, sought safety in flight. As reported by Tabrini and others, they left the Prophet alone among the infidels. Is it possible that those who turned their backs to the enemy, leaving the Holy Prophet alone to face the enemy, were the loved ones of Allah and His Prophet? I am not the only one to claim that this verse is in praise of Ali. Abu Ishaq, Imam Ahmad Thalabi, whom you regard as the chief of your traditionists, writes in his Kashful Bayan that this verse was revealed in praise of Ali because no other person possessed the attributes mentioned in it. No historian, ours or foreigners, has written that in any of the 36 battles fought by the Prophet did Ali ever falter. In the Battle of Uhud, when all the other companions fled, and the enemy's 5,000 troops attacked the Muslims, the only person who stayed at his post until victory was achieved was Ali. Although wounded in several places and bleeding profusely, he rallied those who had fled and continued fighting until victory was achieved. Are you not ashamed to attribute fleeing to the great companions? All the companions in general, and the two caliphs, Abu Bakr and Umar in particular, bravely surrounded the Prophet and protected him. You have not studied history very carefully. In general, historians have written that in the battles of Uhud, Hunain, and Khaybar, all the companions fled. I have told you about Khaybar. As for Hunain, Hamidi in his Jam'ul Bayn al-Sahihain and Halabi in his Sirat al-Halabiyya, Volume 3, page 123, say that all the companions fled except 4. Ali and Abbas were in front of the Prophet. Abu Sufyan ibn Harith held the reins of the Prophet's horse, and Abdullah ibn Masud stood on his left. The fleeing of the Muslims at Uhud has not been denied by anyone. Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi'i, in his Kifayatul Talib, chapter 27, with his own sources, quotes Abdullah ibn Mas'ud as saying that the Prophet said, "Whenever Ali was sent alone in a battle, I saw Gabriel on his right side, Michael on his left, and a cloud sheltering him from above until Allah made him victorious." Imam Abu Abdurrahman Nisa'i narrates Hadith 202 in his Khasa'is al-Alawi that Imam Hassan, wearing a black turban, came to the people and narrated the qualities of his father, saying that in the Battle of Khaybar, when Ali went toward the fort, Gabriel was fighting on his right and Michael on his left side. He encountered the enemy with great valor until he achieved victory and was entitled to Allah's love. Ali was the loved one of Allah and of the Holy Prophet. In this verse, Allah says that He loves those who possess these attributes and that they too love Him. This quality of being loved by Allah is peculiar to Ali. There is a great deal of evidence in support of this view. Among the many hadith relating to this matter is the one reported by Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi'i in his Kifayatut Talib, chapter 7. He narrates, through his own sources, from Abdullah ibn Abbas, who said that one day he was sitting with his father, Abbas, before the Holy Prophet when Ali came in and saluted him. The Prophet stood up, took him into his arms, kissed him between his eyes, and made him sit down at his right side. Abbas then asked the Prophet if he loved Ali. The Holy Prophet replied, "O my respected uncle, by Allah, Allah loves him more than I love him." Hadith of the standard in the conquest of Khaybar. The strongest proof of Ali's being the loved one of Allah and of his bravery on the battlefield is the Hadith al-Rayat, Hadith of the Ensign, which is part of your authentic collections of traditions. None of your prominent ulama has denied it. What is the Hadith al-Rayat? If you don't mind, please quote it with its sources. Well-wisher. The prominent ulama and historians of the two sects have both narrated the Hadith al-Rayat. For instance, Muhammad ibn Ismail Bukhari in his Sahih, Volume 2, Kitab al-Jihad wa Siyar, chapter Du'a al-Nabi, also Volume 3, Kitab al-Maghazi, chapter Ghazawa al-Khaybar. Muslim ibn Hajjaj in his Sahih, Volume 2, page 324. Imam Abdur Rahman Nisai in his Khasa'isul Alawi. Tirmidhi in his Sunan. Ibn Hajar Asqalani in Isaba, Volume 2, page 508. Muhaddith Asham in his Ta'rikh. Ahmad ibn Hanbal in his Musnad. Ibn Majah Qazwini in Sunan. Sheikh Sulaiman Balkhi Hanafi in Yanabi'ul Mawadda, chapter 6. Sibt ibn Jawzi in Tadhkira. Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi'i in Matalib al-Su'ul. Hafiz Abu Nu'aym Isfahani in Hilyatul Awliya. Abu Qasim Tibrani in Awsat. And Abu Qasim Hussein ibn Muhammad Raghib Isfahani in Muhadhiratul Udaba, Volume 2, page 212. In short, virtually all of your historians and traditionists have recorded this hadith, so that Hakim says, "This hadith has reached the stage of unanimity." Tabrani says, "Ali's victory in Khaybar is proved by its unanimity." When the Muslim army laid siege to the fort of Khaybar, it suffered defeat 3 times under the command of Abu Bakr and Omar, and they fled. The companions were greatly frustrated. In order to inspire the companions, the Prophet announced that Khaybar would be conquered. He said, "By Allah, tomorrow I will give the standard to one who will return successful. He is one who attacks repeatedly and never leaves the battlefield and never retraces his steps until he achieves success. He loves Allah and the Prophet of Allah, and Allah and the Prophet of Allah love him." That night, the companions could not sleep, wondering who would be given this special favor. At dawn, all put on their military garb and presented themselves before the Prophet. The Prophet asked, "Where is my brother and son of my uncle, Ali ibn Abu Talib?" They told him, "O Prophet of Allah, he is suffering so much with sore eyes that he cannot move." The Prophet asked Salman to call Ali. Salman took Ali by the hand and brought him to the Prophet. He saluted the Prophet, and after returning the salutation, the Prophet asked, "How are you, O Abul Hasan?" He replied, "It is all well by the grace of Allah. I am suffering from headache and so much pain in the eyes that I cannot see anything." The Prophet bade him come near. When Ali had moved closer, the Prophet applied the saliva of his own mouth to Ali's eyes and prayed for him. Soon his eyes were bright and his ailment vanished completely. He gave Ali the flag of victory. Ali proceeded to the forts of Khaybar, fought against the Jews, slew their brave soldiers like Harhab, Harith, Hisham, and Al-Qama, and conquered the hitherto invincible forts of Khaybar. Ibn Sabbar Maliki, in his Fusulul Muhimma, page 21, has quoted this report from the 6 books of tradition, while Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi'i, in his Kifayatut Talib, chapter 14, after narrating the hadith, says that the Prophet's chief poet, Hassan ibn Thabit, was present on this occasion. He composed couplets in praise of Ali. Ali was suffering from an eye disorder. Because there was no physician, the Prophet cured him with his own saliva. So both the curer and the patient were blessed. The Holy Prophet said, "Today I will give the standard to a highly skilled horseman, valiant and chivalrous, my comrade in battle. He loves Allah, and Allah loves him. So through him he will make us conquer the forts." After this, leaving all others aside, he selected Ali and made him his successor. Quote, Ibn Sabbagh Maliki narrates from Sahih Muslim that Umar ibn Khattab said, "I never aspired for bearing the standard, but that day I had a keen desire for it. I was repeatedly making myself conspicuous before the Prophet, wishing that perhaps he might call me, and that I might be blessed with this honor. But it was Ali who was called by the Prophet, and the glory went to him." Sibt ibn Jawzi has recorded this report in his Tadhkira, page 15, and Imam Abu Abdurrahman Ahmad. Ibn Ali Nisa'i, in his Khasa'isul Alawi, after narrating 12 hadith on the topic of Ali's bearing the standard at Khaybar, quotes the same report in the 18th hadith about Omar's hope for getting the standard.
Also, Jalaluddin Suyuti in his Tariqul Khulafa, Ibn Hajar Makki in his Sawaik, and Ibn Shirwani in his Firdausul Akbar narrate that Umar ibn Khattab said,
"Ali has been endowed with 3 things, and if I possessed only one, I would have preferred it to all the camels in my possession. Ali's marriage with Fatima, his staying in the mosque in every condition, and this was not permissible for anyone except Ali, and his bearing the standard in the conquest of Khaybar."
My argument, based on the records of your own traditionists, proves that the reference in the verse, "He, Allah, loves them, and they also love him," is to Ali.
Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi'i, in his Kifayatut Talib, chapter 13, relates that the Prophet said, "If one wishes to look at Adam, Noah, and Abraham, look at Ali." He says that Ali is the one Allah refers to in the Holy Quran. And those who are with him are strong against the unbelievers, compassionate among themselves. 48 to 29. As for your contention that the phrase in the verse, compassionate among themselves, refers to Uthman and indicates his place as the 3rd caliph, this is not supported by historical evidence. In fact, his character was just the opposite. There are many arguments to prove this, but I will stop here. What could be said might provoke hostility. If you confine yourself to authentic references, there is no reason why we should be displeased. Well-wisher. I will mention some of them.
Uthman's character and way of life compared to that of Abu Bakr and Umar. Ibn Khaldun, Ibn Khalikhan, Ibn Asim Kufi. It is also recorded in Siha al-Sitta. Mas'udi in Muruju Dhahab, Volume 1, page 435. Ibn Hadid in Sharh Najul Balagha, Volume 1, and others of your ulama affirm that when Uthman ibn Affan became caliph, he acted against the examples set by the Holy Prophet and also against the ways of Abu Bakr and Omar. Both sects agree that in the consultative council, in which he was selected as caliph, Abdur Rahman ibn Auf offered him allegiance based on the Book of Allah, the Hadith of the Prophet, and the ways of Abu Bakr and Umar. One condition of his allegiance was that Uthman would not let the Bani Umayyah interfere, nor would he give them any authority. But when his position became secure, he violated these pledges. According to the Holy Quran and reliable Hadith, to violate an agreement is a great sin. Your own ulama say that Caliph Uthman broke his pledge. Throughout his caliphate, he acted in contradiction to the way of Abu Bakr and Umar. He gave the Bani Umayyah full authority over the people's lives and property. The wealth of Caliph Uthman. Hafiz, in what way did he act against the teachings and practice of the Prophet and the ways of Abu Bakr and Omar? Well-wisher, the famous traditionist Masudi, in his Muruju Dhahab, Volume 1, page 433, and other historians have recorded that Uthman built a sophisticated stone house with doors made of sandalwood. He accumulated great wealth, which he bestowed lavishly on the Umayyads and others. For instance, the religious levy, Khums, from Armenia, which was conquered during this time, was bestowed on the cursed Marwan without any religious sanction. He also gave him 100,000 dirhams from the Baytul Mal, the public treasury. He gave 400,000 dirhams to Abdullah ibn Khalid, 100,000 dirhams to Hakam ibn Abil As, who was cursed and banished by the Prophet, and 200,000 dirhams to Abu Sufyan, as recorded by Ibn Abil Hadid in his Sharh Najul Balagha, Volume 1, page 68. On the day he was murdered, his personal fortune amounted to 150,000 dinars and 20 million dirhams in cash. He owned property in Wadi al-Qura and Hunain valued at 100,000 dinars and huge herds of cattle, sheep, and camels. As a consequence of his actions, the leading Umayyads amassed great wealth at the expense of the people. For a caliph of Islam to accumulate such wealth when many people were starving was certainly wrong. Moreover, this behavior was completely at variance with the ways of his companions, Abu Bakr and Umar. Uthman pledged in the consultative council that he would follow in their footsteps. Masudi, in his Marujud Dahab, says about Caliph Uthman that when Caliph Omar went with his son Abdullah to perform the Hajj pilgrimage, their expenditure on the journey, both ways, was 16 dinars. He told his son that they had been extravagant. If you compare the frugal ways of Omar with the lavish expenditures of Uthman, you will admit that the latter's way of life was contrary to his pledge at the council. Caliph Uthman encouraged the evildoers among the Umayyads. Uthman also gave the Umayyads authority over the life and honor of the people. Consequently, disorder prevailed in Muslim lands. He appointed his favorites to high positions against the wishes of the Holy Prophet Abu Bakr and Umar. For instance, he gave high positions to his uncle Hakam ibn As and Hakam's son Marwan, both of whom were banished and cursed by the Prophet. Can you prove that they were cursed? There are two ways to prove that they were cursed. Allah called the Bani Umayyah The Accursed Tree in the Quran, 17-60. Imam Fakhruddin Razi, Tabari, Qartabi, Nishapuri, Suyuti, Shawkani, Alusi, Ibn Abi Hatim, Khatib Baghdadi, Ibn Mardawai, Hakim, Maqrizi, Bayhaqi, and others of your ulama narrate from Ibn Abbas that the accursed tree in the Quran refers to the Umayyah tribe. In a dream, the Prophet saw monkeys climbing up and down his pulpit and driving men away from his mosque. When he woke, the angel Gabriel revealed this verse and told the Prophet that the monkeys were the Bani Umayyads who would usurp his caliphate after him. His place of prayer and pulpit would remain in their control for 1,000 months. Imam Fakhruddin Razi narrates from Ibn Abbas that the Prophet mentioned the name of Hakam ibn As. He is, therefore, accursed since he belongs to the accursed tree. There are many hadith from Sunni sources about their being cursed. Hakim Nishapuri, in his Mustadrak, Volume 4, page 437, and Ibn Hajar Makki in Sawa'iq al-Muharrika, quote from Hakim the following hadith from the Prophet. Verily, my family will shortly be dispersed and assassinated by my community. Bani Umayyah, Bani Mughira, and Bani Makhzum are the most callous of our enemies. The Prophet said about Marwan, a child at that time, "This is a lizard, son of a lizard, a cursed one, son of a cursed one." Ibn Hajar relates from Omar ibn Maratul Jihni Khalabi in Siratul Halabiyya, Volume 1, page 337, Baladori in Ansab, Volume 5, 126, Sulaiman Balhi in Yanabil Mawadda, Hakim. In Mustadrak, Volume 4, page 481. Damiri in Hayatul Haywan, Volume 2, page 291, Ibn Asakir in his Tarikh, Imam al-Haram Muhyiddin Tabari in Zakhairul Uqba, and others have narrated from Omar ibn Murrah that Hakam ibn As sought an interview with the Prophet. The Prophet, recognizing his voice, said, "Let him come in. Curse be on him and on his descendants, excepting those who believe, and they will be few." Imam Fakhruddin Razi, in Volume 5 of his Tafsir al-Kabir, writing about the verse, "The accursed tree," and its meaning, refers to the statement of Aisha, who said to Marwan, "Allah cursed your father when you were present in his semen. So you are also a part of him who has been cursed by Allah." Allama Masudi says in his Murujul Dahab, Volume 1, page 435, that Marwan ibn Hakam was condemned and banished by the Prophet. He was exiled from Medina. He was not allowed to enter Medina during the caliphate of Abu Bakr and Umar. But when Uthman became caliph, he acted contrary to the teaching of the Holy Prophet, Abu Bakr and Umar, and allowed him to enter Medina. He kept him close to himself with all other Umayyads and showed them favor. Nawab. Who was Hakam ibn Abil As, and why was he banished by the Holy Prophet? Well-wisher. Hakam ibn As was the uncle of Caliph Uthman. According to Tabari, Ibn Athir, and Baladuri, who writes in Ansab, Volume 5, page 17, he was the neighbor of the Prophet in the age of ignorance. He abused the Holy Prophet, particularly after the announcement of his prophethood. He walked behind the Prophet and ridiculed him by imitating his gestures. Even during prayers, he pointed towards him scornfully. After the Prophet cursed him, he remained in a paralytic condition permanently, and eventually he lost his sanity. After the conquest of Mecca, he came to Medina and apparently embraced Islam, but he often insulted the Prophet. When he went to the Prophet's house, the Holy Prophet soon came out of his house and said, "No one should seek pardon on his behalf. Now he and his sons, Marwan and others, should leave Medina."
Accordingly, the Muslims immediately banished him from Medina and drove him out to Ta'if. During the time of Abu Bakr and Omar, Uthman supported him, saying that he was his uncle and that he should be allowed to return to Medina. But the others did not accept this, saying that since he was cursed and banished by the Holy Prophet, they would not let him return. When Uthman became caliph, he called all of them back. Although many people objected to it, Uthman showed his relatives and other favorites special favor. He made Marwan his assistant and chief officer of the court. He gathered round him many wicked people of the Umayyads and appointed them to high positions. The result was that, according to Omar's prediction, they were responsible for Uthman's fate. Among the people appointed by Uthman was Walid ibn Aqaba ibn Abi Mu'ith, who was sent to be the governor of Kufa. According to the report of Masudi in Murujud Dahab, Volume 1, the Prophet said concerning Walid, "Verily, he is one of those who will go to hell. He openly indulged in sinful acts." According to the statement of Masudi in Murujud Dahab, Abdul Fida in his Tariq, Suyuti in Tarikhul Khulafa, page 104, Abul Faraj in Aghani, Volume 4, page 128. Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in Musnad, Volume 1, page 42, Yaqubi in Takhrikh, Volume 2, page 142, Ibn Athir, also in Usudul Uqba, Volume 5, page 91, and others said that, during his governorship in Kufa, Walid passed the whole night in self-indulgence. He came to the mosque for the dawn prayer intoxicated and offered 4 rakats of the morning prayer instead of 2, and then told the people, "What a pleasant morn! I would like to extend the prayer further if you consent." Some said that he vomited under the dome of the mosque, which caused great annoyance to the people, who complained to Caliph Uthman. One of these well-known people was Muawiyah, who was made governor of Syria. Walid was replaced by Sa'id ibn As as governor of Kufa. When people learned of the policies of Uthman, policies in contradiction to the teachings of the Prophet, they became furious. They took actions which eventually caused such serious results. Uthman was responsible for his murder because he did not consider the effects of his deeds. He rejected Ali's counsel and was misled by servile flatterers. Ibn Abil Hadid quotes a conversation between Umar and Ibn Abbas in his Sharh Najul Balagha, Volume 3, page 106. Caliph Omar said something about each of the 6 members of the Consultative Council and pointed out their defects. When the name of Uthman was mentioned, after sighing 3 times, Umar said that if the caliphate reached Uthman, he would place the sons of Abi Mu'ayt, Umayyads, over the people. Then the Arabs will surely rise in rebellion against him and kill him. Single quote, quote, Ibn Abil Hadid agrees with Umar's assessment. When Uthman became caliph, he gathered round him the Bani Umayyah. He appointed them as governors, and when they abused their authority, he looked the other way. Caliph Uthman did not even detach himself from Marwan. The people, seething with discontent, revolted against him and finally killed him. Holy Prophet cursed Abu Sufyan, Muawiyah, and his son Yazid. It would be helpful if you would read The Great History by Jarir Tabari, one of your eminent ulama, who wrote, "The Holy Prophet saw Abu Sufyan riding a donkey. Muawiyah was pulling it from the front, and his son Yazid was pushing it from behind. The Prophet said, 'Curse be upon the rider, the puller, and the pusher.' Your own prominent ulama, like Dabari and Ibn Asam Kufi, faulted Caliph Uthman for not putting Abu Sufyan to death when the latter, in the open court, denied Islam, the Wahi, and the presence of Gabriel. After giving Abu Sufyan a slight reproof, Uthman brushed the matter aside. I also ask you to consider Address 163 of the Najhul Balagha and the narration which Ibn Abi al-Hadid in his Sharh Najhul Balagha, Volume 2, printed in Egypt, page 582, and quotes from Tabari's Tarikh al-Kabir that some of the companions in various provinces wrote letters urging the people to declare jihad, holy war, to protect themselves from Uthman's cruel oppression. In 34 AH, people with complaints against officials appointed by Uthman came to Ali in Medina and asked him to intervene. Uthman did not accept counsel of Ali. Ali went to Uthman and warned him about the horrible consequences of continuing his present policies. Ali said, I tell you, for Allah's sake, let yourself not be a murdered leader of this community. It has been said that a leader of this community will be killed, after which the doors of bloodshed and murder will remain open until the day of resurrection. But Marwan and the Umayyad companions rejected Ali's advice. After Ali's departure, Uthman ordered people to gather in the mosque. He went to the pulpit and, instead of pacifying the people, he antagonized them further. The result was as Caliph Umar predicted. Uthman was killed by insurgents. Unlike Abu Bakr and Omar, who followed Ali's advice, Uthman rejected his warning and suffered the consequences. Uthman mercilessly beat companions of Holy Prophet. Moreover, Uthman beat the companions who objected to his oppression. Among them was Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, who was a Hafiz, Qari, Quran reciter, treasurer of the public treasury, a scribe who recorded the revealed verses, and one of the chief companions of the Holy Prophet. He was held in high esteem by Abu Bakr and Omar, both of whom used to take counsel from him. Ibn Khaldun, in his history, commented that Caliph Omar insisted that Abdullah remain with him because he possessed complete knowledge of the Holy Quran and because the Prophet spoke highly of him. Ibn Abi al-Hadid and others have written the same thing. Your ulama agree that when Uthman intended to compile the Holy Quran, he obtained all the copies from the scribes. He demanded the copy of the Holy Quran from Abdullah ibn Mas'ud also. Abdullah did not give it to him. Uthman himself went to his house and took the copy of the Holy Quran from him by force. Later, when Abdullah learned that, like other copies of the Holy Quran, his copy had been burnt, he was much aggrieved. In social and religious gatherings, he narrated the condemnatory hadith which he knew about Uthman.
When this news reached Uthman, he had Ibn Mas'ud so severely beaten by his slaves that his teeth were broken and he was confined to bed.
After 3 days, he succumbed to his injuries. Ibn Abi al-Hadid writes in detail about these facts in Volume 1, pages 67 and 226 of Sharh Najhul Balagha, printed in Egypt under Ta'an V, and goes on to say that Uthman went to see the ailing Abdullah. They talked together for some time. Uthman said, O Abdurrahman, pray to Allah for my forgiveness. Abdullah said, I pray to Allah to take my right from you, that is, that justice be done. When Abu Dar, a close companion of the Holy Prophet, was banished to Rabbah, Abdullah went to see him off. For this, Abdullah was given 40 lashes. So Abdullah insisted to Ammar Yasir that Uthman not be allowed to offer Abdullah's funeral prayers. Ammar Yasir agreed, and after Abdullah's death, he offered the funeral prayers along with a group of the companions. When Uthman learned of the funeral arrangement, he came to Abdullah's grave and asked Ammar why he had said the funeral prayers. He replied that he was constrained to do it because Abdullah had willed it. Ammar beaten by order of Uthman. Another example of Uthman's cruelty was his beating of Ammar Yasir. Ulama of both sects relate that when Umayyad oppression increased, some companions of the Prophet wrote to Uthman, asking him to relent. They said that if he continued to assist his cruel Umayyad governors, he would not only be harming Islam, but he would himself be subjected to serious consequences. They asked Ammar Yasir to deliver the petition, since Uthman himself had acknowledged Ammar's virtue. They had often heard Uthman say that the Prophet said that faith was blended with the flesh and blood of Ammar. So Ammar took the letter to Uthman. When he arrived, Uthman asked him, "Do you have business with me?" He replied, "I have no business of a personal nature. But a group of the Prophet's companions has written in this letter some suggestions and advice for your welfare. They have sent them to you through me." After reading a few lines, Uthman threw the letter down. Ammar said, "It was not good of you. A letter from the companions of the Holy Prophet of Allah deserves respect. Why did you throw it on the ground? It would be proper for you to have read it and replied to it." "You are lying!" Uthman shouted. Then he ordered his slaves to beat him, and Uthman himself kicked him in the stomach. He fell, unconscious. His relatives came and took him to the house of al-Mu'mineen Salma, one of the Prophet's wives. From noon until midnight, he remained unconscious. The tribes of Hudayl and Bani Makhzun turned against Uthman because of his cruelty to Abdullah ibn Mas'ud and Ammar Yasir. Uthman was also cruel to Jandab ibn Junada, known as Abu Dhar Ghifari, one of the intimate companions of the Holy Prophet and a learned man. Great traditionists and historians of both sects have reported that this 90-year-old man was unjustly exiled from place to place with utmost ignominy, from Medina to Syria, to Medina again, and then from Medina to the desert of Rabza. He rode on a naked camel, accompanied by his only daughter. He died in Rabza in penury and neglect. Your prominent ulama and historians, including Ibn Sa'd in his Tabaqat, Volume 4, page 168. Bukhari in Sahih, Kitab al-Zakat. Ibn Abil Hadid in his Sharh al-Nahj al-Balagha, Volume 1, page 240, and Volume 2, pages 375 to 87, Yaqubi in his History, Volume 2, page 148. Abul Hasan Ali ibn Hussein Mas'udi, the famous traditionist and historian of the 4th century, in his Murujud Dhahab, Volume 1, page 438, and many others have recorded Uthman's cruelty. It has been widely reported how he mistreated the pure-hearted Abu Dhar, the loved one of the Holy Prophet, and also how Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, the Hafiz and recorder of Wahi, who was given 40 lashes because he bid farewell to Abu Dhar Ghifari. Insulting treatment was likewise shown to Ali for the same reason. If torment was inflicted on Abu Dhar, it was because of unworthy officials. Caliph Uthman, who was very kind and soft-hearted, was unaware of these events. Your defense of Caliph Uthman is contrary to facts. The anguish inflicted on Abu Dhar was due to the explicit orders of Uthman himself. To prove this fact, one need only refer to your own ulama. For instance, you may consult Ibn Athir's Nihaya, Volume 1, and his Tarikh al-Yaqubi, and particularly page 241 of Volume 1 of Sharh Najhul Balagha by Ibn Abil Hadid. These scholars have recorded Uthman's letter to Muawiyah. When Muawiyah sent a malicious report against Abu Dhar from Syria, Uthman wrote to him, "Send Jundub, Abu Dhar, to me on an unsaddled camel, alone, with a harsh man driving it day and night. When he reached Medina, Abu Dhar's legs were bruised and bleeding. And yet your own ulama have recorded hadith saying that Abu Dhar was specifically mentioned by the Prophet as one whom all mankind must love. Hafiz Abu Nu'aym Isfahani in Hilyatul Awliya, Volume 1, page 172. Ibn Majah Qazwini in Sunan, Volume 1, page 66. Sheikh Sulaiman Balkhi Shafi'i in Yanabi al-Mawadda, chapter 59, recording the fifth of 40 hadith written in Sawa'iq Muhriqa by Ibn Hajar Makki as correct, having been taken from Tirmidhi and Hakim as narrated by Buraida and he from his father. Ibn Hajar Asqalani in Asaba, Volume 3, page 455. Tirmidhi in Sahih, Volume 2, page 213. Ibn Abdil Bir in Isti'ab, Volume 2, page 557. Hakim in Mustadrak, Volume 3, page 130. And Suyuti in Jam'u Sahir have recorded that the Holy Prophet said, Allah has ordered me to love 4 people, and He has informed me that He also loves them. The people said, O Prophet of Allah, let us know their names. The Holy Prophet said, they are Ali, Abu Dhar, Miqdad, and Salman. Would justice allow such loved ones of Allah to be treated so cruelly and call that treatment kindness? Historians have reported that Abu Dhar was a disturbing figure. He carried on relentless propaganda in Syria in favor of Ali, drew the attention of the Syrians to Ali's rank, and said that he had heard the Holy Prophet saying that Ali was his successor. Because he called the others usurpers and said that Ali was the rightful caliph appointed by Allah, Caliph Uthman, to preserve unity and avoid disturbances, had to call him from Syria. If a man attempts to cause dissension among the people, it is the duty of the caliph to remove him from the area. Well-wisher. If a man speaks the truth, is it fair to exile him and torture him because he does so? Does Islam allow us to force old men to ride a thin, unsaddled camel driven fiercely by a hot-tempered slave without stopping for rest so that he reaches his destination bruised and bloody? Does this indicate soft-heartedness? Apart from that, if Uthman wanted to maintain unity and avoid disturbances, why didn't he remove the miscreant Umayyads, like Marwan, who was cursed and banished by the Holy Prophet, and the heretic Walid, an exposed sinner who offered prayers while drunk and who vomited under the arch of the mosque? Why didn't he remove the corrupt politicians from his government, men who oppressed the people, who finally rebelled and murdered Uthman? Hafiz, how can you say that Abu Dhar spoke the truth? How do you know that what he said was based on correct knowledge, and that he did not fabricate hadith in the name of the Holy Prophet? Well-wisher, we say so because the Holy Prophet himself testified to Abu Dhar's veracity. Your own ulama have written that the Prophet said, Abu Dhar among my people is like Jesus among the Bani Israel in truthfulness, devotion, and piety. Muhammad ibn Sa'd, one of the high-ranking ulama and traditionists of your sect, in Tabaqat, Volume 4, pages 167-168. Ibn Abdul Bir in Isti'ab, Volume 1, Chapter of Jundab, page 84. Tirmidhi in Sahih, Volume 2, page 221. Hakim in Mustadrak, Volume 3, page 342. Ibn Hajar in Asaba, Volume 3, page 622. Muttaqi Hindi in Kanzul Ummal, Volume 6, page 169. Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in Musnad, Volume 2, page 163 and 175. Ibn Abi al-Hadid in Sharh Nahj al-Balagha, Volume 1, page 241. From Mahidi, Hafiz Abu Nu'aym Isfahani in Hilyatul Awliya, and the author of Lisanul Arab, on the basis of several authorities, have related that the Holy Prophet said, "The earth has not borne, nor has the sky covered, a man more truthful than Abu Dhar." If the Holy Prophet confirms the truthfulness of a man, we can be certain that that man spoke the truth. Nor does Allah call that person his loved one who is a liar. If there were a single instance of Abu Dhar telling lies, the early ulama of your sect would have recorded it, as they have concerning Abu Huraira and others. The Prophet testified to his righteousness and also predicted his torture. Hafiz Abu Nu'aym Isfahani, in his Hilyatul Awliya, Volume 1, page 162, narrates from his own sources that Abu Dhar said that he was standing before the Prophet when the latter said to him, "You are a pious man. Soon after me, you will suffer a calamity." I asked, "In the way of Allah?" He said, "Yes, in the way of Allah." I said, "I welcome Allah's command. Surely the suffering the venerable companion Abu Dhar endured in the desert by the order of Muawiyah, Uthman, and their Bani Umayyah was the same calamity predicted by the Holy Prophet." The hadith, "All companions are like stars," applied also to Abu as-Siddiq. Dhar. I really wonder at your self-contradictory statements. On the one hand, you narrate the hadith from the Prophet that all my companions are like stars. If you follow any one of them, you will be rescued. On the other hand, when one of the most venerable companions of the Holy Prophet is tortured and dies in misery, you defend the offender? You should either disprove the statements of your own ulama or admit that the attributes mentioned in the verse under consideration do not relate to those who brutalized the revered companions of the Holy Prophet. Hafiz, Abu Dhar chose to go to Rabza of his own free will. Well-wisher, such statements reflect attempts of your fanatical ulama to conceal the misdeeds of their elders. Abu Dhar's forced banishment to Rabza is commonly acknowledged. As an example, I will confine myself to quoting one narration which has been recorded by Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in Musnad, Volume 5, page 156, Ibn Abul Khadid in Sharh Najul Balagha, Volume 1, page 241, and Waqidi in his history from Abul Aswad Duwaili. Abu Dhar was asked about his journey to Rabna. Abu Dhar said that he was forcibly exiled and sent to the wilderness. He continued, "The Holy Prophet informed me about this. One day I fell asleep in the mosque. The Prophet came and asked me why I was sleeping in the mosque. I said that I fell asleep inadvertently. He asked me what I would do if I were banished from Medina. I said I would go to the Holy Land of Syria. He asked me what I would do if I were banished from there too. I said I would come back to the mosque. He again asked me what I would do if I were turned out from here also. I said I would draw the sword and fight. He asked me if he should tell me something which would be to my benefit. When I said yes, he said to me, 'Go to whatever place they take you.' So I listened to what he said, and I obeyed him." After this, Abu Dhar said, "By Allah, when Uthman will go before Allah, he will stand a sinner regarding my case." Ali ibn Abu Talib's kindness and generosity. If you consider the facts with an open mind, you will agree that Ali possessed the attributes of mercy and kindness to the highest degree. All historians, including Ibn Abil Hadid, report that when Ali assumed the caliphate, he did away with the abuses and innovations that had crept in. He removed the ungodly officials of the Bani Umayyah who had oppressed the provinces during the period of Uthman's caliphate. Selfish politicians advised him to postpone his decision about deposing officials until Ali was more firmly established in authority. The holy Imam said, "I swear by Allah that I will not allow such sly deceptions. You insist that I use conciliatory measures, but you do not understand that as long as they remain in authority representing me, they would be perpetrating the same tyranny and outrage for which I shall be answerable in the divine court of justice. I cannot allow this injustice." Ali's deposition of officials led to the hostility of power-hungry people like Muawiyah and prepared the way for the battles of Jamal and Siffin. If Talha and Zubair had been appointed as governors, they would not have fomented disturbances at Basra and let the Battle of the Camel take place. His kindness and generosity extended to friends and enemies alike. Uthman had been very unkind to him, more so than Abu Bakr and Omar had been. But when insurgents enforced a blockade of Uthman's palace, cutting off water and food, he appealed to Ali for help. Ali sent his sons, Hassan and Hussein, with water and bread. Ibn Abil Hadid describes this incident in detail in Sharh Nahjul Balagha. Caliph Uthman had a reputation for charity and benevolence, but it was only for his family, like Abu Sufyan, Hakam ibn Abil As, and Marwan ibn Hakam. He showered money and gifts on them from the public treasury without religious sanction. But the commander of the faithful, Ali, never gave more than what was due, even to near relatives. His elder brother, Aqil, came to him and requested more money than he was usually given. Ali paid no heed to his request. Aqil insisted and said that since Ali was the caliph and had sole authority over affairs, that his needs should be fulfilled. As a caution to his brother, Ali secretly heated a piece of iron and placed it near Aqil's body. He cried out like a man in intense agony, afraid he would be burned. Ali said, "Let mourners mourn your death, O Aqil. You shrieked when an iron heated by man was brought near you, and yet you draw me toward that fire which Allah has created of His wrath. Is it proper that you should seek shelter from this ordinary pain, and that I should not protect myself from hellfire?" Ali's kindness to Marwan Abdallah ibn Zubair. Even after subduing his enemy, Ali was kind. The cursed Marwan, son of the cursed Hakam, was Ali's fierce enemy. But when Ali overpowered Marwan in the Battle of Jamal, he pardoned him. Abdullah ibn Zubair was another bitter enemy. He abused Ali openly, and in Basra, when Abdullah read his address before the people, he said, "Verily, Ali ibn Abu Talib is debased, mean, and stingy. Allah forbid." But when the holy Imam won the Battle of Jamal, and this wicked man was brought as a captive before him, Ali did not utter a harsh word against him. Ali turned his face from him and pardoned him. Ali's kindness to Aisha. The best example of Ali's compassion was his behavior towards Aisha. The way she came face to fight him and railed at him would have enraged a lesser man. But when Ali defeated her, he treated her with dignity. He assigned to Muhammad ibn Abu Bakr, her brother, the duty of looking after her welfare. On his order, 20 strong women dressed as men escorted Aisha to Medina. When she reached Medina, she expressed her gratitude to the women and the wives of the Prophet. She said that she would always remain grateful to him. She admitted that, although she had been harsh with him and had been responsible for such tumult, he had not uttered a word against her. She said she had only one complaint against him. She wondered why he had sent her to Medina escorted by men. The women slaves immediately removed their masculine garb. It became clear that this scheme was adopted for the purpose of protecting their property from bandits. Another instance of Ali's compassion was his treatment of Muawiyah in the Battle of Siffin. Muawiyah's 12,000 soldiers had sealed off the Euphrates River. When Ali's army found that their expected supply of water had been intercepted, Ali sent a message to Muawiyah saying that Muawiyah should not seal off access to the water. Muawiyah replied that he would deny them use of the water. Ali sent Malik Ashtar with a unit of cavalry. He pushed back Muawiyah's army and secured access to the Euphrates. The companions said, "O Ali, let us retaliate and deny them water, so that the enemy may die of thirst and the battle will be over." Ali said, "No, by Allah, I will not retaliate by following their example. Let their troops have access to the Euphrates. Your own ulama, like Tabari in his Tariq, Ibn Abil Hadid in Sharhi Nahjul Balagha, Sulaiman Balkhi in Yanabi'ul Mawadda, Chapter 51, Mas'udi in Murujul Dhahaba, and other historians have written in detail about the magnanimity of Ali. You may examine these accounts and then decide who is the likely referent of the verse and compassionate among themselves. In the verse under consideration, Muhammad, the Prophet of Allah, is the subject, and what follows is its predicate. All those attributes are for the same person. To be with the Holy Prophet, to be vehement against the unbelievers on the battlefield and in learned discourses, to be compassionate to friends and foes. All these qualities refer to one who never left the Prophet or even thought of leaving him. That person is Ali ibn Abu Talib. I have already said earlier that the great scholar Muhammad ibn Yusuf Ganji Shafi'i has written in his Kifayatut Talib that in this verse Allah praised Ali. Sheikh, there are many replies to your statements, but you simply misinterpret the verse. The phrase, "and those who are with him," is plural and cannot refer to one person only. If the attributes mentioned in the verse referred to one person only, why were the pronouns plural? Well-wisher. First, you say that there are many answers to my statement. If this were true, then why not mention them? Your silence is proof that there are not many replies to my statements. Second, what you just said is fallacious. You know that in both Arabic and other languages, the use of the plural for the singular is common as an indication of respect. There are many examples of this usage in the Holy Quran, such as the verse, "Only Allah is your friend and His apostle, and those who believe, those who perform the prayer and pay the poor rate while they bow." 555. This verse is unanimously acknowledged to be in praise of Ali. Commentators and traditionists such as Imam Fakhruddin Razi in Tafsir Kabir, Volume 3, page 431. Imam Abu Ishaq Tha'labi in his Kashful Bayan, Jarullah Zamakhshari in Tafsir Kashaf, Volume 1, page 422. Tabari in his